commentary will be hilarious, but there's no need to be
playing all his video.
there's no need to
Right.
even have commentary because this shit speaks
Sure.
for itself. It is
Okay.
fucking hysterical.
We'll see what he says for like a minute and then we'll go.
An event so bad that it's being called the Fire Festival of Kids Events. It was a Willy
I don't
Wonka
know, it's more like
experience that
TumblrCon
charged
to me.
guests $40 and used AI-generated images to drum up hype to get people in the doors. And when people actually showed up, it was legitimately like that scene out of SpongeBob with Krabby Land. It was a disheveled mess, like a complete scam from top to bottom. Some attendees compared it to a meth lab, and I can clearly see why, because this is absolutely just a meth lab that the creator just repurposed for his exhibit here at the Willy Wonka experience. This is supposed to be an Oompa Loompa at a flavor station or something, but man, the Oompa Loompa actor here looks miserable. I don't think I've ever seen someone look so visibly ashamed of the position they're in quite like this. This makes me feel bad, and I didn't even go to it. This hurts my feelings on like a deep level. I can feel the...
All right.
It's like they walked it through Babelfish, then walked it back through Google Translate, and then just hit their head on the keyboard and said, print it. It's enchurning. On the left is one of the images they use to get people excited to attend, and on the right is what it actually looked like in person.
Honestly, that's the best shot that you could get of the place.
That is
They're doing it a favor with that shot, honestly.
It looks more low effort than a backyard mini golf course that a father would put together for his children. It actually looks like it just uses the sloppy seconds from whatever holiday sale Home Depot was doing over Christmas, and the creator just haphazardly threw it all together in here and called it the Willy Wonka experience. It took place in a dirty warehouse they couldn't even bother cleaning, and here's just some more pictures of the space. It's the most joyless place on earth. I love the bottom right one where it's actually just shower curtains, like just checkerboard shower curtains that he hung around. I guess it's supposed to be a maze or something. I don't really know. This doesn't really scream Chocolate Factory. It screams Nike Factory.
How does somebody concept something
so funny,
realize it like this, and go, nailed it? Awesome.
Factory sweatshop, really. But I will say I do appreciate that they created their own original villain. This is the unknown.
What is happening?
This is the best part, the unknown.
What is that? It's the unknown.
Very creative name. So the unknown is an evil chocolate maker who lives in the walls. And that's him. And basically, he was there just to scare the children. So you can hear some of the kids start to panic and cry. So not only did you pay $40 to go to just a warehouse with basically fucking nothing in it, and one of them came forward to talk about their experience, the actor who portrayed Willy Wonka himself.
Hello everyone, my name is Paul Connell, and I was one of the actors employed to play Willy Wonka at the Wonka's Chocolate Experience fiasco that happened.
Of course it was in the UK.
So the first red flag for me was when I was cast as Willy Wonka. Anyone who looks at me and
I'm giving Scotland a pass and calling it the UK to play Britain.
That's more like shaming them even more.
This is the fault of the British.
This is such Glasgow shit, though. Like, honestly.
Willy Wonka and not Oompa Loompa is out of their mind. The script was 15 pages, monologue, pretty much, of AI-generated gibberish.
Awesome.
It sounds like this whole scam was run by ChatGPT itself. I think we're reaching the point in the Skynet progression where it's becoming sentient.
YouTube's breaking slowly.
Well, take this opportunity to make the post.
And ChatGPT wanted to see if it could host its own event, so it created the Willy Wonka experience.
all of the audio.
Yesterday there was an event so
You suck.
an arc for the Godslap worlds on the walls and serves to terrorize children at the experience, or the Oompa Loompa going through an existential crisis surrounded by an easy bake my first chemistry in general. And it actually gets worse.
We were told on the experience to hand out a jelly bean, one jelly bean per child, and a quarter of a cup of Tesco's own brand lemonade.
What in tarnation? A single jelly bean and a quarter cup of lemonade. That's what you got when going to the Willy Wonka experience. Not even chocolate. It is the fucking
That is
chocolate factory,
awesome.
and they give you a single jelly bean. Why, Iota? If I was one of the parents there, I'd be
This is amazing.
I told you. This is
Forward
like
with an
this is going to be
apologies.
like talked about and memed forever.
Forever. It's
Forever.
never going to get lived down.
saying, I'm really shocked the event had fallen
like,
short of
that's
the
the thing, it's like-
expectations of people
At least this happened. You can't compare it to Fire Festival over TumblrCon.
That is true. That is very true.
on paper. My vision of the artistic rendition of a well-known book didn't come
But
to
I think they're talking about more the artistic renditions and then the reality of tents and cheese sandwiches.
Or that I thought it was
Fruition
more of that it's a scam, you know?
Well, that too.
For that, I am absolutely, truly, and utterly sorry. There's no doubt in my mind he's getting high on his own supply here, huffing the fumes from the Oompa Loompas' dirty meth lab. What do you mean you are shocked? How could you possibly be shocked? You AI-generated fantasy images of a fucking chocolate factory experience that doesn't exist and would never exist. You put together basically
What a
the
fool.
world's laziest would paying $40 going to this experience.
40
Because at
bucks.
least in Halloween trick-or-treating, you get a full candy bar. Here you get a jelly bean and a shot of lemonade. This is baffling. I would love to hear more.
The quarter of a cup of home brand lemonade, I think, is the best part.
Yeah.
Not even a full cup. The bottles probably cost like 80 cents. That's the best part.
You might have to read this. Since it's
Please.
just gonna be it's just
Lauren
it's,
Bobert's kid arrested for property and vehicle thefts. Nice.
what 22 charges.
Epic. Five felonies, alleged thefts, and other charges. There'll be B&E and shit. He flipped his car. Oh my god. What a wanker.
Yeah,
Oh
it's
my
wild.
god. She's a grandma. Holy shit.
Yes, I
She's,
know, right?
she's that meme. She's that meme of a 36-year-old grandma,
Wait until you
25-year-old kid, and a 10-year-old grandkid. She's
wait
that
until you
meme.
look at the you actually have to use your eyeballs for it. You have to look at the cut of the Singapore one that I just cut. Because she's featured in there at a certain part. Your mic cord came loose because you touched it again. I can't believe you did this. I'm just making my fucking posts and shit. You know how we do.
She's a mess.
Yeah, bro. All right, let's see if we got all these stories. Hang on.
Palestinian Islamist
We're
group
covering it.
Hamas. Hamas received draft proposal from Gaza. Truce talks in Paris.
I'm
We got
pretty
that?
sure that might be in there. 40-day ceasefire. That's it.
And
That's wild.
hostage exchange.
That's wild. They're only going to give him 40 days.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I thought when they said that there was a ceasefire negotiation. I was like, they weren't saying the words permanent, were they?
Yeah.
They were just saying ceasefire, huh?
Biden's support for Israel test Michigan.
Yeah, that's in there for sure.
Mm-hmm. Interesting. What would that do if they changed their thing to uncommitted? Just fucking polls? Because there's no way they're not voting for Biden, right?
We'll have analysts talk about it when they get there. But the best part is Junk's what Junk had to say about it.
Okay. Because like there's no fucking way that they're not voting in an election where Trump is possibly the opponent.
They got no. It's a primary. We
Oh,
covered it last time. Rashida Tlaib and Beto both called for it too.
Mm.
Anyway,
Okay.
here's
I
Junk's tweet. You ready for this? This is so funny. Jackie put this out. So it says, I think people who put together the uncommitted campaign in Michigan are good folks trying to do the right thing, but voting for an actual person who has the same views is obviously the better strategy. Write in Junk Uger today in Michigan if you want someone to fight for you. Fucking hysterical, am I right?
Oh my god. Oh my god.
So Rashida Tlaib, one representative technically led this, right? One representative in Congress led this.
Okay.
And Beto also tagged onto it, but they got 10,000 people to vote uncommitted.
Interesting.
So like, it's actually the most that it's ever happened in the state's history and stuff. We'll see when we get there. There's a lot of stuff. The meatball shortage is over. They're putting 5 on the subs again.
Biden meets with top Democrats and Republicans.
Mm-hmm.
Got that, I'm assuming?
Mm-hmm. Got it all.
Cool. European nations sending troops. We've got that.
Yep, that's in there. I got put 2 of these top 5s in here.
Looks like Siggy bands. Yeah, it's New Zealand, which we have a few of those.
Yeah, so see, it is the top story, Jack.
Hello?
In Reuters' opinion.
Do we need this? Another
only if 5? We want. Yeah, it's you can just see if we got all the stories in here. See how we do compared to Reuters.
Biden won.
Yeah, we know that. That's in there. The primary was yesterday. Dude, no. It's like our loading screen.
Look, I want to thank the leadership here today.
This is the same story as yesterday.
Sure is.
How we're going to keep
how we're doing.
An important problem.
You know he's a Dominionist, right?
Do that.
You what now?
Johnson, he's a Dominionist.
What is that?
That's the people who are behind the stuff we were talking about in the Singapore episode.
Seriously?
Yeah.
What a piece of shit.
Yeah, he's one of those. They're literally Christo-fascist. It's a Christo-fascist faith. Oh, I didn't put this in there. I didn't think that. Who cares? He went to the hospital, he came back, and they said he was fine. Who gives a fuck? Come on, top story, my ass.
I agree. Who gives a
my
shit?
Ass. Our stories are way better than your top stories, Reuters. This is definitely in there for sure. Gotta talk about the Hunter Biden cock update. He looks just like his dad, too. It's crazy. Oh my god. I don't know if I put this in there. What a G. He's going to space. Good for them, bro.
Yeah, good on him. Yeah, all your people are starving.
Yeah, I mean,
got a satellite.
You know, that's just, it's still, look at what they can accomplish just being like such a horrible autocracy. Like Assad has no excuse now. Where's his fucking satellite? I'd rather live in North Korea than fucking like be ruled by Assad, you know? We have more freedom.
Oh my god, that was the same video.
Yeah. You just click the same one.
Welcome back to Late Night. We're here with President
Okay,
Joe Biden.
this we definitely
you-
need to cover before we get copyright struck.
Mhm.
So we're definitely going to put ourselves in random places here.
Yep, cover most of the screen, all but Biden.
Yeah.
We don't give a shit about Seth Meyers.
Well, there's one specific part in here where he basically talks about how Israel's great. You know,
Oh, cool.
right after somebody literally self-immolated, you know.
Very cool. More. You bigger.
You bigger. There, Castle. Oh, where's my mouse?
mentioned some classified materials, some documents recently leaked, some classified documents.
You have more
And
than
this
enough
isn't a
to hire
gotcha
competent
show, but I
hackers
do
and
want
ruin
to
your
ask about it. That
competition.
says you were
Swallow
currently 81 years
your
old.
food.
I told you that.
Yeah.
Holy
That's classified.
shit.
That's classified. All jokes aside, according to recent polling, this is a real concern for American voters. How do you address that
Okay.
concern going forward as you come up to the 2024 election?
Well, a couple things. Number one, you got to take a look at the other guy. He's about as old as I am, but
Listen,
he
guys.
can't remember his wife's name.
Yeah.
And number one. Number two, it's about how old your
This
ideas
was a way
are.
better move than
Look,
the Super
I mean,
Bowl interview.
this is-
But still, come
I
on, bro.
agree.
This is a guy who wants to take us back. He wants to take us back on Roe v. Wade. He wants to take us back on a whole range of issues that are 50, 60 years. They've been solid American positions.
You gotta
And
gotta speak
and I
this
really
up.
mean this sincerely. I think it's about
Just a 2-5
about the future.
because he's hard enough to
And
understand.
every single thing we've done, and I think we've got some good things done. Everything, I mean, they told us we couldn't get them done because things were so divided. And but I think everything we've gotten done. He's
Oh, he's
his
easier to
friendly state he
understand
wants to do
now.
away with if he gets elected. And I really think his views on where to take America
His
are
stutters are going to
older
be
than-
even better now.
Anyway, I don't want to get going.
You talked about bipartisanship and that you could actually work across the aisle when you ran in 2020. I was one of the people who thought that was maybe a
Menus
foolish
still
proposition, but
open.
you have gotten things done. Infrastructure chips, Inflation Reduction Act, some gun safety. You even got an immigration bill that passed in the Senate but never got taken up in the House.
Will
And
be.
what would you want to do? What's your 2024 agenda? Because I feel like we
He
live in such
just got
crazy
it
times that
fucking
that is one of the
snuck
things
in.
I feel we hear less about.
It will
Look,
be.
The 2020 agenda is to finish the job. For example, we're now in a position where we have the strongest economy of any major nation in the world. Number one, we got a way to go yet. Inflation's down 880,000 manufacturing jobs.
Nobody knows
You know,
this.
we have,
This
14
this is
million
not
new jobs.
something nobody
unemployment
cares
rate is
about
low.
this because people don't understand what inflation is down means, right?
Mhm.
So like just because prices aren't rising as fast, that doesn't mean anything to people. There's like the cost of living is still increasing for them and it's
Yeah.
still way too high. The
It's about the cost of living,
prices
not
need to come
Inflation.
back down. Like we need
Yeah.
we need like almost like a period of deflation.
Mm-hmm.
Not too much, maybe a week or two, you know? Just to deflate a little.
Lowest has been for the longest time. We're building wealth for people.
That doesn't
But
see that
it
doesn't
really- we
mean
have to do
anything to
more.
people.
First thing I have to do is stop.
Yeah.
because they hear that and then they go look how much the beef is.
Yeah. Yeah.
From being turned around. For example, you said you talked about the border didn't pass. Well, guess what? We're going to pass that border. It's overwhelmingly
pass
overwhelmingly
that
Came
border.
back to it.
Republicans
Circled
and
back.
Democrats in the House and Senate. But because I don't know this for
We
a
don't
fact, I
care
was
about
told
the
that
fucking
Trump
border
just picked up the
bill,
phone,
bro.
called the Speaker of the House
What's
saying, "Don't
see
let it
here
pass."
you can
Why?
tell
Not because he doesn't think it's good.
you
Because
can
it'll-
tell
it'll
that this is
benefit
an
Biden.
issue that, like I said, 60% to 70% of the country border is now becoming their primary issue. There's actually we might look at it if we do something fun for the weekend, right? Like the next show. But Hassan did the hog watch, but we can look at the guy's original video and stuff. But he's just at like a Michigan Trump rally, just asking people if they've been personally affected by the border and what's the number one issue, and they're all saying the border.
That's hilarious.
I didn't watch like the whole thing, but I watched like 5 minutes of it, and it was pretty funny.
I like that idea.
That's no way to run a country. That's no way to deal. We didn't even when we had real divisions back when I was a young senator among Democrats and Republicans. That wasn't the way it worked. And look, I think, I mean, this is not your father's Republican Party. This is they got
Oh
about
my
30% of
God.
the Republican Party controlling it all, and I think we're going to break it.
This is
One of the
not
things
your
about this is
daddy's
not your father's
Republican Party. Yeah, bro. But you're our daddy's Democrat Party. Look at how
Yeah.
old you are, bro. Come on.
Party. It must be for somebody who's been doing this as long as you have. You can't get aid for
Doing
Ukraine
this
now.
as long as
And
you
it
have.
seemed like for a long time the American
Yeah,
people agreed that Russia was the threat, and all of a
let's
sudden
go.
now
This
it's
is
the
what
Republican
matters,
Party
not the
that
fucking
is
border.
basically refusing to aid Ukraine in the fight against. Seems like Donald Trump is saying
Hello.
Russia can do whatever they want to NATO
Well,
countries.
Not
Are you
seems like
shocked?
that's what he is saying. He's been saying it all along. He's been saying it when he ran the last time. Look, the idea that any American, think about this. If I told you all there's going to be an American president who said,
Biden, when is aid going to
come and do
Ukraine?
whatever you
That
want.
was the
And-
question.
and-
Come
and-
on, bro. Who gives a fuck about Donald Trump right now?
He's a politician. And old as fuck.
you know, if the other guys on our team don't pay up every single cent they promise to pay for, I mean, God, what are we talking about here? What in God's name? The idea that the president of the United States is inviting Vladimir Putin to invade Western countries is bizarre. Absolutely bizarre. And it's
Bizarre.
totally against our interest.
Fucking
And by the
word
way,
you use.
He's said
I've known
this
every major
before.
foreign leader for the longest time, and I know all these guys extremely well. They're scared to death what it means for them. For them, what it means if
I
we
know
walk
them
away.
so well. I
Madeleine
recall
Albright was
different
right, the
ones
former Secretary
instead
of
of
State. She said,
Macron because I was around
Central
when
nation.
they were president.
We are the essential nation. We don't have people fighting in those areas, but we're providing the wherewithal for them to be able to protect themselves. And it's just outrageous what
Yeah,
he's
Interesting.
this is in the story.
talked about
as
how he
well.
wants to be a dictator on day one, but
plan
only-
to give Russians frozen assets to Ukraine, which is just
Oh,
so
that's
funny.
cool.
It's
That's hilarious.
down in the bottom. It's the banking.
They should do that. That's great.
day one. You were someone who has dealt with dictators over the years.
Received.
What?
Biden's old enough to date Macron's wife.
It does seem as though democracy, in vague terms somehow, is not easy for us to grasp. Having dealt with dictators, what do you see in a world where democracy is actually at risk in a way it might be in this election?
The first thing dictators do, is they disregard whatever the rule of the law is. They just disregard it. Here's a guy who says he thinks he can change the Constitution. Just ignore portions of the Constitution.
Are
Here's
you
a guy who
talking
talks
about like the
retribution.
lawful
Here's
world
a guy-
order? Because they are the law. They're dictators. That doesn't make any sense.
I think he's talking about on the come up.
Look, you have the guys,
Listen,
thousands of
guys.
people who stormed the Capitol. They're insurrectionists. 2 cops died. Other people were badly hurt. And what did he say? They got convicted or they pled guilty. And he said, they're patriots? God, patriots? And he says he's going to forgive them all. Every one of them is going to
What?
You have more than enough to hire competent hackers and ruin your competition.
Swallow your food. Holy shit.
First of all,
I'm outraged. He didn't mention Ashley Babbitt.
I know. Crazy.
be released.
Better riot again.
touch your
Better
bro. What are you
storm the
doing?
Capitol.
He's in
Huh?
here like playing with his microphone cord right now. Come on, Biden.
That's what happens in Eastern European countries. That's not what happens in America. And the idea that he thinks he can do that, the idea he talks about things like, for example,
Shitting on
the idea that
Eastern
he
Europe,
said the Congress
okay.
wants to pass an overwhelmingly
We didn't even want them in
border
NATO.
provision that
They
allows us
forced
to
their
control the
way in
border.
there. I was against it, actually.
People ever introduced call for that. And here he's saying, no, don't do that because that'll help Biden. Help Biden. It's not about Biden. It's about the United States of America. And look, I don't want to get started.
Yes, Joe, you don't understand. Trump is like Hitler. To his followers, there is no United States of America without him. It's the Fourth Reich. There is no Fourth Reich without Donald Trump. They're not interested in America.
Do you think that stumble there, him forgetting, was a stage joke?
Well, the thing is that he is you know how they keep saying he's sharp, right? So the thing is that he's old as fuck. So when he's actually slept and prepped, he's still very good and able to perform.
Yeah.
The thing is that he's using most of his energy to do his job, not give those press interviews.
Yes. Yeah.
So that said, I'm not saying that he's like not fucking old as fuck and clearly like, you know, with the Biden he was 10 years ago, you know.
He can't hold as much fuel in the tank as he used to.
Yes, yeah, exactly.
Yeah. But listen to the
Kamala Harris, she's always gas, no brakes, you know? So she's
she's always drunk.
No, you know what I'm saying? Like so I think that's what's really going on is that they planned this, right? So they planned that like he would end the questions where he said, I don't want to get into it, you know? Because it makes him like seem more personable.
Is that what he says? Because I thought he said, I forgot where I started.
I don't know. He just says that's how he ends
First, they'll
them.
introduce call
Because listen.
for that. And here he's saying, no, don't do that because that'll help Biden. Help Biden. It's not about Biden. It's about the United States of America. And look, I don't want to get started.
Okay.
I really don't.
Yeah, I get it.
Democracy is a state.
I think it would have been funnier had it been a staged like, I forgot where I started, or like play on that.
Well,
whole,
that's the second
I
time
have
he's done that, so
dementia.
that's why I think that's their strategy for
Okay.
you know.
It was
So-
stopping.
Yeah, because it'll be funnier if he does it that way, and it'll make the interview lighter.
Yeah.
It really is.
I want to ask about the situation right now in the Middle East. You've forcefully spoken about the horrible events of October 7th and how Hamas is a continuing threat to the safety of the people.
Oh,
living in
now
Israel.
you see,
You've been
watch
negotiating, trying
his
to negotiate
demeanor
peace
change.
hostages. At the same time,
You got to
You
see
said
how
that the response
how
to
he
Gaza is
instantly
too
goes
much
from
and
smiling
that
to
the law-
Mr. Frowny Face when he changes and starts talking about the Middle East, like
loss of
on
an innocent
cue.
life in Gaza is just as horrible as the loss of an innocent life in Israel, and yet there have been calls for an immediate ceasefire. You have released a ask about the situation right now in the Middle East. You've forcefully spoken about the horrible events of October 7th and how Hamas is a continuing threat to the safety
Fucking
of the
sad
people living in
clown
Israel.
mode
You've been negotiating,
activated.
trying to negotiate and release the hostages. At the same time, you've said that the
That's
response to
actually
Gaza
hilarious.
is too much and that the loss of an innocent life in Gaza
Congress
is just
is
as horrible as the
starting
loss
to
of
smell
an
like
innocent life in
mothballs
Israel.
with
And yet
hard
there have been
candy.
calls for an immediate ceasefire. You have not supported those calls. Again, you seem like an optimistic person. You believe maybe there's a future for a two-state solution, but from where I'm sitting, it does seem like there doesn't seem to be any appetite for that
Oh.
right now. Do you see what is?
Also, because
Because
it's
again,
been
we see this
empty.
horrible every
I really hope he talks about the
Bro,
threat
this is
to recognize Palestine.
when he said no. This is the worst part, bro.
day. We
This
see
is
these horrible
Yeah.
this is like the reason why I
think-
put it on.
images
Yeah.
of Gaza.
When does
And is there?
when
a
do
path
they
forward? Is there a
protest
state-
this? Do they even get into the studio?
I don't think so. I'm surprised actually, but I'm also not
It
surprised
was
at the same
organized by
time.
Jewish Voice for Peace, who are huge in New York.
Okay. It's also like the Secret Service. Like they'll kill you. Good luck.
Well, they just let anyone in the audience, you know.
Ah, yeah, right. Okay. I think you have to buy tickets in advance.
If
Normally they
future-
give them out on the street.
Seriously?
Yeah. They just need the
That's
seats.
hilarious.
Yeah. You just go up there and you can get free tickets. Yeah.
That's so funny.
for the people who live there?
There is a path forward with difficulty, but here's the path forward. Look, first of all, the hostages being held must be released. And then we got at least a principle agreement. There'll be a ceasefire while that takes place. Ramadan's coming up, and there's been an agreement by the Israelis that they would not engage in activities during Ramadan as well, in order to give us time to get all the hostages out. That gives us time to begin to move in directions that a lot of Arab countries are prepared to move in. For example, Saudi Arabia is ready to recognize Israel. Jordan is Egypt. There's 6 other states. I've been working with Qatar. And the bottom line is that I think the only way Israel ultimately survives, and I make no bones about it. I get criticized for having said a long time ago, you need not be a Jew to be a Zionist. I'm a Zionist. Were there no Israel, there's not a Jew in the world to be safe. But here's the deal. They also have
Did
to
you
make
hear that
take
shit?
advantage of an opportunity to have
Did you hear that shit,
Oh
bro?
my god.
Without Israel, Jews aren't safe, he said.
Okay. They need to replace him. They need someone else. Someone else.
peace and security for Israelis and Palestinians who are being used as pawns by Hamas. And so there's a process underway that I think if we get that temporary ceasefire, we're going to be able to move in a direction
Not
where
the
we can change
IDF, though.
dynamic and not have a two-state solution immediately, but a process to get to a two-state solution, a process to guarantee Israel's security and the independence of the Palestinians, but without them being able to, for example, invite in another country to provide their defenses. There's ways to do this, and I don't have time to go into it now. And in the meantime, there are too many innocent people that are being killed, and Israel has slowed down the attacks in Rafah. They have to, and they've made a commitment to me. They're going to see to it that there's ability to evacuate significant portions of Rafah before they go and take out the remainder of Hamas. But it's a process. And look, Israel has had the overwhelming support of the vast majority of nations. If it keeps this up without this incredibly conservative government they have, and Ben-Gvir and others, I've known every major foreign policy leader.
Incredibly conservative.
It's another way to say fascist, I guess.
I just loved Nancy Pelosi the other day. I don't even want to see conservative because that's a valid position. She used that word. Come on, bro.
they're going to lose support from around the world. And that is not in Israel's interest.
Well, I wish you the best of luck with that because they are really horrifying scenes, and I'm happy to hear you agree with that as well. I do want to close by thanking you for something. When you were here in 2014, you gave me 2 gifts. First, you gave me an Amtrak whistle, and
oh my God, he gave him a little train whistle. That's epic. Got it. Yeah, I'd literally choose like a dead body over Trump.
With Biden, you basically get that.
Yeah, like you know how like Roosevelt was basically dead in his last term. Or
Yeah,
not,
yeah.
yeah. It was FDR.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was basically dead, and Eleanor
much.
ran. So that
Yeah.
that was our first gay president, Eleanor Roosevelt. You know. You know what's the greatest thing Ludmila Pavlichenko ever hit?
Why do you always talk when I fucking just
Do you
played
know-
a video?
Bro, do you know what's the greatest
Right.
thing Ludmila Pavlichenko ever hit?
I don't know what that is.
Ludmila Pavlichenko, she's the Soviet sniper
Ah,
who domed all the Nazis.
oh, nice.
Do you know what's the
No.
greatest thing she ever hit? Eleanor
No idea.
Roosevelt. She's so based. Like the only one,
That's a good chant.
the only one bigger than this who would have like been able to like bring more attention to, especially because we're talking about pop culture, right?
Mm.
Like this is Access Hollywood. It's like because she's such a big star right now.
Yeah.
Like the only person who would get more people's attention is literally, yes, there you go. That's the only person I could think of that would get more attention than Hunter right now doing this.
Fair enough. Cool, even the shorts are broken. Alright, I think it's just repeating. Pardon me.
Yeah. It was just a little short. The other one is Hassan reacting to it.
Why would you burp into the mic, chat? It's very rude.
Yesterday. Wait, what? Is this for real? Hunter Schafer was one of the 50 arrests at JVP New York 30 Rock action disrupting Biden's appearance? I don't think that's real. Is that real? No, I don't believe that. I'm having a hard time believing that. There's no way, dude. Come on.
Damn, they're
I mean,
cooking
I
them.
believe it, but I don't think that's real. I think that's someone else. It's real? No, this doesn't prove it. What the are you talking about?
Bro, come on.
Before she got arrested? There ain't no way, dude. Wait, no. No, I think it's just someone that looks like her. There's no way. There's no way. This happened last night, by the way. Like the Jewish Voice for Peace protest at 30 Rock. That happened last night when Biden was doing the secret Seth Meyers.
Well, I hope by the beginning of the weekend. I mean, the end of the weekend.
Listen, why are you not accepting it could be real? Why am I not accepting it's real? Because I feel like this would be major news and people would have written about it, and it wouldn't be just on Twitter. Look at her story. Who is Hunter Schafer? Hunter Schafer is an incredibly famous. Why is Hassan not blindly believing this? Yeah, because it seems unbelievable. That's why. Hunter Schafer is a phenomenal trans actress who was in Euphoria.
Bro,
She's
go
like,
to
she's
Jewish
also
Voice
like,
for
I mean, she's
Peace's
done a-
page. That's who I saw it from.
Surely someone in his chat has
This
said
is
it's
so
just
funny that
crazy.
he's like, no way, this didn't happen. This is what I mean, because like he understands because he's like a pop culture head, right? He
yeah.
understands how big it is. She did this.
Okay.
That's why he can't believe it. He's like blown. It would be like if Taylor Swift did it. You wouldn't believe it was actually Taylor Swift, right? Except that would definitely be all over the news immediately.
That would, yeah, 100%.
a bunch of modeling campaigns and stuff like that. Hideo Kojima is a major fan of Hunter. Hunter posted it on her IG story. No. Wait, what? Wait, what the? Why isn't this literally on? Like, wait, why do you guys send me this?
That's why you like her, isn't it? Because she also likes Hideo Kojima.
No, I don't even care. Like, I hated the fucking show she was on, and I don't give a fuck about the Hunger Games. I just know, like
She's in the Hunger Games.
she's gonna be in the next one.
Okay.
But like Euphoria was like the big fucking. It was like Skins back in the day,
Yeah,
you know.
yeah,
Except
yeah.
So I don't know. I watched the first episode and I watched it with my mom, and that was a mistake because that is not a show you watch with your mom. And
No,
I did not like it. I was like, this is definitely not for me.
I never watched it. People
It's-
said it was fine, but
I mean, it's for
Yeah.
girls.
yeah.
Composed. Is she tagged in it? Not tagged in it. She's in movies and like that's crazy. Popbase covered it. Must be true. Nah. Even her fan accounts are saying it's her. Hunter Schafer getting arrested after fearlessly joining a pro-Palestine movement in New York today. She's so real. I feel like I'm being gaslit. Someone's like,
Bro,
"We support
go
Bay."
to Jewish Voice for Peace.
The guy trying to be nice.
Yeah, they've already made one, I thought.
That's so funny. Dude who doesn't fully get it. But has the energy in the right direction. Oh, that's so funny, dude. Jesus Christ. It's like the Joe Brandon. How many genders are there? At least 3.
Yeah,
It's that same
yeah.
energy.
He's literally
So once
he
you're done
believes
Hideo-san?
this literally. This is the most I've seen him not believe something. You know, like he'll like the dumb shit that he'll believe just because Brace Belden said it.
Or the amount of fucking information warfare he falls for. Holy shit. But this is not believable. No. This can't be true.
Let me tell you something. Hideo Sama is already a Che Guevara stan. But yeah, that'd be wild if she flew back from Milan Fashion Week instantly to go join a Jewish Voice for Peace protest. Look at the mole on her cheek. It's her. I think you guys are being crazy. It could be real. But I would be very shocked for 2 reasons. One, because this is like pretty big
This
pop
is
culture
so
news in
funny.
general, especially because like Hollywood is notoriously not too great on those who vocally oppose Israel, no matter how genocidal Israel gets. Look at Melissa Barrera. I think it's just a girl that looks like her. So, who is Hunter Schafer? Don't recognize him. This is Hunter Schafer.
Hassan spreading Jewish conspiracy
Those who
theories.
vocally oppose Israel, no matter how genocidal Israel gets. This
Listen,
is like pretty big pop culture news in general, especially because like Hollywood is notoriously not too great on those who vocally oppose Israel, no matter.
what do you mean by that, Hassan? What are you implying there, Hassan? What are you talking about?
Hi, everybody. Actual Nazi here.
how genocidal Israel gets. Look at Melissa Barrera. I think it's just a girl that looks like her. So, who is Hunter Schafer? Don't recognize him. This is Hunter Schafer. Anyway, I think people are just like getting excited. Anyway, I think it's crazy. I mean, maybe, but I feel like she would have done something else. Like she would have been more vocal. Who goes to like a random last second Jewish Voice for Peace protest at 30 Rock as their like first major point of outward activism? You know what I mean? Like I feel like you would have had an Instagram post here and there before you soft launch. You know what I mean? You kind of soft launch your support for Palestine a little bit. You don't even get arrested anymore. So out of touch. I know. Mark Ruffalo seems to get away with being pro-Palestine unfazed. First of all, Mark Ruffalo has been an incredibly famous person for a very long time, and also simultaneously has been like a political guy, right? That's a little bit different. You're talking about
We're talking about Mark
here. Like,
Wahlberg now.
Mark Ruffalo,
Oh,
different guy.
Come
yeah.
on. When are we getting Melissa on stream? I've tried reaching out to her.
Early the next morning.
The United States Capitol?
No question. This is a humongous moment in Republican politics and really a titan of the.
Wait a minute. Breaking news. According to Los Angeles Times, it is now confirmed that Hunter Schafer of Euphoria was arrested in the ceasefire demonstration at 30 Rock. Hunter Schafer fan accounts on top. Hassan Abi El. I was a little skeptical of this. Yesterday.
Breaking news. Bro, it was breaking news yesterday.
Crazy.
You slept on it.
Like, I swear to God. Big news. Oh boy. Euphoria star Hunter Schafer was arrested Monday during a ceasefire protest at 30 Rockefeller Plaza during President Joe Biden's visit to Late Night with Seth Meyers.
Okay,
now,
I don't care
while
anymore
I
now
thought
that
this
he
was, like,
realizes
genuinely-
it. I sent you another a spoken link for Lauren Boebert's son.
Son of a Colorado Congresswoman, Lauren Boebert has been arrested and charged with nearly 24 crimes, including multiple felonies.
The 18-year-old is accused of breaking into vehicles and
felonies,
stealing
come on,
wallets.
right?
Fox
Isn't it just
31's
2
Ashley Michaels
felonies?
is live in studio tonight with the very latest. Ashley.
Well, police arrested Tyler Boebert yesterday. He's already been in court and released, but he's still facing some very serious charges. Now, according to arrest documents, he's accused of playing a role in breaking into at least 4 vehicles in the Rifle area, then using stolen debit cards.
Rifle.
The purchases were mostly at gas stations for things like fuel, snacks, even a blue Gatorade. There's also a $50 charge at McDonald's and a charge for more than $700 at an online clothing shop that got flagged and declined. Now, we're told this happened when he was with a group of friends, so it's unclear exactly who did what in this string of crimes. But police identified Tyler using.
What are you talking about? It's very important.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I want them to chase her down and be while they're like, do you care about your son being arrested and her being trying to ignore the cameras? That's what I want to see.
Cameras.
Yeah.
From the gas stations. You can see it here in this photo. It's tough to see, but he was wearing a hoodie that said Shooter's Grill on it. That's the restaurant his mom, Congresswoman Lauren Boebert, used to own. Now, in a statement, she said in part, I love my son, who's been through some very difficult public challenges that he didn't ask for. Breaks my heart to see my child struggling, and that he should be held accountable
actually
for poor
said by
decisions.
Joe Biden about Hunter. Sorry, that wasn't Lauren Boebert's quote. Sorry, we got it wrong. We mixed up the quotes.
Just like any other citizen. Now, this is the latest in a string of legal trouble for the Boebert family. Recently, there were accusations of a physical fight between the Congresswoman and her ex-husband. She did end up filing a temporary restraining order against him. Now, she has said that is one of the big reasons why.
Oh, Nick Fuentes. Okay. My dyslexia kicked in. I was reading cucumber shit. I was like, Hassan, what cucumber story?
She moved from the Western Slope to Windsor, Colorado instead, and why she is currently running for Colorado's 4th Congressional District instead of CD3, which is the seat that she currently holds. Ashley Michaels, Fox 31.
All right, Ashley, thank you very much.
She's going to lose.
She is going to lose. You're right.
That's President Biden heading off for his annual physical. Given the emphasis on Mr. Biden's age, this
Here's Biden going to get a finger off his bum.
Routine. When it was over, the president joked about what the doctors told him.
President Biden's physical
they said I had a huge
came
dick.
as a surprise to White House correspondents.
They like fondling
That was
my
not
balls.
on the public schedule, but people got a little suspicious when a helicopter landed on the lawn.
Coffee in hand, the president headed for the chopper. Biden's health has become a major issue on the campaign trail, with even loyal Democrats
Trips right when he gets
concerned
to the
about
wet
how he
grass.
appears to voters.
If you watch Joe Biden
Oh my God.
speak, oftentimes he sounds frail, and he sounds more frail than he used to, and he shuffles more because of the arthritis in his back.
Mr. President, how did your physical go?
The president went right back to work after his physical, and it seems all is well.
That's funny.
Yeah, that's all he's going to do is
according to the
joke.
White
He's
House,
going to
he
joke
did
about
not
his age,
take a
right?
cognitive
Which
test
is
as part
the
of the
reverse
physical.
meme.
The president
right?
doesn't need a cognitive
The president doesn't need a cognitive test. Why didn't he take one though?
test. That is not my assessment.
It seems strange, doesn't it? You'd think you would just take it to prove people right, yeah?
Also, he's the president. They could lie.
Yeah, exactly.
Not my assessment. That is the assessment of the president's doctor. That is also the assessment of the neurologist. He passes a cognitive test every day.
Oh my God. Cringe.
It's a good answer. It's a good politics answer.
Hey, did you know that we're raising
It's
money
8
for
p.m. in most
Ukraine?
of Michigan.
One of the jars at the bottom is just about to be shattered. It's only a few $1,000s off. So if you want to help people in Ukraine while the United States continues to fail because of Joe Biden and the Republican Party, go ahead and pause and check out those links, type them in. And then if you have extra money left over, you can help us start our nonprofit. We're saving up money to start a nonprofit. It costs money to do paperwork and do the licensing and stuff like that. So we're just basically trying to save up money. So if you want to help out journalists around the world who are in conflict zones and places without freedom of the press, you can check that out after you check out the Ukrainian fundraisers. Here's Junk to tell you more.
We might have people watching this show, but you can be the difference maker because we just need our audience to be paid members, and then this show can be around forever. So you can make that difference. Click join now.
All right, here we go. Biden is a child. I've been excited to see this one. And I know
we don't use Rumble, no.
That's just an ad. Don't worry about it.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
What the fuck?
Yeah, it's clearly just an ad.
That's
He
hilarious.
fell for it.
don't give a
Anyway,
shit.
I know that he's immediately going to let me down.
Hmm.
Anytime Fox News gets me hyped for it about to be funny, they let me down.
It'll let you down. Yeah.
Tim Pool never does though.
Polls close in the state's primary. For Republicans, 16 delegates are up for grabs tonight, with Trump being the massive favorite in the contest. He already holds nearly 100 delegate lead over Nikki Haley. And for Democrats, Biden faces a challenge
Democrats.
with progressives in the
What was
state
that,
of
bro?
stance on the war on Gaza. Now, a lot of those voters, Arab
War on
Americans,
Gaza.
hope to send a message to the president by voting uncommitted. Now, stick with us for the results as they stream in. Now, John F. Kennedy rightfully earned himself the title of the
fuck was
first
that?
TV president. He knew how to work a camera. Richard Nixon used television to loosen up. Here he is on Late Night.
The Republicans don't want another piano player in the White House.
Oh my God. I got a Nixon quote. It's I used it. You know how sometimes I'll put quotes in some of the videos we do for historical context? I put it in that Singapore video. I gotta find it really quick. It's on the Watergate tapes. It's so funny.
And since Nixon, every major politician has used
Well, when the
Late Night to
president does
showcase
it, that means that it is not illegal by definition. Exactly.
their swagger.
All
Bill
right.
Clinton
You're
brought
gonna
the
love
sacks.
this. This is Billy Graham, the guy who came in and did the Antioch of Singapore. Advised Nixon to kill 1 million people.
You see, the Bible makes a distinction, Mr. President, between two groups of Jews. One is called the synagogue of Satan. There's two different kinds. There are those people in the latter days, it's called the remnant of God's people, which will be Jewish people. And then there's the synagogue of Satan. And nearly all of your religious deceptions in the latter days, what the Bible speaks, latter days to be 1,000 years, what they call the synagogue of Satan. In other words, they are energized by a supernatural power called the devil. This is what the Bible teaches, whether you believe it or don't believe it. This is the biblical teaching, and this is what I believe. And I believe that they have a strange brilliance about them. They're smart, and they are energized, in my judgment, by a supernatural power. Well, also they do something else. They're not smart. And you see, of course, Hitler didn't. They had a stranglehold on Germany, on the banking of Germany, on everything in Germany, and the media. They had the whole thing, you see. And but he went around.
Sounds like bullshit.
But this stranglehold has got to be broken, or this country is going to go down the drain. Yes, sir. I can't ever say it, but I believe it. No, but if you get elected the second time, we might be able to do something.
Isn't that wild? Yeah. Isn't that wild? Isn't that some of the wildest shit? You're muted.
Yeah. Crazy fucking religious people.
Literally
who
saying that the Jews are the devil, and Hitler didn't go about it right. But if you get president, then we'll be able to take care of these pesky Jews.
Can't have them hanging around.
He's gonna copyright
George
us, that's
W.
why.
brought
Huh?
I think that was from that was one of the Watergate tapes, because it's him getting reelected for a second term. That's what they're talking about there.
the jokes.
The top 10 changes I'll make in the White House.
Oh, here you go.
Are you
This
ready?
is right up your alley.
New rule at cabinet meetings. You can't
There's
talk
just
until
my
you
kitchen
ride the
smells,
mechanical bull.
and I think it's because I threw 2 milk cartons away after dumping them down the drain. So I'm just like, I'm gonna take this garbage out.
Just for fun, issue executive order commanding my brother Jeb to wash my car.
And Trump brought the hair.
Can I mess your hair up?
That's right. He fucked with his mouth.
Oh, I have. With my hairspray.
This is the moment that Trump won the presidency, by the way. This is the moment. He never should have done this. He should have said no to the interview, but they fucked up. This humanized him. This made him appeal to a wider audience that got people listening to him. This interview is the problem. It's Jimmy Fallon's fault. Done. It was over. It's over. It was done. He won. From that point.
Joe Biden went on late night and brought nothing except traffic to a halt in Midtown. Almost missed the 5. Greg can't carry that show without me. Now, President Biden skipped the Super Bowl interview to sit down with Seth Meyers. For those of you who don't know who he is, he comes on after Jimmy Fallon. And for those of you who don't know who Jimmy Fallon is, ask Jay Leno. These shows are all pre-taped so Biden could be edited and get to bed.
So you want to know what it was?
Or charisma. All the
what was?
So, the one of the valves going into my toilet started like dripping, right? So it's like to fill the tank, right? It's like that valve. So I just shut the valve off to the toilet, and I haven't been using the toilet that's down here, right? So it was the water that had just been sitting in there, stewing, and my bathroom. I opened up my bathroom door, and like it was just like cooking in there. So I just flushed it and like sprayed toilet cleaner.
I was just explaining how the Jimmy Fallon interview is where Trump won the election. And from that point that he fucked up his hair, it was over. He won.
Oh, I thought it was the escalators.
No. It was 100% that interview.
The president had were sunglasses.
There's a Dark Brandon conspiracy meme. And this is something that you seem to have a lot of fun with. You've co-opted. You've co-opted Dark Brandon. This is a yard sign. And do you enjoy playing around with the Dark Brand meme?
Why are they making Biden look good?
The hell out of it.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know.
Is the stage manager holding up an applause sign? Because why are people clapping for sunglasses?
Yes.
What's so funny about a grown man putting on sunglasses? It's funny when you put sunglasses on a dog. That's funny.
Bro, it's almost like it's a meme that was just explained.
He doesn't understand memes. This is hilarious.
My shit is like completely frozen.
Yeah, everything went dark.
Sunglasses on babies is funny and
my
cute.
monitor just went into power.
But is this all Biden has? Yeah. And he forgot to take them off.
Can you confirm or deny that there is an active conspiracy between you and Miss Swift?
Where are you getting this information? It's classified.
It's classified information?
That's classified
You won't share it
information.
with us?
I'm not gonna, but I will tell you, she did endorse me in 2020.
She did. I bet you might be wondering. You think it might come around again?
I told you it's classified.
That entire exchange.
That's a funny answer.
The producers and the White House aides prepared that for days.
Oh my God, you mean a show that was pre-taped with the president who has classified information was cleared through the appropriate channels in order to go on the show? No fucking way. Crazy. Jesus fucking Christ.
A
a
doofus. I don't know what's going on right now. Google Chrome just broken.
You are garbage. Okay.
Like I can't even open a new instance.
Okay, you're garbage.
So I'll be right back. I'll just.
That was their big bit.
I mean, maybe I won't.
White House and NBC wrote a hoax into the show too. In Meyers' monologue, he said that Trump's so old he forgot Melania's name.
Former President Trump told supporters last week that former First Lady Melania Trump will soon be making more regular appearances on the campaign trail. Not if she heard what you called her last week.
I call up my wife, our great First Lady. She was a great friend. People loved her. People love her. Oh, look at that. Wow. Mercedes, that's pretty good.
I'm sorry. Mercedes? You had a nuclear meltdown when Biden messed up the president of Egypt and you can't remember your wife's name?
Now, the media went from I can barely keep up with Biden to, well, Trump's slow too. except it's not true. Trump never forgot Melania's name. It's a hoax.
Oh.
He was referencing Mercedes Schlapp, the host of CPAC.
Oh my
His audience was
God.
showing
my
love
mom
to Melania.
shut off and went
Everybody
into
at
sleep
CPAC
mode
knows
after
who
it had been
Mercedes
frozen for a
Schlapp
minute,
is.
right?
Even
And then when I turned it back on, Chrome on this side was fine, but the one that had the StreamYard window was all black, including the top of the browser. So I was like, maybe if I just move it to the other screen, it'll be fine. It wasn't. Then I tried to launch a second instance, and it just launched an all-white box.
What the fuck?
Yeah, I know, right?
Weird.
Even the Times debunked it. We called NBC, asked them why they peddled misinformation. They're ignoring us. So I'm sending Johnny across the street to break into 30 Rock. Best part, Biden plagiarized the hoax. Watch.
You mentioned some classified materials, some documents recently leaked, some
Wow,
classified
bro.
documents.
We've just watched
And
it.
this isn't a gotcha show, but I do want to ask about it. That says
I'm so
you're currently
disappointed. I
81
thought
years
this was
old.
going to be about ice cream. Because
I
that's
guess
what the
not.
thumbnail showed. Epic.
guess
We got to see a
moving
recap of
on.
his best moments of the thing we just watched.
Yeah, moving on.
There was so much material with that fucking ice cream, and instead we're talking about we're hyping his appearance,
Yeah.
and having people that's gonna make people go out of their way to look it up to see the whole thing,
Mm-hmm.
right?
Yeah.
Jesse, you know that, right?
I don't think he does.
Trump defeating Nikki Haley in swing state Michigan by more than 40
Get me away
percentage
from
points
Jesse. He's
as he
drowning
shifts
my
his
life energy. I know, bro. He literally shut off my fucking setup. My computer killed itself because of him. I told you. I knew exactly he was going to let me down.
site to Super Tuesday and beyond.
Super Tuesday and beyond. How?
I just want to thank everybody. You've been so incredible. The numbers are far greater than we even anticipated. The date, November 5 and January 20th.
He's calling it in, bro. He's literally phoning his thank you acceptance speech in. And I bet you Nikki Haley went out on stage and everything to say
The
she was going to
result,
stay.
I bet she did. And they're not going to show it.
Doubts about the future of Nikki Haley's campaign, but she is doubling down on her commitment to stay in the race.
If states like Colorado and
Oh, they are
Michigan
showing
and
it.
Minnesota want to start winning again,
I wonder who his
you have
VP
to
at
have
this
somebody
point.
on the ticket that
Yeah.
can.
I'm telling you, if he doesn't pick Tom Scott or whatever his name is,
Tom Skip.
Tip Skip, the forgettable one. It's got it's the
bootlicker.
evangelical.
Yeah.
Like
the bald bootlicker.
Mm-hmm. And then we'll have three, oh wait, I skipped one. We'll have, 3 woke presidencies in the last 4 presidencies, right?
Win a general election. In every one of the early states. Yes, did Donald Trump win? I give him that. But he lost 40% of the vote. You can't win a general election if you can't get 40% of Republican primary voters.
Meantime, more than 100,000 Democrat voters casting uncommitted ballots as an act of protest against President Biden's support.
Wow,
for
they
Israel.
almost
The
did as
president
well
later
as
thanked
Nikki
all
Haley as far as percentages go.
every Michigander who made their voice heard in the election. Let's bring in Janelle King, co-chair of Let's Win for America Action. Janelle, good morning to you. What are your thoughts on how things shaped up? First, for
What are your
Republicans and
thoughts?
the future for former President Trump and Nikki Haley as you see it now?
Well, I certainly
like her
wasn't
white
surprised. And good
mic
morning to you,
lapel.
Carly.
What?
It looks really good on the pink dress. Her white
Always good to-
lapel. It'll cut back to her.
Oh,
Don't worry
okay.
about it.
Be here. I certainly wasn't surprised when I saw the outcome. I think we all know that President Trump has a commanding
I think
lead.
this background
So
is
that's
pretty good. It's not like I hate when they do the bookshelf because it have to have the full bookshelf.
Yeah.
But she has like a light directly behind her where the banner can't see, a
Mm.
picture frame, right? A
Yeah.
few knickknacks, and then also there's that pillar with the light in the background even beyond
Mm.
that. Like it's not overly busy. It's also
Yeah.
centered around her with a plant on each side, the book and
Mhm.
the photo frame on each side.
Yeah.
Very, very good background. Unlike RFK's fucking house that he does
Or
where he's
mine.
got like 20 yeah, where he's got like 20 crucifixes.
It gets worse every time, I swear to God.
Oh my God! No, I've contracted shot autism. Okay, I'm a news producer. Okay, I've always talked about production that goes into all this shit.
He has. I will back him on this one.
Usher us into him.
We did spend about 20 minutes laughing at RFK's background.
Yeah, that's so. It was the worst I've ever seen, though.
We kept finding more and more shit.
The other one you're laughing at is the weird tier list kid.
Yes,
because his background was in focus and he wasn't.
Yeah. Also, Kyle Kalinski's background for a while was kind of goofy, and we laughed at that too. Also, News Borat.
Yeah, because he always changes the backgrounds. Let's see what he's up to real quick.
The nominee, right? I think we all know that. However, there's something interesting about this Nikki Haley situation that I think we're missing. I believe personally that the new swing voter is not independent. It's going to be everyone who decided that they want to support a candidate outside of Biden and Trump. So when you think about it, a lot of these people, a lot of these voters are not in play when it comes to polling. A lot of them will not answer the phone calls that says, if you choose,
that's the dumbest shit. Political analyst.
Who would you choose?
Political analyst, bro. Are you fucking kidding me? You think a protest vote, like you think the protest vote isn't gonna not vote for Biden when it comes to being against Trump? Are you fucking kidding me? Are you fucking serious right now? Also, you think the people who like support Haley aren't gonna vote for Trump if it ends up being Trump?
Yeah, of course they're not gonna vote for Biden. They'll either not vote or reluctantly vote.
It's a fucking primary, so you can't even judge the Democratic side because most people aren't going to vote in it because it doesn't actually matter.
Yeah.
Now on set to discuss all of the big stories in politics is NBC News chief political analyst.
Okay,
Chuck
here we
Todd.
go.
Chuck,
Let's see
thanks
this
for being here.
political analysis on it.
So let's talk about.
Oh my God, bro! Oh my God, News Borat in this thumbnail.
Chuck Todd. What's his
Look
last
at this,
name?
bro.
No, his
Look
name's
at this
Chuck Todd.
thumbnail that News Borat made. We can do it again.
Jesus Christ. That's awesome. Let's get back to Chuck Todd.
Start off by talking about Michigan. You could argue there are warning signs for both parties in Michigan, but let's talk about Democrats,
Oh my God, that's epic.
Dude.
You have these 100,000 uncommitted votes. You and I spoke about this earlier.
He just throws his phone like that one.
You know what? You know when the last time my phone was on loud? Fucking never. Who has their phone on loud, you psycho?
I have to go in the settings and like turn off the like feedback because even when my phone's on silent, it still clicks when I touch it and you touch the type of the keys and stuff.
Yeah.
Fucking annoying.
Watching to see if it got up to 30%. Didn't get that high, but still not insignificant.
Well, so why's your phone on the fucking table?
I think it really depends. If you portray it as 100,000 votes, it sounds more significant than if you say they didn't win a single delegate.
Yeah.
Right. It didn't make threshold of 15%. Right. So it really, I think a lot of it has to do with, it's like, I don't want to take anything away from the activists and their passion on what the message that they wanted to send. But if you're the Biden campaign and you're just looking at this through a political lens.
Okay,
this could have been a lot
I remembered.
worse.
I put something in here because it was such an atrocious take about this uncommitted vote. So I have to find that and pull it up as well. I'll pull that up while we watch this and see this guy's analysis.
Have been, this was a free vote. Bernie Sanders' organization was helping. You had Beto O'Rourke. So I look at all of those sort of
Bernie. That's what's not Bernie.
That
Bernie continues to be based.
Pesters got, including from at least one sort of news organization, and they still only got, so I think that to a certain community, this is really highly important, but I think it's contained as a political problem. This could have metastasized. This could have been, I sort of look at it the same way.
I fucking hate this guy.
I mean, he wasn't wrong.
Is there a pathway forward for you with Biden?
Oh, we're talking about the Arabs.
Is there a pathway forward for you with Biden?
Oh, absolutely not. You cannot keep killing people with our money and just keep thinking that, we are stupid enough to elect you again because we'll fall in line. We'll forget. How can, this is an insult to me as a voter.
Arab and Muslim Americans in Michigan are making their voices loud and clear in regard to their opposition to Joe Biden's support for Israel's war on Gaza. In fact, today is the Democratic primary in the state of Michigan, and a coalition of Arab Americans is urging Democrats to vote uncommitted to send a strong message to President Biden about his handling of this war on Gaza. Now, leading the charge is a woman that you might be familiar with. Her name is Layla Elabed, who is a Palestinian American activist and also happens to be the sister of Congresswoman Rashida Tlaib. The campaign has been dubbed Listen to Michigan. And in 2020, Elabed backed Biden, supported him, probably for the same reasons most Democrats voted for Biden, most independents who voted for Biden, to get rid of Trump. They weren't excited about him, but turns out that Biden on this particular issue in regard to Israel has actually been
we go back to
even
Jesse.
more.
Oh my God.
You are
I
garbage.
can't believe they're going out of business.
Okay, you're garbage. I'm fucking better than you.
Bro, so Destiny did a tier list and he said, oh, Anna, at least she tries very hard. And I was like, what are you talking about?
More disappointing than previously expected. Like many Arab Americans, she feels betrayed by his response to Israel's military campaign in Gaza and the rising civilian death toll, which has already approached 30,000 people.
Let's go to this one. Okay, because this is even funnier. So
with regards,
I was like, I watched this, it came on, right? And I was like thinking, oh, this is like, you know, the crooked Pod Save America guys, right? You know, this is like Brooklyn Dad Defiant level takes, but it's those guys, you know, like those guys are still at least objective and criticize Biden, you know, and criticize policy.
I'm excited.
This guy's
the Gaza
analysis.
Protesters. And are
we
sure that it
to
hurts
me
them?
is, I mean, I think this to me illustrates a kind of like pathological nature.
Okay, we need to go over the background. The same book that doesn't look like a book that's attractive at all. I assume that's your book. You have that how many times? And then you have a fucking like beaker next to it, like a fucking chemistry jar with nothing in it. You couldn't put like some beans or rice in it or something, and like a fake plant on the other side. Epic. And your door is open, it looks like. Maybe. Is that a closed door or open door? Are you in a closet, my guy? Like, what is this? Terrible.
Of current progressive politics, which is that there is this obsession with like Biden, with protesting Biden over Gaza, right? So like progressive.
This is my first time seeing him, so I agree with you 100% when I saw this.
And now they are spending all their time urging Joe Biden to address this political problem of their own creation by creating distance with Netanyahu. But you also know, I mean, I know people who are very passionate advocates for Palestinian rights. They believe, some of them are like crazy people, whatever, but the really sensible, really sane ones, like what they want is an independent Palestinian state.
No.
And Bibi Netanyahu is not going to give them one, and Joe Biden is not going to be able to deliver one. So Biden can do a lot to alienate pro-Israel voters by catering more to the views of Gaza protesters, but he's not going to satisfy people who like want.
Remind you, this is in context of a man self-immolating,
or of the long-standing,
you know, because this is about Michigan,
Israel. For progressives, this is just like a catastrophic issue to have in the news. And, you know, if I could pull strings, I would like try to get people to protest against, like, do abortion rights protests in red states. Like, that's a good issue for Biden. Anything you can do on Gaza, like, is bad for Biden. And
who cares?
People, I don't. It's like I think if you vote for uncommitted, you are going to generate headlines about Gaza, and that is going to help Trump win, right? Like if you say anything on Twitter about,
bro, is that the wildest shit to say? You're going to generate headlines on Gaza, and it's going to help Trump win if you vote uncommitted. If you stand up against your own people being genocided, you're going to make Trump win, and then it's all going to be your fault.
I fucking hate these people.
Isn't that fucking awesome? I heard that and it I literally immediately turned around and put it on the list, being like, God, I gotta remember to show people that shit. That was fucking hysterical. God, what an idiot. I heard your principal pooped his pants. Or I heard your last student pooped his pants. What an idiot.
Now, Biden would need to curtail U.S. military aid to Israel and also call for a permanent, not a temporary, a permanent ceasefire before she could even consider supporting him in November. So this isn't just about the primary election in Michigan that's taking place today.
And we bounce back. Come on, we didn't want to see her
Donald
again.
Trump got on stage.
Hey, this is much better.
Went off his teleprompter and said,
look, somebody who actually matters.
He would actually encourage Putin to invade our allies.
We get it. You've said this.
Now think about what that means. That means Donald Trump's going to side with a tyrant who kills his political opponents. That means Donald Trump is going to side with a thug where 500,000 people have died or been wounded because of Russia invading Ukraine. That means Donald Trump is going to side with a madman who arrests American journalists and holds them hostage. Putin's made no bones about the fact that he wants to destroy America. And Donald Trump's going to choose him over our allies who stood with us after 9/11? In that one moment,
9/11.
He made all of our allies vulnerable.
9/11.
Okay, thank God
He
this was so
emboldened
short.
Putin.
I could not do any more
And
than
he
that.
put every...
Thank God.
9/11.
John, now to the race for president and a new
Who dis?
setback for former
Never
South
seen this
Carolina
guy
Governor
before.
Nikki
Yeah,
Haley.
it's some
After
local
her loss in
affiliate.
South
You know, I like to
Carolina's
throw the
primary this
local
weekend, she's
affiliates
now
in there.
losing
Yeah.
the support of a key financial donor, but Haley's campaign is responding by insisting they are not giving up the fight against former President Trump. ABC's Perry Russum has the latest.
This morning, a new challenge for Nikki Haley. After losing the primary in her home state of South Carolina to former President Trump, she's now losing a top donor. Americans for Prosperity in Action, an organization backed by billionaire Charles Koch, says it will no longer donate to Haley.
They had some
The
natural
spokesperson
sound
saying,
embedded there,
"We don't
right
believe
there
any
when she was
outside
outside.
group
They
will make
put
a
some
material
natural sound in.
difference
That's
to
really
widen her
good.
path to victory."
Donald Trump is telling you that you have to choose between whether we prevent war around the world or whether we secure our border.
Too many
I
flags.
promise you, our
What a
best
flag.
days are yet to come.
Haley is vowing to stay in the race, at least until Super Tuesday.
In 10 days, 20 plus states and territories are going to vote. Let them vote. America
really
doesn't
well
do
done, really well
coronations.
edited.
As both candidates gear up for tomorrow's primary in the critical battleground
Guy's
state
doing
of
a great
Michigan, the
read.
Trump campaign is burning through cash. Year-end disclosures showing his political fundraising committee spent more than $50 million on
Look at
legal
that, a little
fees
zoom out to a
related the former
graphic.
president. But those legal troubles
Fancy.
apparently not yet hurting Trump at the
Ooh,
polls. 60%
red
of
salute,
Republicans
commie.
surveyed in South
Commie.
Carolina say
They get
believe
ABC
Trump would
assets.
still be fit to serve as president,
'Cause
even
they're
if
an
he's
ABC
convicted of a
affiliate.
crime. Meanwhile, Trump has stirred controversy. after
Look at him
saying his
throwing
legal
up
troubles have earned
fucking
him more
communist
support
salutes.
in the black community.
We've all seen the mugshot.
Nice.
And
we got it.
You know who embraced it more than anybody else?
This
The
is
black
something we've been missing.
population. It's
The
incredible.
black
You see-
population, the black population love me because they're like, we're criminals just like him. That's what they told me.
Perry Russum, ABC News, Washington.
The black people. The black people amazed me because they said I was persecuted.
And I won't forget the men who died, who gave
Yeah, we just needed to
right
talk about
to
this.
me,
He
and
did
I'm
the
glad
weird
it's
flag shit again.
Yeah, also copywritten music.
Yeah. We only care about the weird flag shit he's about to do again. What?
Oh, is he gonna hug it
God.
again?
What are you doing?
Oh no!
God.
He's
What
doing
are
it
you doing,
again.
bro?
Oh
Okay.
no!
You didn't. You didn't kiss it that last time. Okay. That was
so
weird.
strange. So fucking weird. Nope.
That's his only move.
Oh, he's so weird.
It does. He does remind me of Hitler, though. You know, like I can see his mannerisms too. You know.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah.
Hitler energy that I get from him.
I did everything right and they indicted me.
He's doing right now.
Yeah. Why is he? He's so weird. What's playing? Nope.
He's
This
gonna
is weird.
play.
This is weird.
And you got a lot of them. I love dogs. You love dogs.
Mm-hmm. Yep, he almost fell
I say
over.
it loud and clear. They'll blow up that dam.
This is all it is, though. It's just the music and him standing there. That's all it
That's
is.
so weird. That's all. That's so weird. Nope.
I told you, bro. That's all it is.
Weird fucking person. This is why I'm against idol worship. People like this.
How long's this video?
Horrible.
A vote for Trump
6
is your
minutes.
ticket back to freedom. It's your passport
Could
out
be
of
louder.
tyranny. And it's your only escape from Joe Biden and his gang's fast track to hell. And in many ways, we're living in hell right now.
So
No, see,
dramatic.
it's evangelicals here, right? This is a
Yeah.
dominionist
to
conference.
democracy.
Uh-huh.
It really is a threat to democracy. I stand before you today not only as your past and hopefully future president, but as a proud.
We just have to
political
get it
dissident.
further away
I'm
from our
a
mics when it's like this, so everyone can turn up their volume.
Remember this, I've been indicted more than Alphonse Capone, Mr. President. You know who that is?
I did everything right and they indicted me.
Scarface, Al Capone.
I worked at Al Capone.
Dinner with you. You didn't like the
I like
smile
Al
on your face.
Capone without the
Thought you were
syphilis. At
mocking
least
him
that's what
by
I think. I'm
smiling.
not sure.
You would be dead before you got home and said hello to your wife.
Bro, you
Alphonse
literally
Capone,
said
I've
it
been
should be
indicted
legal
4
for you to
times by this
assassinate
gang of
people.
thugs for nothing.
Jesus.
Or, as I say respectfully to the people from foreign countries,
It's very quiet.
for bullshit.
We can move on.
Saying that when the president does it, that means it's not illegal.
The chair will advise that the rules do care.
I'm still joined by Josiah from the Pondering Politics channel. I want to cover, hate to do this to us, Josiah, but
Black conservative clips. That's all we want this for.
Okay.
This is all gold.
Hesitate,
Everything-
right? Like,
can
you
watch
know,
this entire
please-
conference, and it's nothing but gold.
tell me that's the last clip. Oh, no, more.
A lot of people said that that's why the black people like me, because they have been hurt so badly and discriminated against. And they actually viewed me as I'm being discriminated
Yeah,
against.
we'll talk about that today.
It's been pretty amazing, but it possibly, I don't know, maybe there's something there. But I got also sued.
Oh my gosh, I forgot about that one. What Buddy Who's did?
Crazy.
Being so
These guys are awful.
Walking around with my mugshot. You know, we've all seen the mugshot. And you know who embraced it more than anybody else? The black population. It's incredible. You see black people walking around with my mugshot. You know, they do shirts and they sell them for
Yeah, that's a meme. It was
Yeah.
funny.
Yeah, they're not in support of you, Bucko. Not sure you're aware of that or not. Doesn't seem like you are. Because you are
doofus.
$15 a piece. It's pretty amazing.
That
Or SC.
perfectly alters what
Why
you were
would
just
it be-
saying.
Why would it be?
Did you
Why would
before?
it be just Scott? Supreme Court of the. It's
Mm.
Supreme Court of the United States.
Yeah. It's like POTUS is president of the United States.
I think we should call it Scrotus. Oh, there he is.
He
It's
really
Scrotus.
knows
Get it
how to
down from-
do it at this surrogate.
Yes.
The president who brought the most money in.
Let's do it.
On top of that, who's the president who brought the most money in for historically black colleges and universities? Donald Trump.
So just I know you have a fact
Oh my
check,
god, you guys are awful.
eyes about engagement. In fact, Luke would whatever out the capacity of Donald
Should just put on internet news
to
today
eat
at this point.
Yeah.
They put a compilation.
We are following breaking news out of the Supreme Court that justices have agreed to decide whether former President Trump is entitled to immunity from federal prosecution in the 2020 election case. I want to bring in Major Garrett, who, of course, is our chief Washington correspondent. Major, good to see
Okay.
you. I know we've been waiting for this decision.
Here we go.
Your
Talking to an
takeaways
expert.
on the
Let's hear their
Supreme
expert.
Court deciding that they will
Mhm.
hear Trump's immunity plea.
It is an important constitutional matter, one the court has never had to consider because no former president has ever been prosecuted or, in the terms of that prosecution, asserted to this highest court in the land that every activity undertaken during a presidency is absolutely immune from any second guessing or criminal prosecution federally. These are issues we've never had to grapple with. And the simple reason we're having to grapple with these is because the former president, while president of the United States, wouldn't accept the results of the 2020 election.
That's such a mean
lied
thing
about
to do,
them
knowing I'm in the
relentlessly,
shot and still going to
and
the desk.
undertook an
That's
effort,
fucking
which is now subject to federal prosecution, to overturn that election. We are here because of the actions and decisions undertaken about the 2020 election
I
by
hate
the
when
former
newsrooms
president.
do that shit when they
We're not here
fucking
for any other reason than that.
desk inside with the offices.
And it
so
is an
it
important
looks like there's news
constitutional
going on in the
question, but
desk.
it's being asked in a way that is in
So
the
annoying.
backdrop of January 6th, an assault on the U.S. Capitol to
Mhm.
delay the peaceful transfer of power, because on that day we were to certify the electoral vote sent in.
Come on,
legally
you can just say
and in a binding
January
way by
6th.
every
We don't
state in the
need
union.
all this fucking flavor.
That-
Yeah.
So I
Yes,
just
all
saw
of
the
this
same
is
person walk in
extraordinary,
the
but we
background.
cannot
Epic.
overlook why it is extraordinary. The singular act of a
You know,
president
can you
to
barely
not
see
accept the
any
results
distance
of a
sometimes?
legal, verified election and to deny his likely successor, his certified successor, his place in the American presidency through a peaceful transfer of power. That is why we are here. So yes, it's an important constitutional question. The Supreme Court had a big choice. Does the Supreme Court take the rulings of a district court and an appellate court as the final word?
Well, honestly,
I think it understood.
I mean, we talked about this before. They're like, they have nothing to do. It's just something that should go to the Supreme Court anyway, right? But like the fucking the lower courts have it rock solid written up and everything. There's like no reason to really fucking like fuck with what the lower courts have already done. It's like so solid.
The popular perception of the Supreme Court is wavering, to put it gently. And because 3 of the justices sitting on this court were appointed under the
doesn't
Trump
matter. It
presidency,
literally doesn't
this
matter.
court wanted to make sure this decision was reflective of the court that in some ways Trump created. So if it's negative against the former president, it's emphatic by his own hand-picked justices. No, you don't enjoy this absolute immunity, and you're going to have to go to trial. But the timing is astonishing. If there's a trial, Caitlin, as was just discussed in the special report, it will collide with the Republican National Convention in Michigan. It may bleed over to the
On
Democratic
the flip side,
National
if they rule in
Convention
favor of
August
Trump, it
in
means Biden can
Chicago.
do whatever he wants.
And
Pretty much.
as we are living through
That
this
point,
history,
throw out
we are
the
going to
rule book.
have to ask ourselves relentlessly, why did the Attorney General of the United States, Merrick Garland, wait so long to set in motion or to give...
You talk too slow. Next. Actually, I'm just going to speed it up.
He's boring.
He is boring.
Boring expert.
I'm going to speed it up and skip. Different guy. Good.
The political windup.
And Tom, there is a set of guidelines within the Justice Department about decisions, both to prosecute, meaning to bring charges, or to press ahead as it relates to an election calendar. What are those guidelines, and how do you think they will manifest in this enormously public and consequential decision once the Supreme Court does issue a ruling?
Sure, the guidelines are a little bit hazy. The basic rule is that the Justice Department never wants to take action, and that would include bringing people to trial, filing charges close to an election in a way that potentially could influence the election. But it's not as though there's a specific calendar date in the Justice Department manual that says thou shalt not charge after
That
such
he was
and such
able
a
to
date.
film towards the windows and get such a good shot because it's like the perfect time of day.
It's a question of judgment. But here, it seems almost impossible to think that they could try to fit in a trial before you get into the full-on political season. As I said a minute ago, the Supreme Court is not going to decide this case until May at the earliest, and quite possibly not until June. There will then need to be at least a month or 2 or maybe 3 months of preparation in the trial.
Why the fuck do they take so long to do this? Just fucking do it.
There's a lot of Supreme Court stories in today, so.
Court before you can begin the trial. You have to have pre-trial motions. You have to select the jury. There are all sorts of things that go into getting a case ready for trial. So by the time you're looking at the actual trial beginning, you're kind of talking early fall, which is, again, right in the heart of the political season. So I think this would be a very difficult decision for the Justice Department to decide whether they still want to
we may see jury tampering from Trump. That could be interesting.
I mean, they keep having to put gag orders because the jury gets threatened.
Yeah, I'm not surprised.
The judges get death threats that prosecute him and stuff.
Mm-hmm. Wild. Like they need to, whoever's on the jury of these cases need to be fucking top secret.
Mm-hmm.
And they need to be protected because like this is important. Like this is arguably one of the most important Supreme Court cases for a while. Like a long while. I reckon anyway.
Before the election.
Yeah, I was going to ask you about that too, because what kind of impact does this have on the underlying case here?
Yeah, well, the underlying case is going to remain apparently in a state.
And I don't care anymore.
The New York Appellate Court has denied an attempt by Donald Trump to delay payments of his $454 million civil fraud judgment. That means for now, the former president is required to pay that bond in the coming weeks. Defense attorneys had argued Trump was prepared to post a $100 million bond, but couldn't secure more without selling off.
Doing little airs.
Yeah.
You see that?
That was me.
Some of his real estate money.
I know.
Attorney General Letitia
like
James says she'll ask the judge to seize Trump's assets if he does not pay. Meanwhile, the judge issued a stay that allows the Trump children to remain
assets. Lol.
Meanwhile, the judge in that civil fraud case, as well as Attorney General Letitia James, were both mailed envelopes that contained a white powder in them.
Of course they were.
This was a scene outside the courthouse in Lower Manhattan this morning when the envelope was mailed to Judge Arthur Engoron. Separately, the white powder envelope was mailed yesterday to the AG's office in Albany. Preliminary tests found both powders were not dangerous.
Well, really?
Isn't that epic?
It doesn't surprise me at all. What do we expect from Trump fascists, really?
Mm-hmm.
It's pretty much
most of the country now. Don't forget.
All right, more breaking news. An Illinois judge has just ruled that Donald Trump should be kicked off the ballot in the state.
Nice.
The judge there in Illinois.
I told you.
We're hitting these headlines.
Will be on the ballot because of his act.
I fucking told you. One goes and the rest of them will follow. It just took one.
Well, this is another big state too. This is a state that can swing, and it has Chicago.
Mm-hmm. Yep, I said all you need is one.
Elections on January 6th. That makes Illinois the third state, along with
Supreme Court could
Colorado
overturn
and
it all.
Maine,
That's
to
true.
use the 14th Amendment's insurrection ban to remove Trump from the ballot.
Illinois almost always goes blue
that
anyway, though,
14th
but it
Amendment
can
case
flip.
in Colorado is in front of the Supreme Court as I speak, waiting for a decision. Caitlin Polans is out front with more on this breaking news. And Caitlin, the thing about Illinois is
Illinois is 20
we're sitting here
points.
talking
That's
about
really high.
a
That's one
major
of the
decision
highest.
on immunity.
It's as much as Pennsylvania.
And out of left field comes this ruling from Illinois. This is a surprise move. What is the Illinois judge saying?
It is. This is about Donald Trump and his ability to be on the ballot as a candidate because of what he did in the 2020 election, after that election, and on January 6th. This judge in Cook County, Illinois, is writing quite clearly her decision here that the Illinois State Board of Election shall remove Donald J. Trump from the ballot for the general primary election on March 19th, upcoming in a couple weeks, or cause any votes cast for him to be suppressed. Now, there's some things in this
Interesting language
today that are going to put that on hold initially. But Aaron, it's quite a clear decision. And this decision from Illinois, it hops on board of what the Colorado Supreme Court has already done and said. That case that now is up at the U.S. Supreme Court, where Colorado was that state through the court system, looked at the evidence around January 6th and deemed Donald Trump to be an insurrectionist and someone ineligible to be on the ballot for president. Illinois says exactly the same.
And you're saying that this is pretty solid what they've put together.
What?
You're not even listening, are you?
But this is a different case.
Yeah, no. They're saying that they basically copy pasted what the Supreme Court Colorado did, and I'm asking that the Colorado one is the one that you're saying is solid.
It's if he's immune from the insurrection federal charges, is the immunity one that's solid.
Okay.
The Colorado one is also solid, though.
Yeah.
Let's see what
Same
this
thing
is.
here.
To be
Okay,
clear.
so now Illinois coming, and as I said, in a surprise move, saying that.
Yeah. Why would they? Why would they?
As the broader question about the 14th Amendment in front of the Supreme Court. So what does this mean for that? What happens next, Caitlin?
Aaron, Donald Trump's team is going to need to move quickly to appeal. That is the first thing that's laid out here. They have 2 days, according to this order, to get everything paused, having him removed from the ballot or having votes in the March 19th primary not counted for him. So they got to go to the appeals court in Illinois for 2 days. The state is going to continue to look at it. And then so much is at stake at the U.S. Supreme Court. They already are looking at what Colorado did to remove him from the ballot, how that could also affect the third state that has removed Trump from the ballot, Maine. That wasn't in a judicial proceeding. That was by the people who oversee the elections there. But the U.S. Supreme Court is ultimately going to have to come down on, is this something that states even can do in their primary elections? And would someone like Donald Trump potentially qualify? Is the office of the presidency something that is applicable when you're looking at the insurrectionist clause of the U.S. Constitution?
Why would it not be?
All of that is at stake here in this decision. It's not on hold waiting for the U.S. Supreme Court to rule. So if they take a very long time and the Illinois state courts say, no, he can be removed from the ballot, then that may be it as far as their primary goes. But there is going to be all eyes on the Supreme Court and what they do.
Nikki Haley win.
They do it too.
All right. Thank you very much, Caitlin. I appreciate it. With all of this breaking developments, I want to go now to Eric Swalwell.
Nope.
Your voice, your vote. And a day after the presidential primary, we are taking a closer look at what the results mean. Here is a final look at the numbers. Donald Trump swept the primary with 68% of the vote to Nikki Haley's 27%. And with no challenger, President Biden won the Democratic primary, 81% of voters choosing him.
Wait, literally nobody is standing up against him. Nobody really.
What did you expect?
At least somebody. Surely somebody realizes that he's probably not going to beat Trump.
You think so?
Maybe.
13%, more than 101,000 voted uncommitted as a protest to the administration's policy on the war in Gaza. Organizers of the protest are celebrating the outcome, saying voters are demanding President Joe Biden listen to their concerns. 13 on Your Side political reporter Josh Albertus has their reaction and what it could mean for the campaign.
The votes are in for Michigan's presidential primary. In the Republican race,
from the start, I said
Donald
that
Trump defeated former
Muslims
South
voting, Muslim and Arab Americans in Michigan voting as a bloc could have a lot of influence on the Gaza situation.
We'll see.
Look, bro, Biden did better than Trump. How many votes did Biden get compared to Trump? Because it's a Democrat election, so he shouldn't have as much, but still.
I think it was only... It didn't say.
I think Fox News showed it.
Yeah, they did.
Crooked, hiding the actual numbers. Okay.
South Carolina Governor Nikki Haley by more than 40 points. On the Democratic side, a stronger than anticipated showing for the uncommitted option by those angered by President Biden's handling of the war in Gaza.
We sent a very clear message to President Biden that this community here in Michigan needs him to change his policies before he comes and asks for our votes.
In recent days, the Listen to Michigan campaign had signaled just 10,000 uncommitted votes would send a message to the administration. But in the end, it received more than 10 times that amount, with more than 100,000 votes statewide.
In less than 2 weeks, and with a shoestring budget, by the way, we got over 100,000 votes that demonstrated that this is not just an Arab and Muslim issue. It's a people issue.
While uncommitted had its largest margins in areas with larger Arab American populations like
that.
Dearborn,
honestly, that sign would be way funnier if it said abandoned Brandon.
Described as a multi-religious, multi-racial, and multi-generational movement.
We have had a diverse coalition behind the Vote Uncommitted movement. A coalition that was inclusive of the Jewish community, the Black community, the Asian American community, the young community, the old community, social workers, teachers, union workers, all who are saying that we are pro-peace and anti-war. All who are saying that we...
You know who else says that?
It was because of genocide. It's not pro-peace or anti-war. Yeah. Everyone is pro-peace and
literally
anti-war.
Anti-genocide.
Everyone is anti-war.
Josh, what are the president's allies saying about what we saw last night?
Well, and we don't care anymore. Thanks.
So 2 questions on the Red Sea. First, in terms of the undersea cables, I know that you said
got enough medals. Who are you, North Korea?
What responsibility does the DoD have to protect those cables? And then, secondly,
so the Houthis damaged Saturday, a cable.
Undersea one.
Yeah, one that like basically they try to frame every time they say like, oh, it's good, totally fucks Britain and all that stuff. It's like, no, it doesn't. It's not how it works. They think that you can just damage one cable and it takes out the global internet infrastructure or something.
Joint strikes with the U.S. and UK. We've also sailed.
Like at most, it probably just cuts off Yemen's internet.
Exactly. That's why it's funny.
Minor strikes from Central Command forces. What is the DoD's rating of its effectiveness right now in degrading the Houthis' ability to strike ships in the Red Sea?
Yeah, thanks. And sorry, I got your name wrong, Heather. So
hopeless.
In terms of the cables, again, I just don't have anything to corroborate those reports. In terms of commercial cables that are around the world. And so I don't want to get into hypotheticals in terms of what we may or may not do as it relates.
God, they're so fucking boring. All right, we get it. It's just say we don't give a shit. Next question.
This is the cool one though. They're actually doing something for once.
Representing more than half of the global economy took action to immobilize $285 billion in Russian sovereign assets and jointly affirmed this money will remain frozen until Russia pays for the immense damage it's caused. My European colleagues have now taken an important first step to harness windfall proceeds from Russian sovereign actions. That's an action I fully endorse. I also believe it's necessary and urgent for our coalition to find a way to unlock the value of these immobile.
What was seized exactly? Is there any military assets in those seizures?
It's just money stuff.
It's just money.
Yeah, she's the
assets.
Yeah.
That's her
Which
position.
just means they can buy more shit.
Yeah, she's the banky lady on Biden's. She's the economy lady on Biden's cabinet.
Yeah.
To support Ukraine's continued resistance and long-term
This is a good idea.
reconstruction. Well, we should act together and in a considered way. I believe there is a strong international law, economic, and moral case for moving forward. This would be a decisive response to Russia's unprecedented threat to
I think the key there is the
stability.
economics,
And it
right?
would make-
Because if it was bad economics to actually have Israel doing what they're doing, and it would hurt economics, the
People would be
United
against
States
it,
would
yeah.
stand. No, not people. The United States would be against it. quicker.
Right. Because it's not disrupting anything really. It's perfectly fine.
Yeah, unlike Ukraine, which disrupts. It's because of the sanctions they have to do. Then it disrupts that. They should be doing sanctions on Israel too, but
Yeah.
the food. Like, it's not like there was business investments in Gaza that they're missing out on now.
Yeah.
President Volodymyr Zelensky has been meeting southeastern European leaders to secure more weapons and support in the war against Russia. Zelensky and Albanian Prime Minister Edi Rama are co-hosting a two-day summit in Albania.
Albania in the news again.
It's Zelensky's first trip
That's
to
what,
Tehran
like, go
since
Albania,
Russia
right?
invaded 2 years ago. Well, for more on this,
Doing
Gaya
good.
Mohoselovic is a political analyst on the Balkans and the Middle East. He joins us from the Bosnian capital, Sarajevo. Thank you very much for being with us here on Al Jazeera.
Uh-oh.
Now, as I mentioned there, this is Zelensky's first visit. Why now? Why do you think it's taken
He's very
so
angry
long?
looking.
And what do you think he is hoping to get out of it?
It's like, Sarajevo. What side of the war is he supporting there?
Is requiring such a visit because Albania is
Great audio.
probably one of the staunchest
Al Jazeera's
supporters
experts
of
always be like
limiting,
having the
Russia's
worst
influence
audio.
here in the region. We should know
Anyway,
that,
we got the story. We can't hear
Russian
this guy.
influence is especially having one
Anyway,
specific dimension.
go
here.
Albania. That's another. I think Albania. That's like probably the third. Like I don't remember what the first one is, but obviously the second one is Italy, and now this one, right? That's probably the third big EU thing that they've done. Like in the recent, not like since 2024, but like in a year maybe. Like I don't know what. There was another thing that we reported on that they did, but I don't remember what. Something to do with mafia, maybe. They might have helped take down the mafia because there was all those mafia stings.
Yeah, could have possibly been.
Macron has come under fire.
Macron.
Suggesting the West might
Croissant. President Croissant.
Ukraine. But despite that backlash, the Elysee isn't backing down. A palace source says Ukraine's
you know how
allies
France
must debate
has
the
also
issue.
like been the
The
most
source-
pro-Russian out of like everyone. They've
Yeah.
always been like that. They're also the
Yeah.
most pro-Chinese, right? Because that's why but that's the value of France, right?
Yeah.
Is that they're inside our bloc, but they act on their own accord.
Mm-hmm.
So while they are just slaughtering people to maintain the currency that they have controlling Africa, while they're doing that, they also have these roundabout ways, just like how I said the UN is valuable because it at least keeps people talking.
Yeah.
Like it may not do much, you know?
Mm-hmm.
So like at least someone like China cleaned up a bunch of shit. They swept it under the rug basically when France started investigating the Uyghurs there.
Yeah.
They only would let France do it. They wouldn't let any other European nation come do it.
Why?
That's just France's reputation with these powers is like they're like the people that they can like kind of like, you know that France isn't necessarily gonna fuck them over, you know.
Sure.
France will cut them a break. France is like nice to these countries.
Report says there are all kinds of things ruled out 2 years ago that are no longer ruled out, and that France fears giving credence to the possibility that Russia can win. All this after Mr. Macron's comments, if you remember.
The question
Monday,
is, how much this has to do with
the French president didn't
America
actually
failing
say
to
he wanted to
spend?
send troops.
Yeah.
It's money. How much it has to do with that? 2, how much of this has to do with Trump's comments on NATO and France actually considering what if Trump comes to power again?
Yeah.
This is why also the talk of the EU army has also advanced again.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Which, like I said, if
probably linked to Trump.
If Trump pulls out of NATO, that's the EU army now.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Just handed them an army.
To Ukraine, he only said it's been discussed with other leaders. Here's reporters after.
Says update: we're back to liking Macron because they hated him because he was like so pro-Russian in the past.
That's funny.
There's no consensus today.
The value of France is an oxymoron. Yeah, like the value of the UN. I compared them to the UN. To be clear, I did that. That was the first thing I did was compare them to the UN.
Nothing should be off the table. We will do everything necessary so that Russia cannot win this war.
Well, most European leaders agree on board with
France also known to keep their word, unlike the United States. Like they'll even build nuclear reactors between admins, you know? Oh, your last admin
France
had a secret nuclear program with us. We'll just continue that with you, by the way. And they're like, oh, okay.
I mean, the French will live up to their word, but they'll surrender on you pretty fucking quickly.
Oh, come on, bro. There wouldn't be an America without France.
Uh-huh.
It's true.
Without
the blockades against the British Navy, we would have lost. France,
true.
And also France was the main supply. Like to think that
that was before France.
The American myth of it just being like a ragtag militia on their own against Britain is so untrue. We had
Look,
so
man.
many international backers. That's also why the Confederacy lost. They had no international backing.
Look, man, you're giving us a history lesson. I don't give a fuck about history. We're talking about right now. French is the surrendering douchebags.
No, look, they got invaded by Nazis. And then
Yeah, they should have
fucked
stood
around
up.
in Vietnam when they should have
They
stayed
just
in
bent
Africa,
over.
the place where
just
they're
bent over. They
used to
took
doing
it.
genocide.
Sorry, Hitler. Just take the country. Let's just make it worse for everybody. Sorry, guys. Fuck the French.
I know. I agree. I'm just saying.
In the
They're more they're literally more even for the African nations that they fuck over. They're more trustworthy than the United States, man. Why do you think they go to France?
Well, that drew backlash. Officials from a growing list of countries, you can see that, including the UK, Germany, Spain, Italy, Slovakia, and Poland, all say they have no plans to send their forces to Ukraine. A NATO official tells CNN the alliance won't be deploying.
Okay, hang on. Not sending troops to Ukraine.
And the
Yeah, those countries are.
Poland is surprising.
Mm.
Italy is a little surprising. Spain, obviously. Is that Slovenia?
Slovakia.
Hungary, obviously. The UK, obviously. Germany, obviously. But I wouldn't be surprised if, just because of how Meloni has been. But also, why would she want an embarrassment? It's not like Italy can ever fight a war.
Yeah.
It's crazy that they all the key to fascism is being like Italy is the historic Rome, and then they just get bodied constantly.
Yeah.
You know, Mussolini used chemical weapons.
Yes, I do know that.
Still lost.
I don't know. World War I was a tragedy, not because it was a war, is because all those people died because incest brothers couldn't fucking get along. Fuck those cunts. They should have just fucking slaughtered each other in an arena and let everybody live.
Those wars were the end of monarchies, right?
Yeah, because it was the dying.
Just remember that
death
when
throes
it's
of
the end of
monarchy.
the next system, what will happen?
Yeah, well, it's coming.
Kremlin has also responded following Mr. Macron's comments. A spokesperson says conflict with
code cage
Russia
on that one.
is inevitable if the West sends troops
Mr. Croissant.
to Ukraine. And we've just seen in the last few minutes, in fact, that the State Department has also commented on this. The State Department reiterating that President Biden has ruled out sending U.S. troops to fight in Ukraine in response to Macron's comments.
We already
saying
have
sending
enough
Western troops to
contractors there.
Ukraine
Why would we need
cannot,
actual troops?
obviously, what Macron heard cannot be ruled out. So we have response now from the US State Department. Melissa Bell joins me now for more. And Melissa, I mean, it's clear that as we've just outlined there, the European
Also,
leaders
France
have been
being the one
pretty...
making this threat is good because they actually have nuclear weapons.
Yeah.
So Russia can't be like, we'll nuke you if you do this. France is like, okay.
Try it.
We're France. We give everyone nukes.
In their response to Macron's comments. Before we talk about...
Yeah, hey, just be like, oh, we'll nuke you, France. Okay, we'll give nukes to Ukraine.
Yeah.
I would say that.
France would be the wild card country to do
He
something
fucking
like
would.
that. Right? That
Macron's
wouldn't
just
be,
like...
that's honestly like, that's more realistic of a scenario than the United States doing a full scale, ground landing into Ukraine.
Yeah. I mean... It would be France to do that, wouldn't it? Fucking ridiculous country.
How
I
they're
think
responding
there's
individually.
I
Just-
think it's against
just
international
frame-
law to transfer nuclear weapons, though. They could start a nuclear program to weaponize stuff with Ukraine and help them build their reactor, but they can't transfer the actual weapons, I believe.
Yeah, they would have to do it in the very very western province. There's no way that they could do it anywhere near the front lines.
I don't know.
Or
I mean,
even,
fucking
halfway in the country.
Korea and Pakistan and like them, they had no place to actually test their nukes, so they tested them all underground.
What the fuck?
Yeah.
Insane.
Have you seen that shit? You want to see?
No, I haven't. Just creating earthquakes.
Yeah, I'll show you. I'll show you like a
Epic.
nuclear test from Pakistan.
That's epic.
For us, what Macron said and how it's being received at home.
Well, essentially, what he had to announce in his press conference, and this was Issa in response to a question that was asked about whether this issue had been raised and debated over the course of the conference that was held here in Paris. Yes, it had, he said, because it was time that a debate began. The idea is that this should be the beginning of a debate about whether any individual countries, and we've been speaking to Élysée sources
Interesting.
since.
So they're basically arguing amongst NATO countries whether sending troops means NATO sending troops or just the country.
Well, that's why France,
basically what I'm
also
getting.
France, always being semi-autonomous from NATO,
Yeah. Yeah.
is another important why they're the ones
Mhm.
stepping up to this as
Yes.
well.
Yeah. A lot of politicking in this.
Some of that backlash that you mentioned, and what Emmanuel Macron is.
Here we go. This is their first actual nuclear test. This is when we knew Pakistan had nukes.
Mm. Epic. I will make nuclear weapon for
They just
Pakistan.
dug out a mountain, right, and then put the nuke in the center of the mountain.
That's pretty cool.
I think India also did something similar, though.
I don't know about it legally. It was a part of a deal.
Yeah, because that was that has to do with the Soviet Union dissolving. But you do make a good point. There can be exceptions made to transfer nukes.
Mm.
But arguably, those were Russia's nukes. You could France can't argue that these are Ukraine's nukes that they have, so they're going back to Ukraine. So
You
we'd
could
have to see how it
argue.
plays out.
You could argue that because the memorandum which transferred the nuclear weapons back was void when Russia invaded in 2014, therefore we're replacing said nuclear weapons that were stolen by Russia. It's a bit of a cop-out, but maybe. You could, because theoretically those nuclear weapons were transferred in the same memorandum that promised them autonomy. So, I don't know.
Poland or other countries who've now said they will not be sending troops to Ukraine to do so. On the contrary, that individual countries should be considering whether or not they are willing to send perhaps not so much initially combat troops, but things like deminers, people to help with the maintenance of Western equipment,
Interesting.
border guards, for instance, to help liberate some Ukrainian troops that they can be redeployed for combat. That is the initial suggestion that was behind Emmanuel Macron's comments. And I think it's important to note that there have been words of support. For instance, Lithuania's foreign minister has said that it is time to consider all the options that there may be amongst Western allies about what may come next. The idea is that 2 years into this war, and with things stagnating as much as they are, that Western allies should be willing to consider individually whether or not they want to get further involved. And I think...
Okay, audio warning on this one.
India conducted a series of underground nuclear tests.
Look at the radiation on the camera. Wild, right?
That is pretty cool.
The other one that I found of them doing nuclear test is literally posted by Narendra Modi's YouTube channel. It's like a history of how India got nukes, literally posted by Narendra Modi.
But how concerned is the administration about the possibility of escalation during Ramadan, during this holy month, and how it's going to be seen for U.S.-backed troops to be attacking?
We're mindful of the sensitivities, of course, around the month of Ramadan and the important, spiritual importance of that. To the Muslim world. Of course, we understand that. But
you know, we're raising money for an NGO. Keep playing. I want to just talk over the State
We
Department.
don't want
because
to.
nobody wants to hear it. Okay,
Temporary
nobody
ceasefire
wants to
in
hear
place
it.
as
It's
soon
in the
as possible.
docket. We're
And
doing you a
again,
favor.
if we can get the agreement for
make sure
several
you
weeks,
go
it would
check
take
out
you
our page.
through Ramadan
Any
anyway.
amount of money, $1,
clock
one
that
bone
we're
a
worried
month,
about
get
is
your name at the
the
bottom to help raise money for our
we can
NGO,
only
and you'll be
assume
helping journalists around
that
the world,
they
including
are being
journalists in
held in
Ukraine.
We might have people
Here's
watching
Junk.
this show, but you can be the difference maker because we just need our audience to be paid members, and then this show can be around forever. So you can make that difference. Click join now.
Intense conversations are.
Yeah,
Israel,
so this
like
we
other
were saying the
countries in the
same thing about Korea.
And now we
right? So we said they were launching a satellite, and I was like, good for them. You know, it just shows you what you can do when you don't care about your people and you're just an autocracy. Assad has no excuse now. Where's Assad's space program?
Turn to our friend, Dr. Dick Farkas. Doc, I appreciate joining us right now. Thank you for doing so.
I forgot I put that in
Professor
there
of
just
political
because the
science
guy
and
said-
resident.
And you definitely have a really, really large dick. Your peepee is gigundo.
Why would you not change your name if your name is? Why not go for Richard? Why are you calling yourself Dick Farkas?
Yeah, because it's a nickname. It's literally a nickname. Like,
Yeah.
just call yourself Richard. Richie. There. It's not the greatest association of names, but, you know, it works.
Is an expert on all things Russian affairs from
Let's see.
Paul. Thank you for your time again.
Good to be with you, Brett.
The French President Emmanuel Macron says he and
Croissant.
other European leaders have not ruled out putting boots on the ground in Ukraine, putting their own soldiers' boots on the ground. It really seems like maybe
This guy's
this is
weird.
Macron alone, but nonetheless, the French leader saying that, even floating that, says a lot.
I think he
The
might be
Kremlin
part
now says
werewolf.
the conflict
We
between
don't have
Russia
any
and NATO
like
would be
sound bites
inevitable.
stitching on France.
No. Surprising.
Mm-hmm.
Basically making it NATO v. Russia if, you know, NATO troops, French troops were to be involved.
Oh my
You know,
God.
Sweden's recently become a part of NATO. A little under a year ago, Finland became, you know, how could
Oh my God, bro.
NATO getting stronger
this guy.
and them potentially
Look, they got the
entering
fucking
this
work
fray.
team in the background too. This is my fucking work nightmare, bro. If I produced for this set and I had to fucking produce for this guy, I would want to kill myself every day. Oops, I mean Minecraft. I didn't say that. YouTube, don't. It was a joke, YouTube. It was in Minecraft. Obviously, I'm talking about the computers in the background where they're playing
Yeah,
Minecraft.
yeah. Obviously.
Oh
it's
my
game
god,
o-
Brother
game over
Spider-Man
it.
is wanting to saving me from crazy Iblis.
You know, using up one of your using up a heart.
Yeah.
You know, using
Yeah.
up a heart. Game overing. Game ending.
Ground. I mean, we see that
He
strategy
keeps adjusting
working
his
at all,
color.
or
I'm
just words
so
right now?
weird.
Yeah, he's on map.
Yeah, I think that's the only thing that the Russians
Epic,
and
that's
the
what he
Russian
sounds
leadership
like.
could say at this moment in time. You remember, we will all remember that Ukraine was the place invaded by the Russians, so they're the ones
True.
on somebody else's sovereign territory. The bottom line is, I think that what Macron said was absolutely necessary. I think the truth of the matter is that
Why are we showing hungry?
were we to consult with the Ukrainians
NATO.
and the leadership, we'd find out that they're very much interested in having not people fight for them. I mean, they would certainly not want any foreign government, West or
Oh, come on.
otherwise, on
If
the
you talked to
battlefield.
them and they said,
But
"Would you like
French troops on the
America's army
ground
to
or any-
deploy to fight with you?" They would be like, "Yes."
Yeah.
Come on.
The other thing France could do is offer air superiority, giving Ukrainians
Yeah,
the
they could.
opportunity
Yeah, they
to
could
move on the
implement a
ground.
no-fly zone.
Yeah, and they could set up SAMs and shit. So
Mhm.
that is another thing that France
But I
could do
think
that could
Ukraine's
greatly
planes
benefit them.
are really good for them intercepting missiles and shit. So,
Oh,
it's
sure,
more
but I'm
beneficial for
saying,
Ukraine to have a new fly zone, maybe.
yeah.
Because I haven't
So
I haven't heard anyone asking and protesting. I did in the beginning of the war, but not lately. So
yeah, but if France is actually thinking about doing this and genuinely thinking about doing this, why not set the Air Force? You know, why not set a no-fly zone and counter
Because-
the Russian air superiority
because
that's
it'll hurt
currently
Putin's
fucking them over.
feelings.
The what?
It'll hurt Putin's feelings.
Good. Fucking good. Fuck that guy. I hope he cries. Hope he cries in his golden blanket in his $1 trillion
I
house.
don't think
Fuck
he
that
can
guy.
cry.
Other NATO troops on the ground could provide logistic support, maintenance, all the kinds of things that would free up manpower to do the fighting. And I think that that's the context within which the Ukrainians would welcome such things. Let's remind ourselves, historically, the French have always seen the kind of geopolitical reality in sharper focus than we. You remember it was the French that came to the colonists' assistance during the American Rebellion.
He's doing a U.
Do you hear the guy in the background? His mic's still open. He's going.
I mean, without the French, we wouldn't be the United States, and likely without the United States, we don't know if the French would be the French. So there's definitely some give and take there. So while the numbers of Russian killed may be impossible to confirm, a prominent military blogger says at least 16 troops were killed and lost in the fight for Advika. Ukrainian officials say Russia lost more people taking this one city than Russia lost fighting really 10 years in Afghanistan. You know, the U.S. lost about a seventh of that in over 2 decades.
You know why he's itchy? Like, it's a full moon tonight, you know? He's like, it's the fur growing in. He's itching. Okay.
How difficult is it going to be for Ukraine to
I'm
defend
so more perplexed watching him than I am.
Yeah,
whatever
I love
the fuck
Dick
you're talking
Farkas,
about.
though. He sounded exactly how I was hoping. This
good
might
B-roll.
not even be audio. This might be just AP
This is just B-roll.
footage. Yeah.
PMs Sweden,
Yeah, there's more of
Hungary
it.
agree to military purchase.
There's more. of it,
Interesting. Next.
Boots on the ground. Live from Paris. Okay. The debate. Okay.
Where are we going? Here we go. We're here.
Let's hear some arguments from some
Europe.
experts.
Available at all fine bookshops. Okay. Your reactions on the hashtag F24 debate. Yeah, Monday's Paris summit was initially just billed as a brainstorm. In the end,
That was a King
it
of Jordan?
included more than
You see the
some
King of
thought.
Jordan's
A
TikTok?
Czech-led
That's so
drive
funny.
to build.
No, what happened? He has a TikTok?
Bro, he is the man.
Okay.
I don't know, like, I'll have to do like tactical like muting right here. Okay, but first of all, this is what the music sounds like, right?
Yeah.
Okay, right? And then like right here, they do like a edit. Right, where it goes like poop poop poop, like all sort of stuff. Let's see. I don't know where it is. It's somewhere in here. Anyway, so
What the fuck was what am I watching?
yeah, I'm just gonna mute it. I'll see it when it happens, right? Oh,
Talk,
he's so
talk.
cool, bro.
I kind of like him. Jumping out of planes and shit, that's sick.
He's dropping aid to Gaza, and a bunch of it fell in the water, and then Israel fucking missiled it.
What the fuck? Seriously?
Yeah, because they're not allowed to go in the water right now. They'll kill them anyway. So it went in the water, and Israel fucking blew up those aid packages that fell in the water.
Awesome. Great. Good job, Israel.
Buy bullets wherever available
Bullets?
for Ukraine. And
I
then,
like
of course, this bombshell of an announcement by the host.
Oh my god, fuck off, bro.
In a bid to rally Western support around Ukraine, French President Emmanuel Macron held a conference with leaders from dozens of countries.
This isn't a
he said
debate.
Yeah, they're giving you news before the debate.
And
You can
now
go to
it's
the debate.
broken.
lawmakers are fiercely opposite.
very important, as you
made some advances, including capturing the town of Adivka.
Hey, she got it right.
Christopher Weisberg, Ukraine accepting. This has been roundly denounced by, almost all NATO allies, including in the last hour the United States. Was this a gaffe?
No, it was not a gaffe. I think, first of all, President
what a
Macron
dumb
didn't say that he was
question.
going to send troops in Ukraine.
Who's
he said
clicking their pen?
Everything should be on the table. In a way to 2 years after this war started, to show our opponents, Vladimir Putin, that we're ready to get into any kind of reaction if they are attacking Ukraine more
This
and,
poor
and
guy,
stronger.
he has no idea
I
where
think
he
it's
is right
very
now.
important. As you mentioned, President Macron was the first
Oh
to
my
have a
God.
very diplomatic approach with Putin.
Why do they all have to
2
fucking
years
talk
ago.
like that?
And we've been under attack, and France has been
Who's
under
clicking their
attack
pen?
by Russia in many different ways, and it's a strong stance.
How so has it been under attack?
Well, we've been under attack if we talk about what Russia's been doing in terms of information threat. If we look at how they are spreading disinformation through Wagner in Africa, creating a resentment against France. If we look at how they are systematically trying to destabilize our domestic affairs, yes, we are part of this attacks from Russia.
Of course, there's been a lot of domestic reactions as well. Georges Kuzmanovic, the
It's Wagner creating the disruption.
She said that his remarks
you fucking idiot
posed an existential threat for 70 million French citizens. Do you agree with her?
Well, I don't care about what said the Mrs.
Who's clicking their pen?
Le Pen, but anyway, it's a big mistake from the president of a country who has a nuclear weapon, which is France. And it's not only that we have nuclear weapons, we have nuclear submarines that allows her to hit Russia. We can attack or we can defend with nuclear weapon, and we are the only
That's what I said it.
Continental,
I already said it.
Only country in continental Europe with Russia to have this
There you go.
capacity.
France can literally
So
put nukes
we are
in the
a
Black
special
Sea.
nation, and it's 101 lesson in nuclear warfare. You don't go with your troops in the contact with other troops of a country who has nuclear weapons. So it's a mistake. And anyway, as you
Oh
said,
no!
the White House said
He's
we will
stupid.
send-
He doesn't get
we
why
won't
it's
send
a
any
good
troops
thing that
in
France
Ukraine.
is the one that
Even
steps
the
up.
polls said the
You
same.
poor fool.
Sweden, who just entered NATO, said, no troops on the ground. So it's not very kind for Ukrainians, because you have a president who's saying, oh, maybe we could send someday weapons, soldiers on the ground, and then in the next hours, all the countries saying, oh, no. It
Oh,
makes
no, no, no.
us afraid, like
Oh,
the
no, no,
Russian,
no, no.
and not very
Stop
kind
clicking
to
your
the
pen.
Ukrainians. So it's completely absurd.
Craig Kapitas, red lines in the last 2 years have moved. Long-range missiles, at first, no way were there going to be any long-range missile supply. There were. Same with tanks.
You mean shit that people
they're
say
now
is not
training
actually true,
pilots for
and
planes,
everything
even though
is
those have not
limited to
arrived yet.
change?
So is this one of
the
those ways of
addition of
testing the waters? And
additional
was Emmanuel
information?
Macron
That's
right, or is
fucking
George
crazy.
right that it's a little bit reckless on the part of a nuclear armed power?
I've covered Russia since 1980. The only diplomacy
Oh my God.
Putin and the Russians
The Daily
understand is
Beast.
cannon and musketry.
The Daily Beast.
Anyone who thinks anything different is
Editor
whistling
of the
past the
Daily
graveyard.
Beast. Epic. Awesome.
Not the best source. Since Putin came to power, has been at war. We just haven't admitted it. Certainly the politicians haven't admitted it. We've had some
Who
25
doesn't?
years of assassination.
Have you seen him?
Musketry. Anyone who thinks anything different is whistling. I've covered Russia since 1980. The only diplomacy Putin and the Russians understand is cannon and musketry. Anyone who thinks anything different is whistling past the graveyard.
Hey, he's not wrong.
The world, since Putin came to power, has been at war. We just haven't admitted it. Certainly, the
Oh, come on,
politicians
bro.
haven't admitted it.
Come on. Since
we've had
Putin
some
came to power,
25
we've
years
been
of
at war.
assassinations.
So it was all peace before Putin. Okay. Yeah, bro. The Cold War never fucking happened. Okay. What an idiot. What a fucking moronic thing to say.
with
Was
impunity.
the world at war in
of-
Chechnya, or was that just like Russia at war? Was the world at war
was
with
the
the
world.
Georgian
It was the world.
operation, or was that just Russia?
It was the
You know?
world, obviously.
Come on.
Yeah, the world.
There is war in Armenia, Georgia.
Pretty fucking asinine take. And this is why I came back, because I heard them saying dumb shit.
Bro, are you
I
kidding
had to
me?
come back.
So yeah, bro,
Western-
NATO hasn't fucking expanded and like made Europe basically war free except for Ukraine.
Citizens and others in England, we've discovered that swastikas on Jewish cemeteries here.
Oh
in France were
Jesus,
done by
fuck, man!
Russian agents.
Daily Beast,
We've opened up
motherfucker.
our
Who is this?
financial
Hezbollah
markets to the
24,
Russians.
bro? Who's
They've taken advantage of it.
Who's
You mentioned
reporting on this?
Wagner Group.
It is Hezbollah 24.
They have, since Putin came to power, been operating, or people like them from Russia, with impunity in Africa, buying up all sorts of strategic materials using
exactly.
bribes.
I'd rub him
Which we
up and
can't
down.
do because it's illegal, and we'd be put in jail, and officials would be put
Oh
in jail.
my
So
God,
there is
I
a
hate
war
you.
going on.
God.
Russia has been taking great advantage of the West, and I think we've reached a point now where we've run out of words to describe how horrible and ghoulish Putin is.
All right. So let me, before I turn to Viola von Krammen, let's take a quick look at some of the international reactions. And should it be pointed out, this Emmanuel Macron statement, which was a response to a reporter's
Oh
question.
my God.
Do we want the clips or just skip?
I mean, I say after the clips, we're good. That guy gave us enough of France
in a way
24's
buried the
takes,
lead.
but we do
in
want
a
to see
major
what
U-turn for
internationalists
France
have
at the
to say
summit.
about
Macron
this. You know,
dropping his
Stop saying it
insistence that
like that.
munitions be made in Europe, and now backing the Czech Republic's drive to raise 1.4 billion euros worth of ammo for Ukraine. The Czech Republic, whose prime minister this Tuesday stopped well shy of responding in kind, Peter Fiala, speaking alongside his Polish counterpart at a summit of Central European Visegrad states.
I will not speak for both of us, but I think I can say for both of us that we are not considering sending any troops to Ukraine.
Okay, so that's the Czech prime minister. Now, since the 2022 all-out invasion of Ukraine, Germany's 180-degree turn on defense policy has been huge. It has included, for the first time, a permanent base for the Federal Republic's troops outside its borders, a base that's due to open in Lithuania in 2027. But there are limits, says a blunt Chancellor
German expansionism
Olaf Scholz.
again.
What was agreed from the outset among ourselves and with each other also applies to the future, namely that there
The
will be
thing about
no ground
France is they
troops,
always
no
have the
soldiers on
English guy
Ukraine
and
soil
English
sent there by
translators ready
European
to go.
countries or NATO states.
Viola von Krammen, what was your reaction when you heard the remarks of Emmanuel Macron?
Well, first of all, I think it's a very non-timely debate. And second of all, I think we have so many other problems. We have
Stop
so
clicking
many
your
other challenges at the moment that we should rather speak about those questions, those challenges, those.
Oh my God, I hear him
my
fiddling
echo
with
all
his
the
pen.
time. Sorry.
I would be in this dude's ear
maybe we
nonstop,
can
telling him to shut the
fix
fuck up.
tone. Fix the tone.
We'll try to get that sorted out for you. Apologies for that. You're getting feedback in your ear. Apologies for that, Viola.
Stop clicking your pen.
We'll try to have that fixed right away. By the way, Olaf Scholz earlier in the day rejecting delivery of Taurus missiles to Ukraine, telling reporters that at no point and in no place should German soldiers be associated with targets hit with this system. Once again, this fear of there being a direct confrontation on the battlefield, and otherwise put, the chancellor worried that German military instructors would be needed for those Taurus missiles. And if you look at the map of what the front line looks right now, well, if the Ukrainians decided to take out the Kerch Strait Bridge and cut Crimea off from Russia, would that mean, Christopher Weisberg, that in effect, the Germans are at war with Russia?
What?
Well, it's of course it's
Question
part
what?
of the issue, and it's part of the risk. It's part of the threat. We are members.
How is he saying that the use of the missiles to kill the bridge would put Germany at war, or is he saying
I don't
Crimea
know, bro.
severing Ukraine
I
severing
was
Crimea?
reading that because it's funny.
That's so weird. What a weird
This
question.
French agency that you speak of, they're U.S. puppets.
Of NATO, and obviously no one wants something like this to happen. But once again, I mean, I want to try to understand.
Stop clicking your pen.
Well, the question is, the Germans are nervous because if they deliver those Taurus missiles, are they
driving
they're
me
going to come with
crazy?
instructors?
God,
Military instructors.
I
on
would
the ground.
literally
So does
walk
that
out
mean
there and
the
grab
Germans
the
are
pen
fighting
out of
the
his
war?
hand. I am not kidding. When we
obviously,
cut to the
if
other
we
screen,
are
I would
in
have ran out and grabbed the pen and just threw it off the set and then ran back.
Situation of
Give him a fucking grey lead pencil. Here, you fucking child.
Then he'd start
supporting
tapping the
Ukraine.
pencil, though. He's not. He literally is going to lose his writing utensil privileges, bro.
much more than we did at some point, and that's
I'm so
precisely
sick of
what
these
President
people.
Macron said. We'll have to face.
I was just interested to see what they said to that question because it was framed so poorly.
Oh.
But I agree. Fuck these people.
Right, get after
No.
Is this better? Is this better?
Not really, but it'll have to do.
Looks like IKEA meatballs and pickled fish will now be served in the NATO cafeteria because Sweden is the official newest member of NATO.
Swedish things. Fuck off. Fucking idiot.
What are you
Yep.
talking about? Yes,
Putting the
it does.
borders
The
the West-
U.S. is the new Rome. It controls everything, including China. It's doing the Uyghur genocide.
Western aligned military bloc ever closer to Moscow. Here's
Uh-huh.
the U.S. State Department's response.
We certainly welcome the.
You tried to get away from the State Department
in
and
the
they cut you right back
Hungarian
to it.
Parliament today. Look forward to it being finalized, and are ready to receive the instruments here in Washington, and welcome Sweden as the 32nd member of NATO.
Per Politico, Sweden cleared the final hurdle to become the military alliance's 32nd member after Hungary, the last holdout among the countries, held a parliamentary vote to approve the move. Following Russia's invasion of Ukraine, Sweden seemingly abandoned its position of neutrality toward NATO and applied to join.
Fair enough.
Hungary's more Kremlin-friendly government had been a holdout for over a year. Now, following Sweden and neighboring Finland's attempt to join NATO, Russia has adopted a more aggressive stance toward the countries. Moscow called Sweden, quote, a legitimate target for Russia's retaliatory measures last year. In response, the West has tightened controls on the Baltic Sea, complicating a vital transit route for the
Yeah, here's the response that everyone said. Ooh. Nobody gives a shit. Fuck off.
Russian Navy. That route has been complicated, but other efforts by the West to stymie Russia in response to its ongoing invasion of Ukraine seem to have stalled. A new Politico article notes that despite a slew of economic punishments, including sanctions, frozen assets, Mother Russia chugs along. As Politico puts it, 2 years on, Russia's economy has rebounded, its factories are humming, its oil and gas sales are relatively strong, and its people are at work in a system retrofitted to be all about the war. Vladimir Putin, meanwhile, appears firmly in charge of the Kremlin, despite hopes that Russia's elite would turn on him
we'll see.
as the economic pressure
We'll see
grew.
how long it takes
Another-
for Russia to get war weary. We'll see.
Well, those motherfuckers invaded Afghanistan, so.
Sure.
But remember, I said this already. Russia is a fucking powerhouse to resist sanctions.
Yeah.
Russia-related news, a series of investigations into the Nord Stream pipeline blast have seemingly come up with nothing.
Wow,
Denmark recently
who cares?
concluded its own
Yeah, man,
investigation, claiming
we'll
quote,
never,
there is not sufficient grounds
You'll
to
never start listening if you just run them out right away and yell at them like Hassan. Although it is funny when somebody is being stupid. Hey, I hope what's his name? Pissy Tinkle. What is that one guy who keeps coming in here and saying bored again? Bye. Send StreamYard link. If I see him today, I'll be like, you want the link so he can come in and that will be fun. If we can bring him in and see what he has to say. You know what I'm talking about though. Busy salad or something.
Yeah.
I don't remember.
Yeah. I know. Go for it.
pursue a criminal case
can
in
deal with
Denmark, and therefore the
It'll be
Copenhagen
funny.
police has
Yeah, I can't be bothered.
It'll be funny. Well, we can
Decided
just
to
be like, oh yeah, come on, join in. Go ahead.
And kick him straight away.
No, just see, like, go ahead. Report the news, bro. That's what people are here for, is the news.
Yeah, we just say nothing and we'll just play the videos. See how it goes. Yeah, on live job trial.
Hey, you want us to actually produce entire news shows where our reporters are reporting on these dumb stories so you don't have to suffer through Jesse Waters and Rising? Click that Patreon link that's in the profile and help us start our NGO.
Include the criminal investigation of the explosions. Russia has said Denmark's findings are, quote, close to absurdity.
So we're getting to a position where NATO is growing, is expanding. These countries joining, obviously, Ukraine wants to be part of NATO as well. And I think we have to ask ourselves, what is this protective alliance for? Is it to have greater friction, tension with Russia?
No.
Or is it to promote peace in the West? And if you think
Michael Cera.
goal is to keep the U.S. out of wars, while not
What do you think, the lizard people are
to be
talking?
invaded,
What you
then
think?
I think you have to start wondering what we're doing here. Are we not making confrontation with Russia more likely by admitting all of its neighbors, even countries with which Russia had no conflict until this whole thing started up? Now, that's not to say...
What is the common denominator here, buddy? Figure that out and maybe you'll figure out the right opinion. Until then, I guess you'll stop being a dipshit.
Rising isn't on to get right opinions.
that Russia should get whatever it wants or should be applauded for doing its illegal invasion of Ukraine, which has cost the lives of tens, if not hundreds of thousands of people. But
It's
you
so
can still wonder
confusing
if
that they call it the illegal invasion of Ukraine, the
is him.
invasion of Ukraine, all
This
of
is
this
him.
stuff, yet he can't figure out that maybe Russia is the key player here.
This is him right here. You
Hilarious.
see that? That's him.
in the best interest of stability and peace.
I mean, I don't know that you can say that there's no risk for Sweden, given that Putin has said very recently that it was a legitimate military target. But I take your point. The whole point of this was a post kind of Cold War era defense treaty that was supposed to get smaller, not bigger, as normalization with Russia improved as opposed to devolved.
Yeah,
And it
how'd
does
that go?
seem like a kind of
How those 4
escalation
genocides
that is
Putin's
not going
committed
to
while
lead
he's in charge of
anywhere
Russia
good.
going.
Now, this is
Good?
much less, I think,
Yeah?
of an issue than the
Good?
idea
Great.
of including Ukraine in NATO, and that's where the eye has to be on the ball. Is this some indication of that's where this is going? Is Sweden's inclusion something on the path toward Ukraine being included, or a desire to continually provoke Russia in these kinds of ways?
Provoke Russia.
Right.
It really just
Including
be saying
Ukraine
stuff on this
without
show.
further negotiation with Russia would put us in an immediate place
A
where we had
doofus.
to attack Russia, not just supply weapons, but supply
You are garbage,
commit ground
okay?
forces.
You're garbage.
So if Ukraine wants to be part of NATO, wants the same protections of Sweden and other places, then we need negotiation with Russia such that they agree that the war is coming to an end and they're satisfied with, I guess, territorial gains, and Ukraine is willing to accept that, and then we can offer a protection to the rest of the.
I guess once again we have to tell somebody that it's not your fucking choice. You stupid cunt. I'm done.
I helped make it.
Yeah, B-roll videos.
رفع حد غني اوف اوف جاوبها لك لكن كف.
Move on.
Israel has agreed to an updated framework for a 6-week ceasefire in Gaza. This in exchange for the release of 40 hostages. That's according to ABC News, which is citing an Israeli source. Israel is now waiting to hear back from Hamas on whether the terms have been accepted. But the Israeli military is still pushing forward with plans to enter Rafah, where hundreds of thousands of Palestinians have been sheltering since this war began. The proposed deal for a 6-week ceasefire includes the release of 40 Israeli hostages. Israel would release hundreds of Palestinian prisoners. The Israel Defense Forces, though, would not withdraw from Gaza under this proposed ceasefire.
Yeah, they're not done building their fucking...
U.S. President Joe Biden says Israel has agreed to halt military action in the Gaza Strip over...
Like I said on, I think it was Twitter. No, it was Threads, actually. Or it might have just been Instagram. Anyway, it doesn't matter. It was not in a real place. There was some war footage. And I was just like, if this wasn't active genocide, this would be sick. I'm like, it is. It's fucking cool. But it's also, you know, there's killing children.
Have made some cool stuff.
What do you mean?
Just they've had like that fucking killing a tank by running up to it.
Oh yeah, that stuff. Yeah, that stuff is fucking gangster too. That's cool. All the RPG footage, sick. Love it. More of that. Show us RPGs wasting Israeli tanks. Let's see that.
Mm-hmm.
Give me that, Hamas, please.
Whoa, don't promote violence.
I'm not.
You know,
it's obviously a video game. Shit's very realistic these days.
Yeah, I mean, well, it's all, the U.S. did this, so.
For Ramadan, the Muslim holy month that begins on March 10th. This came as Arabs have voiced fears should the fighting continue into Ramadan, it will further stoke regional tensions, while momentum on ceasefire negotiations gathered pace in Qatar. On the show, Biden revealed there was an agreement.
I thought it was Paris.
What?
I thought the negotiations were in Paris, not Qatar.
There's different ones in Qatar.
Ah, interesting.
Possible for a ceasefire between Israel and Hamas, which could be in place by this time next week. He said such a pause would give time for remaining hostages Hamas captured on October 7th to be released. The group took over 250 hostages when it stormed across southern Israel on October 7th and killed over 1,200 people.
Shit was heavy.
Israel's subsequent ground assault led to nearly 30,000 people killed, according to Gaza health authorities. In his late-night appearance Monday, Biden said Israel risks losing support from the rest of the world.
Not the US, though.
The Israeli government made a commitment to him to try to evacuate large portions of Rafah, which has millions of displaced Palestinians who fled other war-torn parts of Gaza before Israeli forces move in to target what he called the remainder of Hamas. The last deal to suspend
the
fighting
remainder
came
of Palestine. Let's get that correct.
In November, where Hamas released more than 100 hostages and Israel freed about 3 times as many Palestinian prisoners. In recent weeks, both Israel and Hamas
the green
have
headband
publicly
Hamas?
maintained positions that are far apart for a potential truce, while blaming the other for delays. Israel continues to say it will not end the war until Hamas is destroyed, while Hamas says it will not free hostages
Looked
without
like they were
an
helping
agreement
people there.
to end the war. As Biden gears up for a bid at re-election this November, he has seen support.
More than 4 months since Hamas terrorists invaded Israel on October 7th, and now this war is the deadliest conflict between the warring sides since Israel's founding in 1948. President Biden says a ceasefire deal is imminent. However, sources now telling ABC News Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu says that's news to him. Our foreign correspondent Tom Sufi Burridge has the latest from Tel Aviv. So, Tom, Israeli officials are still describing Hamas's demands as delusional when it comes to a deal. So what is Biden talking about when he says a ceasefire is imminent?
Delusional because all Israel wants
Bonka,
is
you
total
can't read.
fucking...
You can't read.
They're delusional
Twitch
because
is so
all
funny
Israel
right
wants.
now.
What?
Twitch chat has been so funny.
I'm trying to say something.
I know.
Jesus Christ.
I don't care. Twitch chat's more entertaining than you. This guy has a long neck, bro. He's all neck. There's no head there.
Look,
Just
I
keep
think
going.
both things are true. On the one hand, we are, according to sources, away from a deal. At the same time, there are some positive signs. I mean, we're getting a lot more detail now coming out from Hamas as well about this possible framework which the two sides are looking at. I mean, look, Israel has already briefed us on the broad details of that, or Israeli officials, a 6-week ceasefire 40 hostages out,
Reused.
potentially hundreds of Palestinian prisoners in return. But, you know, there's some fascinating details here, and we've sort of seen this already, but a bit more detail about the fact that certain hostages will carry a perceived higher value. So therefore, the price which Hamas is exacting or demanding for those types of prisoners, like female soldiers, is higher. There are also less contentious issues we're learning about. I mean, look, aid, the flow of aid, getting more aid into Gaza, that's a crucial factor. Also, for example, the amount that Israel has surveillance over the Gaza Strip. And probably the biggest sticking point is what happens to Israeli troops. Israel is prepared to potentially redeploy around the Gaza Strip. Hamas wants them right out of the Gaza Strip. Israel isn't willing to do that. So when we say redeploy, what does that actually mean? It's a complicated
negotiation. And the scared one
negotiation.
goes in the holding cage, and one of those mats just happened to fall off when he went in and hit the floor. Scared the shit out of him. He teleported across the room.
It's a very sensitive time. The clock is ticking.
Tom Sufi-Burge there in Tel Aviv for us. Tom, thanks.
Hi, everyone. George Stephanopoulos.
Nobody cares. Nobody gives a shit.
Supreme Court heard two cases.
Nothing matters. One country was invaded. One country is doing the invading. It doesn't fucking matter.
Yeah.
It really does not matter.
This Monday that could change how
an invasion.
Yeah, exactly. It's information warfare, and you have been had.
we interact with social media. The arguments are over laws in Texas and Florida that prevent social media platforms from moderating content. Jan Crawford breaks down the issue for us.
By the way,
yeah, I mean, these are really complicated.
It's literally about to be funded.
Mm.
I'll put up the QR code for the one that's almost funded.
Oh, yeah. Go for it.
Yeah, I'll get it in just a sec.
What is this guy saying? What is he talking about? Let me see.
Yeah, it literally 6,000 away from being funded, this one.
Shit gets U.S. underlings. Is in Ukraine on fire. Is Ukraine on fire? I've heard of that. Why have I heard of that?
It's like a documentary about Ukraine. A lot of people's shots are used in it, like who were there and stuff.
Telling you to deliver election in 2004. Why do we give a fuck about 2004?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, go for it. No, I mean, we have Let's Meet Cakes on this shit already.
Like, why are we talking about 2004?
Well,
that was 20 years ago,
fake.
my guy.
Because elections are fake, and that matters.
All
That's why
elections are
Putin
fake.
gets to invade because elections are fake.
Yeah, in 2004. Okay.
Yeah.
When did he take control? 5 years before that.
Anyway, here's the QR code. This literally is 6,000 away from being funded.
Complicated cases, and the justices at times struggled with how they're going to resolve.
You know, Russia is an imperialist state too, right? You know, the war that they're currently doing is an imperialist move.
It's almost like we haven't said anything pro NATO here or pro United States. Crazy.
Like,
Would you
what?
believe it?
What part of this makes you think that we're pro US or pro NATO? Like, do I need to bring up the direction brain, Wojak, again? Like,
Oh my
holy
God.
shit! Jesus fucking Christ!
Like,
it's not black and white, my dude. Take a wider look. Step back.
wait, did Oliver
Not that
Stone
hard.
make Winter on Fire?
I don't know.
That's crazy. Or no, Ukraine on Fire. Winter on Fire is the good one.
I'm not sure. who
No,
made it.
no, Winter on Fire, Ukraine. I don't know. That's crazy if Oliver Stone
It is
made it.
literally backed by the Russian imperial movement. You fool.
Russia's not an
That's like-
imperialist war. Bro, they're invading a sovereign country for
What are you
territorial
talking about?
expansion. What are you talking about?
In 2014, they took Crimea. What the fuck are you talking
Well,
about?
you don't understand. There was a deal, and that they didn't actually matter that Crimea was this and that.
Oh, that's right. In like 1632.
No. It's the Soviet Union. They gave Ukraine Crimea, and there was really no reason to do that.
Right, of course. The Soviet Union, that thing that doesn't fucking exist anymore. Great. Awesome. You know what that is? 1 minute.
Not the best source.
Resolve them, and they were divided at times, and not necessarily along ideological.
Crazy.
You know why? Because we don't give a shit. It doesn't matter.
Ukraine on Fire. I was right. Ukraine on Fire is Oliver Stone. Winter on Fire is the good one, I think.
Ah, okay.
I think I have shots in both, though.
Oh, really?
Yeah, because I don't own it.
Because you were just selling stuff.
No. It was an intern. So I have no right to have anything there.
Right. Okay. Gotcha.
Lines. I mean, some.
Oh, was that after Russia did an ethnic cleansing and replaced them with Russians? That independence vote? Yeah. Great.
Oh, crazy. Now
Awesome.
elections matter. Okay. Now
conservatives, for example, thought the law.
Okay.
Yeah, I haven't seen a propaganda film.
Bro,
Right.
I made shots that are in those movies. I was fucking there.
I'm right though, right? From what I've heard, it's just propaganda, like it's Russian bullshit.
I
Pretty
don't
much.
know. I haven't seen that one. I don't think I've seen this one either, the Netflix one. Because
Okay.
I mean,
'Cause
like,
from-
why do I give a shit? Like,
Yeah.
like, why do I want to fucking watch something that I experienced firsthand?
True.
You know?
True, but like from what I've heard, that is like a propaganda thing.
Yeah, I mean,
the
it's
Ukraine
literally
on
got
Fire.
Oliver Stone on the cover, so.
Yeah,
But-
like I've
but also
only heard
the
about
fact
it.
that he made it Ukraine on Fire when the
Mm.
good one is Winter on Fire, just so like people will look up. Oh, what
Yeah.
was that documentary they told me to watch about
Mhm.
Ukraine? And then they'll fucking
Yeah, it was
put
Ukraine
fucking,
Fire in the
yeah.
Google search. Yeah,
Yeah.
it's insane. Oh yeah, coup in 2014. That totally.
Yeah,
happened.
bro.
Mhm.
That's what
That
happens when you
definitely
shoot
happened.
your own people in the street. They overthrow your country with rocks. They tore up all the bricks in Freedom
Yeah.
Square and overthrew the country with them.
Mhm.
Maybe don't shoot
It's
people.
pretty metal.
Fuck
It's
the police.
It's pretty gangster. Let's
Suddenly
be
we're
real.
pro-police. Okay.
Oh wait, 2004. That was the Orange Revolution, wasn't it?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. No, I do know about that. Yeah.
I
No,
told you
know
we
all about
literally
that,
have
yeah.
specials on it already.
Yeah, no, I know all about that. I don't need to see some propaganda film about that because I've spoken to people about it who are from Ukraine. So, dickhead.
Laws, especially Florida's, went too
A
far,
doofus.
while others raised concerns that social media companies could suppress information and debate. Now, these cases concern those laws and
Oh, also, you want to know what's funny? The only people that I've heard talk about Ukraine on Fire, do you know when I heard about it and the type of people that spoke about it? It was about 3 years ago.
Well, it's a recent one, I think.
Yeah, I know. It was about 3 years ago. You know, the people that I was around back then, those people, they were the ones talking about
Oh,
it.
it
The
came
ones
out
who
a
spew
year after
nothing
the
but
other one.
Russian propaganda now. Yeah, those ones. Funny how that tracks, doesn't it?
Florida and Texas, and they were a direct response to former President Trump's ban on Twitter and Facebook after January 6th, as well as
Bro, your source is this propaganda film. Shut the fuck up.
Yeah.
censorship of some content during COVID in the wake of the pandemic. The laws are different. Florida's, I think, is a little more problematic, but they generally restrict the big companies from removing content based on someone's political views. The social media companies are making a pretty broad argument that they have a First Amendment right to decide what content to allow, just like a newspaper would. But after over, I think, 3.5
You need to join Twitch. Twitch is on fire right now.
hours, 4 hours of argument, I think it's clear the court is concerned.
The U.S. Supreme Court is set to hear landmark cases this
Is
week
that Mila
dealing with
Kunis?
what Americans can see on social media. Today, justices will hear arguments concerning laws designed to protect conservative viewpoints. Our Jan Crawford is closely following all of this and joins us now with more. Jan, the two cases concern laws in Florida and Texas. Start by explaining what's on the line here.
Well, I mean, they're slightly different laws, but the bottom line is the same. I mean, obviously, conservatives felt that they were kind of being censored on social media, and these laws were in direct response by decisions that Facebook and Twitter made to ban former President Trump from those platforms after January 6th. In addition,
yeah, we're funded by the CIA. Didn't you know that? Like, what the fuck? Like, we're very open about this.
Yeah, bro. U.S. imperialists. We love the United States. Everything we've said was pro-United States.
Yeah. Literally everything.
Mm-hmm.
Uh-huh.
I definitely didn't fucking help people kill American soldiers or anything.
efforts they believe the social media companies were engaging in to censor any kind of conservative or contrarian reviews on COVID during the pandemic. So lawmakers in these two states passed these laws, which would greatly restrict the ability of social media companies to kick politicians.
Literally, you're right.
I'm fucking better than you.
Off Twitter or
it's just funny that you'd come on a channel that's called Fifth Generation Information Warfare and think we don't know the narrative. Like, we watched it. We watched the pro-Russian sources too, bro. We know what they have to say. You know, we cut them apart just like we've been cutting apart all these U.S. and American sources. Remember the Daily Beast guy that we were making fun of?
Censor some of those.
Or, you know, all of the politicians that we went through. Except for Jasmine Crockett. She's a fucking gem.
Yeah, Jasmine Crockett rules.
Viewpoints that conservatives believe were ones they were trying to argue.
So have we heard from some of the social media companies here? I mean, how are they responding to this?
Oh, yeah. I mean, they've all weighed in, and the big law firms have weighed in, and First Amendment groups have weighed in, and they're arguing that, listen, I mean, we should be treated just like newspapers and magazines. We have a First Amendment right to kind of moderate this content. You can't go tell a newspaper, you got to put this story in there, and you can't put that one in there. They're saying that they're the same thing and that the First Amendment protects their ability to make those kind of editorial decisions. Now, the states are saying, like,
you know what? I agree.
We'll see what they have to say.
That's a fair argument.
We'll see.
They are, by definition, publishers. And the censors are therefore the editors, right? I can see the argument. I can see the argument.
There's still, like, you know, public access still couldn't be porno, you know?
True. But they can take that off. I don't know.
Oh, I mean, you're a business, and it's kind of ironic that you're a business, a money-making enterprise, turning to the First Amendment and saying we should be able to, under the First Amendment, suppress views that we don't agree with.
That's also a good argument. I am now torn. This shit always fucking tears me down the middle because I'm like, fuck you, you're a corporation. But it's like, I don't know. I can never, and it's like if you justify it, you're saying basically like, well, the corporation ruled as a person kind of thing, so they get people rights.
Yeah,
that shit. It's kind of doing the same thing. So I kind of lean on fuck the corporations.
I mean, Facebook did not cause a genocide, but was complacent.
Yeah. So I'm kind of always leaning towards.
I'm kind of like pro, like, if you caused a genocide, you should kind of fuck it.
Yeah.
You hear me, United States?
So it's a really interesting case. And I got to tell you, when you read the lower court decisions, like the one from Florida, for example.
Haven't heard from our friend in a couple minutes. I wonder where he's gone.
To cope.
A Trump-appointed judge wrote that decision, and Florida lost. The social media companies won. And I'm like, man, this is a really good argument. Then you read the Texas case, a different federal appeals court with a different Trump-appointed judge, and the states win in that case, the social media companies. So then I'm like, well, wait a minute. So it's a really hard.
It's interesting.
We don't.
Well,
I
the Supreme
speak all
Court
the
is
time
now
on
deciding
Iraq.
the fate of very similar laws from Texas and Florida that could shape the future of online speech. Fox 26's Tom Ziska says a ruling could have far-reaching effects. Tom.
Caroline, these laws were made in the wake of former President Donald Trump being banned from Twitter. In practice, they would generally prevent social media platforms from limiting certain political viewpoints. But justices expressed some concern over how far it could go.
I have no idea why Congress does or does not do, but I do know
God,
that Texas
oral
has
argument.
the ability to protect
I don't
Texans,
care.
and that's what Texas has done.
Texas Solicitor General Aaron
Oh, thank
Nielsen
God
was
it was
clear
quick.
in his oral arguments that the state intended to keep the social media square open to all points of view and not subject to any political leanings of platform decision makers.
Interesting.
While that would also allow for unsavory viewpoints to be expressed, justices questioned whether such a government order against private companies was instead a violation of their First Amendment
You know what?
rights.
Fuck them. Government should exist to regulate corporations. Fuck 'em.
Yeah, that's the only legitimate source of the government.
Yep.
But they don't.
Yeah. Fuck them. Fuck them. Regulate them into the dirt. Fuck those cunts. Fuck them to death.
Lawyers representing tech companies say they need to be able to moderate content.
But
I know.
assume that the
I
implication of your
agree
answer to Justice
100% with
Kagan
this.
is that you
I hate kombucha too. We went over this. We had the kombucha conversation already.
You could tell the anti-Semite, we're not open for business
Jesus.
to you, right?
you can tell that person that our speech forum is not open to you.
After nearly 4 hours of questions and answers, trade groups representing tech companies
can refuse
are
service for
confident
whatever
justices
reason.
will side with them.
What's at stake is whether or not the state can come in and say, no, we're going to decide what content is appropriate. We're going to referee your forum.
For others, there is middle ground somewhere between censoring voices and moderating
Dude, a
content
gloves
for
on.
vulnerable
Use his
users.
phone. What the fuck?
If we know that there are
Weird.
children on platforms, and we know that there are children under the age of 13 on platforms, no matter what the content is, it should be very
Damn,
hard to
they all got
access,
nice ass
the
Herman
most
Miller chairs at
mature
that
and
office, but they
explicit
still have
content.
fucking Dell monitors.
So justices also wondered if these restrictions could also affect direct messages and emails.
Does this guy
There was
got the
some
fucking
kind of question
YouTube
over
sponsor earbud? What is that thing called?
whether it might or it might not. It's one of
They're
the
like, besides, yes, I was like, they're the only ones who will sponsor Count Dankula besides Clash of Clans. It was going to be my
Yeah.
next thing. Motherfucker got the periodic table behind him. Oh, it's a weather map.
Good one.
that they'll have to consider many things. A decision is expected at the end of their
He has a
term,
great news
at
voice.
the end of June.
Bro, is that your
Reporting live tonight,
mail?
Tom Ziska, Fox 26 News.
Familiar
Tornadoes.
sounds for
Oh,
many
yeah.
of us this morning,
This is a
wondering if the
three-part story
storm was
that's
just
so
passing
crazy.
through.
Okay. Fucking tornadoes are metal. They're fucking
3-part
sick.
tornado story coming at you.
Let's go.
But then
People took
Is that
cover
the
for
tornado
safety as
alarm?
sirens blazed.
Yep.
Is that what that sounds like? What does shit sound?
Here,
they're
fearing
really
what
loud.
might be coming.
It would happen very quickly. But in the moment, you know, when the house
Goddamn.
starts shaking, you don't know. Is the house going to collapse?
from West Columbus to West Jefferson to Blacklick, people took shelter from severe winds.
Now, crews
Dude, tornadoes are fucking wild. I don't know like why
I love that our
anybody would
YouTube
live.
audience will go over to Twitch just to argue with people on Twitch. And the guy's already gone, I think, at this point. That's why I said, guys, don't chase everyone off. We'll never change their minds if we just chase them all off. I'm still waiting for Jizzo to come back in.
Yeah. Fucking tornadoes are such a wild thing. I'm so glad we don't have them here. I also don't understand why anybody would live anywhere near anywhere a tornado would turn up.
To be
Fuck
fair,
that.
Ohio isn't exactly Tornado Alley.
No? It
No.
doesn't extend up that far?
I mean, not really. It's more of like a fucking southern thing. Southwest. Not
Yeah, okay.
southwest, but like southern Midwest. Like
Yeah,
lower.
okay. Like Kansas, Oklahoma sort of area.
Yeah, all those states that nobody can actually name.
The flat ones.
Yeah, those ones in there.
are hard at work picking up the pieces, and neighbors
Kansas
are
is
helping
fucking
neighbors
crazy.
in any
Kansas
way they
is like the most tornado-ish.
Yeah.
But like I've never seen a flatter area in my life. You can see for miles. It's so flat there. It's crazy. Like not even the ocean is like that, you know?
It is pretty wild. Great for shooting. Great for long distance.
Yeah, well, the wind, no. Like,
True.
like just driving through, it feels like your car's gonna get blown off the road on a regular day.
It's that bad.
Yeah, because there's
Crazy.
nothing to stop the wind. It just picks up speed going through there.
True.
That's why they put a bunch of windmills in Kansas.
Yeah, I can imagine.
That's really all there is there. There's billboards and windmills. Dude, it's literally one road straight through Kansas. I saw nothing, but obviously there's rest stops too. So there's like a Borga King every now and then. I think it was a Carl's Jr. I had in Kansas.
Okay. Interesting.
Avoid it at all costs, in my opinion.
I almost went to Manhattan, Kansas instead of Columbia, South Carolina.
Oh,
for my
Kansas
uni choice.
Kansas, I think, might be the worst state.
I almost went to Kansas State, and I'm glad I didn't.
We thank you for joining us today for NBC4 at 5. I'm Jared Smalley.
And I'm Jennifer Bullock. The most accurate team in Central Ohio, okay. Storm Team 4, warned you of the threat of that severe weather. And as work continues to return to normalcy, we are bringing you team coverage.
We have multiple crews on the ground in your community to check out recovery efforts. Storm Team 4 meteorologist Joe Spear tracking the latest data from crews from the National Weather Service.
That's your name in XCOM too.
While Storm Team 4 Chief Meteorologist Dave Mazza tracks what else is on the way.
No, it's Earth Defense Force. That's right.
They had such a missed opportunity. They should have
Storm Team, Storm 1, and you're Storm 1.
They totally should have done that. That would have been so funny.
We gotta play 4.1 sometime so you could see like what it was like before 5.
Okay.
It's not near. I think 5 is way better, but 4.1 is just even cornier.
But like every time they stop talking, they go Storm 1 out, and the screen switches off. That would be so funny.
What rolled through this morning, Joe?
I mean, it was basically storm after storm in the early morning hours of today, pretty much lining up a trail of damage along I-70 from the early morning hours of today. And it wasn't just with the tornadoes. We also saw pretty high wind damage come through, even some hail reports. But now we're starting to get the details of what happened this morning. We've had 2 survey teams out this morning. Each has confirmed 2 tornadoes on their own all across Ohio as a whole. 3 of them have managed to be here in Central Ohio. The first was confirmed as an EF2 that started in Black Lake here in Franklin County, made its way into Licking County before it eventually ended as an EF1. A little bit closer to the metro area, over around Hilliard, we had a confirmed EF1 tornado that caused a little bit of damage north of Roberts Road, and one of the most impressive tornadoes that we have seen across the state, traveling 15 miles, was another tornado confirmed as an EF2 that started in Clark County and made it over into Madison County, producing some of the most impressive damage that we've seen in this area.
Joe, thank you. Families, of course, in our area are picking up the pieces after those early morning storms.
There led to some scary moments in Madison County. NBC4's Eric Halperin has been there all day. Eric, there's a few parts of the county with a lot of damage, right?
When this whole system moved out.
Chicago.
Elizabeth, thanks. The system headed our way was much stronger when it moved across the Midwest. The National Weather Service is out today surveying what's believed to be tornado damage all over the Chicago area. As many as 5 tornadoes are believed to have touched down.
Nuts.
The storms also produced damaging winds in Michigan and Ohio, knocking out power to tens of thousands of people. Elizabeth will be back in 10 minutes with another look at today's threat here at home.
Law enforcement agencies across the country are struggling to fill the ranks. The events.
In the last half hour, the number jumped to 6. 6 confirmed tornadoes now, and the damage in the Miami Valley is widespread tonight. Thanks for joining us at 6 o'clock. I'm Cherie Palella.
And I'm Mike Dardis. You're narrowly missing us in our area. So we got some images from the damage at Wright Pat Air Force Base. National Weather Service, very busy tonight surveying all of the damage there along the I-70 corridor after the storm.
Wow. Oh, also the Air Museum. You see that? The Air Museum was hit. So like all those planes are destroyed now.
Oh no.
At the Air Museum, but most of it is the I-70, right? So it's just poor people. Somehow they're the ones who always get hit by tornadoes, like the people who live in trailers and shit.
Yeah, epic.
Because nobody lives next to the interstate except for like trailer parks.
Yeah.
Storms hit early in the morning. We want to show you where those tornadoes have been confirmed now, from Montgomery and Greene counties to Franklin County and more. And tonight, WLWT News 5's Karen Johnson live in Clark County's Springfield Township to show us some of the damage there. Karen?
Springfield.
Well, good evening again, Mike. And so many yards look like this one right here, just covered in debris, pieces of homes on the ground. You look up into trees, you can see sheet metal just wrapped around branches. Now, I want to take you inside the Campbell family's home. They allowed us to walk through their house today, their living room destroyed, just filled with dirt and debris. From the living room, we walked into the kitchen and found family members trying to salvage larger appliances like this refrigerator.
Yeah, no shit, you want to get the refrigerator out of
from a bedroom. From the backyard, their home looked like a dollhouse. All of the walls collapsed in the storm.
Look how small that hallway was.
2 blocks away, Matthew McKitchen's house wasn't any better. He was inside with his parents when he said he had to brace himself in the hallway.
Breaching flag code.
I was kind of looking out the back toward the west.
There's a ceiling fan in the yard.
I started hearing the whole freight train kind of noise they always talk about. And
look,
never heard that before. So it wasn't but a few seconds after that it all kind of broke loose, and pretty much destroyed the house. So
great.
And no one in his family was hurt. We were
cool. Tornadoes, they're pretty cool. Don't live in tornado places. Unless you live in Chicago, then you kind of just fucked.
Well, Chicago normally doesn't have that shit.
Yeah, I know. That's what I'm saying.
Drones could soon be flying in San Francisco under the direct control of the city's police, along with other surveillance technology.
How long until drone skeet shooting becomes a thing? What do you reckon? A week?
I don't know. I mean, if they're using drones instead of like helicopters, right? Like I could see I could see it in that role being more reasonable. But like the way this is going to sound, people are voting on it. It's going to sound like drones are like going to be hovering around you, scanner darting, okay, Dick style. So,
well, we'll see, because that's what I was thinking.
If a controversial ballot measure is passed in March by its residents.
That's what it looks
like. The
Safer
San Francisco proposal, also known as Prop E, comes at a time when issues of drugs, homelessness, and crime have reached a flashpoint in the traditionally left-leaning city. And Mayor London Breed is betting that disgruntled citizens will vote for the proposal.
I'm excited about drones because when you call 911, you want somebody right there. And drones give us the ability to get there faster than anything else, so that we get eyes on the situation.
The measure would not only allow police to use security cameras and drones for video surveillance.
Can they turn the drone camera off?
Using facial recognition and AI. And that would mean overturning a 2019 ban in San Francisco on facial recognition surveillance technology by government agencies due to concerns then over privacy and misuse.
Yeah, I know. Now you're draining our
ban
YouTube
came amid a progressive drive for criminal justice reform during the Trump administration.
Y'all ran him off.
Alternatives to jail.
Now he'll never
the city
change.
Swung to a more.
I don't know. I think it might have been. We kind of went hard.
Bro, I mean, did you see their name? Of course they were that kind of stupid.
Yeah.
Stop animal meat torture or something. Sorry, I got mad. I can't blame you for getting mad. You literally told you you're an idiot and like you don't know what you're talking about.
Pro-police stance during the pandemic. Speaking to Reuters, Mayor Breed played down any anxiety.
So I get that people are concerned about privacy rights and other things, and technology is all around us. San Francisco is the artificial intelligence capital of the world. I mean, we have the top 8 of 20 of the top 20 companies in the world right here in San Francisco.
This sounds like political cope. Fuck yourself.
You're kind of dodging what the issue is.
Yeah, isn't she? Fuck.
Breaking news alert.
We are interrupting your programming right now with more information on the execution of Thomas Creech. The Idaho Department of Correction just announced the execution was not able to proceed. Once again, Thomas Creech has not been executed.
IDOT Director Josh Tewald, after consulting with the medical team leader there, determined that the medical team couldn't establish an IV line. Essentially, they couldn't find a vein where they were going to inject those drugs into Thomas Creech. So it rendered the execution unable to proceed. Mr. Creech will be returned, maybe has already returned to his cell. The witnesses have been escorted out of the facility. As a result, the death warrant will expire. So the state has to consider next steps now because they cannot do the execution later today. Again, they need to go through more of the court process to get another death warrant. Director Tewald, state witnesses, the media as well. They're going to be at the media center shortly for a brief news
the guy got gassed because they couldn't get a vein line.
That's very interesting.
Media witnesses, including our very own Brenda Rodriguez, are going to speak at a news conference. It is expected to start a little bit later this morning, but right now joining us live, Morgan and Brenda together. Tell us what happened.
Yeah, good morning, Justin and Maggie. Just absolutely shocking. Brenda just walked through the doors a few minutes ago with other media witnesses that were in the room and said it didn't work. It didn't go through. Thomas Creech was scheduled to be execured around 10 o'clock this morning. More than an hour later, that did not happen. Brenda, how were you feeling in light of that and just that news coming down, anticipating this all morning and then that being
a what?
Serial killer.
Okay.
The outcome.
Yeah, well, I mean, as we've mentioned before, we're there to witness what is happening at the moment. I will just say, though, they did start on time.
We were not Jack for showing up late.
That process did start on time. We did count about 7 to 8 IV attempts. They started preparing, cleaning the area where it was going to be injected, and they started that at 10:07. Then the actual first IV went in at around like 10:11.
So you didn't get to watch somebody die. How do you feel about
Pretty
this?
much, yeah.
Okay, next. We get it. That's the story.
It is the dark of night, and the hunt is on for wild pigs in Texas, where they have a big pig problem. Why does this matter in Minnesota? Because wild pigs are also out of control, much closer in Canada.
And while a new DNR report found they're not here yet, Chris Rafsky shows us why officials say it's imperative to keep them out.
Yeah, hog report, hog watch. Here we go.
Trail cameras often pick up Canada's majestic animals.
Yeah, that's a moose.
But just north of the Minnesota border,
hey,
cameras
finally we
are
got
starting to capture something else: wild pigs.
This is the worst invasive large mammal on the planet. So they reproduce so fast that you just can't barbecue your way out of a wild pig problem.
University of Saskatchewan professor Ryan Brooks says,
"You want to know my idea?
Guns.
Bring back the buffalo."
Did they deal with them?
Well, the buffalo were the only large. Like the reason why there's no other massive animals like elephants and stuff here, why horses died out, is because of the bison.
Really?
Yeah, the bisons are just that dominant of the ecosystem.
Huh.
So bison come back, they'll fucking kill those pigs.
Interesting. That is an interesting solution. Until then.
Also, wolves.
Machine
bring
guns.
Back the wolves. Wolves would be a good introduction back.
Yeah, yeah. Machine guns. Helicopters and machine guns.
Uh-oh. Another dissident in chat.
Wild hogs are out of control in Canada, destroying habitat, uprooting crops,
yeah, they do that,
and carrying the threat of disease to farmed pig populations. His survey shows the exponential growth of wild hogs over the last 30 years.
Oh, shit.
Now covering more than 1 million square kilometers.
That's wild.
The problem was self-made. Brooks says Eurasian wild boars were brought over from the UK in the 1980s and 90s for farming and hunting.
After 2001.
This happened in Australia with red foxes. Now our problem of foxes.
Because the Brits were like, we don't get to do the chili fox hunt.
Yeah, that's exactly what it was. Rabbits too.
And toads.
The market collapsed.
Yeah.
And so you could barely give them away after that. And people just kind of panicked and got really frustrated and fed up, and they just cut the fence and let them go.
Squeal on Pigs is Manitoba's 911 service for wild pig removal. They use trail.
Here's another way to do it. Guns.
Of course,
fucking
Canada
guns.
would call it squeal on pigs.
Fucking kill them and leave them to the wild. It will take care of it.
Cameras, public sightings, and traps to catch them. Other provinces will net them from the air.
Oh my
Squeal's
god,
latest
Canadians are such pussies. Just kill them.
M60s.
Yes. Huey and an M60. Problem fucking solved. Have fun while you're doing it. Done. Problem fucking solved.
Shows a population potentially in the hundreds established less than 40 miles from the Minnesota border.
The potential for Canadian wild pigs to move into your Montana, North Dakota, Minnesota, these are very real risks that could happen at any point now.
Am I worried? I don't want feral swine in this state.
Eric Nelson with the Minnesota DNR says the hogs from Canada aren't here yet. He says they do respond to 12 to 14 loose domestic pig calls per year. According to the USDA, domestic pigs and wild hogs are all part of the same species.
This is why you can't
gets
use bison, because it's the
they are
farmland
considered
that's
feral
in trouble.
and will repopulate just the same.
You can't have bison.
Very
on the
hard to get rid of them.
farmland.
They're
That's why we
very
don't bring them
elusive.
back.
They're very smart animals. So that is why, we tell people to don't shoot, report, because we do have trained people that can actually get rid of these pigs versus scaring them and educating them, making them run off.
Nelson wants to educate Minnesotans. He trusts the work Canada's doing and sees this currently as a small threat with explosive potential.
Look,
if not,
this could work.
That's right. Use explosives.
Look, this could work if it's to contain a small population. Texas is already fucked. Shoot to kill.
They are
Kill
right
them all.
though. If you shoot them, they'll learn. They'll all run away. You'll only get one or two.
That's why you have multiple people with machine guns.
Well, you actually the trap that they showed, that corral.
Yeah.
They corral. They basically bait them and then lure them into that corral and leave it open for like 3 nights in a row.
Yeah.
And then when it closes and they have the whole herd in there, they go in with ARs and just mow them down inside that corral.
Yeah, that's a good way to do it. That's even more fun. But there's like purpose-built pig guns that use the 4.58 SOCOM, and that's a fucking metal ass round. So I would just get one of those for the fuck of it, just to have a pig gun. But I don't know. That's a fun way to do it too.
Not stopped early.
Why should Minnesotans care about this?
I would say look to Texas, look at the catastrophic things that they do, look at the diseases that they spread, look at the public safety issues.
Should we go to Texas?
Yeah, I would suggest going to Texas.
Nice. Good at it.
We did. And it turns out everything
is great
bigger in Texas.
Love this pig
including
report.
The flags, the trucks, and the feral hog population.
These are our state animal. Wild hogs that have
let's say some pig killing. You're in Texas. Let's fucking go.
That's
made their way to Texas.
That's a
doing
big
everything
one.
we can to keep them out.
Yeah, they're
40 miles
huge.
outside of Waco in central Texas, these wild hogs.
Farmers
Yeah,
call-
fucking loud they are.
So farmers call these removal teams, right? And they come in and work on. Are you okay, pal? They work contracts, right? And they fucking like put up these like fences,
their scalps and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
They do that with They did it with Brumbies, which are wild horses in Australia. They're wild mountain horses. They do it with feral dogs. They do, I think, $10 a tail and other stuff. And this is because like farmers will hang feral dogs and foxes from their front fences as a message to the government to tell them that they're getting fucked over by these things and they need to do something about it. It's a massive problem here. Like, it's a really fucking big problem. But this I think might be a big one. Yes.
My resolution.
Simply trapped and penned
Where
to
is
be
it?
sold to a third party. The landowner, who wished not to be interviewed, says he sells 200 to 400 per week.
I'm not in the.
My resolution?
You're in the hunting.
Airstrikes.
Riley Horton
bomb them. Bomb them. Keep bombing them. Bomb them again and again.
Out here.
Everybody does it. If you can hold a gun or driving a truck, people are hunting them.
Business is abundant.
Fuck yeah, let's go. This is my favorite footage.
An estimated 3 million in Texas alone. According to the USDA, they can be found in 35 U.S. states and cause $2.5 billion in damages.
A lot of damage.
If you got into a cornfield, they could do acres and acres of damage.
Wildlife biologist Rick Taylor wrote the book on feral swine. Literally. He says they are both hated for their damage and celebrated as food in different parts of Texas. Wild pigs have no natural predators and reproduce too quickly to eradicate.
If a sow has one litter and they're capable of breeding at 9 months, by the end of that year, that single sow is already a grandmother because her kids have had kids already.
Case in point, just ask the farmers.
There's nothing to pull in here at nighttime and see 25 or 30 hogs.
It's just like Lauren Boebert.
Larry Warnick
That's
runs
fucking. That's pretty wild, though. That's a very fast reproduction rate. That's crazy. No wonder people eat them.
100-acre cattle feed operation. He says hogs eat the cattle feed, dig under fences, and uproot his fields. He uses a trap to try and slow them down.
This hog trap works with an iPhone, and then when so many get in, you push a button on your phone and it closes the gate.
Down the road, Larry shows us the damage the wild pigs have done to his field.
Well, they've got big, strong snouts, noses, and as you can see,
they
just
uproot
tear
everything.
the ground up. And if you can imagine 30 or 40 head of them in an acre, well, one night they can take 2 or 3, 4 acres down without any problem, and it's ruined.
Looking for pigs.
At night is when you find them.
Can't hide from a thermal.
We tagged along with Riley and a partner hired by farmers to eliminate wild hogs across 15.
See, I would move to Texas just to do this job. This looks like fun.
1,000 acres.
And the pigs will stay hidden all day for the most part.
What do you mean?
They wander out in the middle of these fields at night.
2 really nice sized ones in a field we don't have access to.
Because they're considered invasive, in Texas, pigs have no bag limit, can be hunted anytime, any day, and by any means on private land. For sure.
Any means?
On private land.
Any means?
My resolution? Airstrikes. Bomb them. Bomb them. Keep bombing them. Bomb them again and again.
You can totally, as long as the explosives are approved, you can totally use explosives on it.
Imagine that just airdropping a fucking.
You just need your explosive ordnance stamp, you know?
Yeah, just airdropping like a canister of what's the stuff that detonates when it gets impacted?
Barrel bombs?
No. They shoot it. It's the stuff that people almost die. Tannerite. Drop a tin of tannerite in the middle of them and just watch them go to pieces.
The police dropped that bomb in the MOVE movement, you know?
What?
In Philly, the police bombed a house.
Seriously?
Yeah, you don't know about this?
Move? I don't know about this. What the
MOVE
fuck?
bombing? Yeah, they literally bombed an anarchist group in Philadelphia.
What the fuck?
And then let 3 blocks burn down instead of containing the fire.
That's insane.
Yeah. I have the thing is that it's Vice, but there's a really good clip of somebody who was a survivor from it.
Okay. Just send it to me. I'll watch it. I'm not sure if we can play Vice.
Short time later, we spot 2 more.
Can you see? We'll get a little closer and we'll take our shot.
Got him. He's down.
Some hunters harvest the meat. Others leave them to nature.
Every pig counts. It's about how it goes. Drive the roads, scan all the fields. You just have to get as close as you can and take the shots.
Wild pigs are not in Minnesota yet, but by...
Okay, here we go. Now, remember, this is totally not Vice we're looking at. Viacom, this totally isn't your properties. It totally... Because, I know you love to claim everything, but we really just... Not Viacom, right? Not Viacom.
They look like project houses.
Talking about the houses, they let 3 blocks burn down and then cut out the contracts to rebuild them.
Today, I still have the burn scars from May 13th. of 85. And some people have told me you should get cosmetic surgery. They can take that off. And I'm saying, why would I want to take it off? I want to be reminded. Our significance today is the consistent example of MOVE. Keep fighting no matter what, because people can look at MOVE and say, I don't want to be in jail for 30 or 40 years. I don't want to die. I don't want to have a bomb dropped on me. But the thing is, you can die any day of the week in this country being killed by police.
Totally not. That was not Viacom or Vice Properties at all playing behind us. Oops, that was a mistake. We didn't mean to do that. There you go. Isn't that a fucking epic quote, though?
That is. That's pretty crazy. Tell you what, if she didn't fucking hate the US before, she does now.
Well, yeah. So they were like an anarchist group, and they all basically had a collective in this one house.
Yeah.
And they had like armed weapons. And this is like the cult era when the US was scared about that shit. And so since they wouldn't surrender, they had children too. Children were in that house.
Yeah.
She survived because she pulled 2 children out with her.
Crazy.
That's the only, like, the rest of them died.
When was this?
1980s, right? So I cite this
before or after Waco.
Conservatives say there's no systemic oppression. Yeah, nobody even knows this happens. You tell them, and then you show them the footage. 1985 MOVE bombing. But yeah, so you show this to them, they don't believe that it happened, and then you show it to them, and it blows their fucking mind.
Interesting. When was Waco?
Good question. Someone will tell us if I don't look it up first.
It was in 93.
Mm-hmm.
So after this, interesting. This was the first Waco.
Yeah, it was literally the local PD who did that too.
Wild.
They designed an improvised explosive device, put it in a duffel bag, and dropped it on the house.
That's fucking nuts. What the fuck?
Yeah.
Yeah, so it literally is probably the first Waco.
It's probably the only bombing that has been done on, like, besides, like the Yemeni guy we drone striked.
And what was this called again?
The MOVE bombing, 1985, MOVE. Yeah, it's an acronym.
Yeah. Okay.
But they're all like, dreadlock anarchists.
Yeah.
Super.
I mean, they're in the commune, ANCOM.
Yeah.
Commie bullshit.
They're rejecting the state completely, living
Abbott has issued a
autonomously.
disaster declaration for at least 6.
I guess that justifies getting bombed by the U.S. government.
Predator drones. You will never see it coming.
Exactly.
It would be constitutional for the government to target and kill any U.S. citizen with a drone or with a shotgun without due process.
It's so good.
This is as firefighters are dealing with the second largest wildfire in the state's history. It's now grown to 1,300 square miles, forcing widespread evacuations. Flames are destroying homes and cutting power to thousands of people. Now, these conditions are even forcing the brief shutdown of a nuclear weapons facility.
They basically were like, they're domestic terrorists. We're going to bomb them.
Yeah.
Even though our primary job is looking for survivors, we may end up having to help communities and families have closure.
We drove through a ranch and it had some damage. One firefighter even said he saw
Texas is a bad place for a fire.
No, they're not even like according to Wikipedia. It's green anarchism, black liberation, animal rights, primitivism, social ecology, deep ecology, communalism, direct democracy, environmentalism.
Interesting.
So they're not even like Marxist type anarchists. They were.
I stand corrected.
They advocated for a radical form of green politics and a return to hunter-gatherer society, while stating their opposition to science, medicine, and technology.
So Ted Kaczynski was their idol.
Well, I mean, there was black liberation. Oh, it was fucking Frank Rizzo who did it too.
Black Ted Kaczynski.
Firefighters could get a break in
See,
the
I'm
coming
not the only
days
one.
with cooler temperatures and less wind in the forecast. The Houston Fire Department has received
had a
requests for
shootout with
help,
police
and they
in
tell us that they're still
1978.
evaluating what they can send without impact.
Look, man. Why is this not coming up there? Prison labor is slavery. It literally is written into the Constitution.
And also the Modern Slavery Index cites the United States as having slavery in these institutions.
Yeah.
And like our risk at who's at fault for slavery is like wicked high for a Western nation, just because it's like it's the prison population, right? So it's like 1 in 4 or something is like liable to be a victim of slavery in the United States. It's let me check the actual number.
Yeah, I'm actually very curious.
25 out of 100. Yep. That's high as fuck. 1 in 4.
That is very high. That is crazy.
To our community.
Three people per 1,000 people are in slavery in the United States.
There you go. This is why you watch us. You learn shit.
Yeah. The Modern Slavery Index,
watching...
if you haven't looked at it, Google it and look at it. It's a great website. It tells you so much about slavery. It'll teach you about, like, for example, the United States imports its lumber from Russia. So like Navalny, who just got killed in the Russian prison, right? He was chopping our wood. Like our hardwood floors and shit were being chopped by Navalny in Russia. That's what we buy. So like that's where our big timber import is from Russia. We import slave wood still.
Even so much for sanctions, right?
Yeah.
150 football fields a minute. I love that they have to use football fields because Americans stupid. What's an acre? That's a lot.
Yeah, I have friends who are here too.
Wow. That's nuts. It doesn't even look like a big fire either. It just looks like
there's so many these last days, there's been just insane freak weather events everywhere in the United States. Like I didn't even put some in here. It's kept recommending weather stuff because I put the 3 tornadoes in, right? And I was talking about like there's a blizzard in California and Nevada, right?
Yeah.
But they just also had a huge storm that like the California had just had a massive torrential storm, and now they're getting hit with a blizzard. That's a morbid barbecue.
Shit.
We're in the tornado zone and fire zone here the last few years.
Epic.
That, you know what that means? Fire tornadoes. You ever seen one?
I have seen one, yeah. They actually happen here. Not because we have tornadoes, but because we have fire and high winds.
Oh my god, you gotta calm down.
In just a few hours,
5th gen weather reports.
Idaho serial killer
Thomas this is supposed to go in front of the other story.
Whatever. All right, next.
State Democrats have come up with their latest congressional map redrawing New York's district lines.
They were just approved by Governor Hochul. Fox 5's Jody Goldberg takes a closer look at what changes were made and how it'll impact the party's attempt to regain control of the House.
The newest congressional map designed by Democrats of the state legislature to help the party retake the House majority in the fall was adopted on Wednesday afternoon.
Whoever controls the state
Castles.
legislature gets to have more
That's Albany.
in drawing the lines. Of the
Bro, there's
congressional
there's
and
actual
the Democrats
literal
control the-
satanic carvings in the Albany Capitol.
What the fuck?
Yeah, they're like
That's epic.
secret.
That's cool.
There's secret demon faces like carved into like the molding and stuff.
That's hectic. I love that. That's good.
The New York State Legislature, so they have the advantage in drawing these lines.
Pollster Michael Dawidziak calls the process of map drawing grabbing partisan political advantage. And while it may not necessarily seem democratic, he says this is the way the country has done it for well over a century.
What it means is, in the end, the Democrats get a better
Yeah,
chance.
it's also got a bunch of gargoyles in it. Check this out.
Okay.
In the
Like, see, this is one of the most known ones. It's just like a little devil head there, but these are like gargoyles that they have. And then see, they have the founding fathers and gargoyles. Yeah, that looks like some sort of like Mesopotamian creature. Random face here. See, it's black, right?
Yeah.
Because people keep taking out lighters to illuminate it so people can get
that's
pictures.
Hilarious.
Now they just have the tour guides have flashlights and shit.
Oh my god, it's tiny.
But like, come on. You having goat people? This is like
Pretty
a
cool.
Swamp Thing looking motherfucker. Abraham Lincoln's head in there. Like, there's just weird hidden faces. It's so creepy.
Yeah.
I mean, look at it too. Like, it literally looks like Arkham fucking Asylum, bro.
Yeah.
Like,
it
who
really does.
constructed that devil monstrosity and shit?
Look, man, we control the weather. We're George Soros funded.
Hey, man, climate change is one of our key important issues that we're reporting on.
in Congress, which is of course critical because the Republicans now have a razor thin
Masons
majority
again,
in the House of
exactly. It's New York.
Adopting lines
Like,
from this latest
obviously,
map will
yes,
impact the
100%.
Central New York and Long Island seats the most. The 3rd district, soon to be held by Tom Suozzi, will move north and east.
The real
losing
Illuminati.
Massapequa, a Republican stronghold in Nassau County, in exchange for Northwest Huntington, a more
Here's
Democratic
a few other
area in
pictures. Just like look at the architecture, right?
Oh my God.
It like literally doesn't look like you know, like everything is marble in Washington, but this is built like this.
Yeah.
I don't know. My opinion, coolest state capitol building.
but lose the Moriches area. It would go to Republican Nick LaLota in the 1st district, who will lose part of Huntington. The 4th congressional district, held by Congressman Anthony D'Esposito, is going to, for the most part, remain unchanged.
Chances are that the Democrats are going to pour a lot of effort and money into turning certain seats.
Dawidziak anticipates there will be more competition for the seats, as Long Island is a moderate purple area. Now, once the lines are enacted, they would remain unchanged until the next redistricting in 2032. Jody Goldberg, Fox.
Athens, Georgia. Where
Yeah, there's
heard from the mayor.
internet comment etiquette all about the weather machines that are going to control. He just did one not that long ago, like maybe a month ago. Yeah, Jack's a gamer
Athens,
gator.
and things got pretty heated. A group of protesters coming into that meeting and addressing the mayor themselves, even calling for him to resign. We want to bring in Fox 5's Eric Perry, who joins us now with more on what happened today.
Don't get me started
Eric,
on
walk us through what they said and the community reaction following the
those
death
lines
of
in the
Laken
sky?
Riley.
Chemtrails.
Yeah,
Chemtrails.
good afternoon,
Yeah,
evening to you. What we
chemtrails,
initially were
man.
brought here for is for the mayor to
They're
lay out his
poisoning the
initiatives
water.
regarding safety moving forward. But those protesters who were in the back of the room were calling out at times, couldn't even let the mayor speak, as they believe that Athens was listed as a sanctuary city. The mayor says that's simply not the case.
Resign now! Resign now!
Heated moments in the city of Athens Wednesday morning as Mayor Kelly Girtz attempted to unveil a safety plan.
The only appropriate number of murders in this community
Is the ones that are the girl who's out running by the immigrant
Yeah.
from Venezuela.
The
This is
number
the
that we are
migrant
gonna-
crime scare.
Yeah.
be working.
This
our
guy
tails
looks
off
like
every day for
literally like a
is
Batman
zero.
police
This
commissioner.
comes out
I shouldn't
after the
joke about
death
such
of
a serious
Augusta
story.
University nurse.
I said I shouldn't be doing jokes during such a serious story.
Nursing student Laken Riley killed on the UGA campus last week, allegedly by
On
Jose
the
Ibarra,
campus.
confirmed to be in the country illegally. Gertz says his focus is to ensure the safety of all. He plans to present several safety
Well, now he gets to stay in the country legally as a slave. Good for him.
investments to commissioners at a Tuesday meeting.
Making sure that we tie all our publicly accessible cameras and those private cameras that have engaged with us into a unified system and staffing that real-time crime center on each shift.
Gertz also outlined the need for all-terrain vehicles, money for youth and housing, and raises for police.
You're a liar.
We're here to listen.
Liar.
There'll be time for questions.
You are guilty and got blood on your head.
But bubbling over for
They're
many
not happy.
residents who came with signs in hand is the idea of a sanctuary city.
There's been no legislation from this government that has created sanctuary city status.
The mayor says Georgia does not allow for sanctuary cities,
There's
and
a
no
full quote
policy
there that's
has
much
been
better.
adopted by the mayor or commission to create.
It's probably in the next one.
I've received many calls, many emails, many queries from the press in recent days about this notion of a sanctuary city. And so I want to lay some things to rest here today.
Okay, well,
Term means different things.
No,
laying you
I
to
did that
rest.
because it
I
was
know.
being silly.
Things to
Laying
different
you to rest.
people depending on the context of the discussion.
We know what
Many,
it means.
many of the elements,
Liar.
many of the elements,
Liar. Liar.
we're
Shame.
here to listen.
Shame.
You're a liar.
We're here to listen.
You're
There'll be time for
a liar.
questions.
You are guilty and got blood on your head for this murder, sir.
Many of the aspects
Sir.
ascribed to sanctuary cities
We know what sanctuary
are
city
things
means.
that are disallowed by Georgia law.
Sanctuary policy, which is what we do.
And we contribute a document every year to the Georgia Department of Audits indicating that we do not correspond to these definitions under state law.
Yes, you do.
And no policies have been adopted by the
Please
mayor and
stop lying.
commission
You're
that have
insulting
created
our
sanctuary
intelligence.
city status in
Sir,
Athens.
You need to resign.
One protocol that sometimes arises,
Resign!
Resign now.
You
One
allowed
protocol.
this to happen, sir.
one protocol that
You
sometimes
voted for
arises.
this.
And I understand in the wake of a great tragedy like this, we're all deeply hurt and everybody expresses their hurt differently.
Who voted? Who voted to make Athens Clark County a sanctuary city, sir? Who? What's their name?
What?
I'm an old man. My ears can only hear one thing at a time. And so I'm asking you, Claudia, if you'd repeat that question.
We want to ask
You
questions
mentioned
too.
something
Go
about
ahead, ma'am.
legislation earlier. I couldn't
What an asshole.
It's literally three people.
I certainly will. There's been no legislation from this government that has created sanctuary city status. I also mentioned the prospect of federal legislation. What I'd like to note is that here in Athens, Clark County, we center our work in the public sector.
Okay,
You
Trump.
need to go, sir. We don't want to hear from you no more. You're not defending us. You're not upholding your oath of office, sir. You are lawless. You are a criminal.
If non-members of the press
Yeah, I'm a press member.
might
too.
be asked to
We,
leave.
The people.
This dude is Fed Smoker for real,
Yeah,
right?
it literally sounds like it. Yeah, this is the vibes that I'm
We
getting.
want you to do, not what you want to do. That's the problem with this lawlessness in our country.
I want to say that we center our work here in Athens, Clark County, in people's humanity. And part of everybody's humanity is the expectation of human dignity. While 2019 was not that long ago, you might remember the dynamic we were living in the late teens in this country, where you had the President of the United States speaking in the most vile terms about people who were foreign born. And you had that notion of metastasizing in places like Charlottesville.
This is an invasion. When I was
So
younger,
when we have-
I was a criminal. And you know
A
what?
Oh my
criminal.
God, we can tell.
I was
bro.
a criminal. Listen, little man. I was a criminal. Trust me.
Is this the best protest?
Go to get away from my crimes.
Son, I'm going to ask you to leave.
Jesus Christ, he saved me, and I no
Oh my
longer
God.
live
Oh my
that
God,
lawless life.
I'm-
Which you do.
What we wish to do is dignify everybody's humanity. There's nothing in that resolution.
He's got a fucking jazzy cowboy hat, bro. Who voted to make this place a sanctuary city?
I really like the patchy neck beard. That's a really nice touch.
He is everything. He is certainly one of the guys that have existed.
The chair will advise that the rules do care.
And you definitely have a really, really large dick. Your peepee is gigundo.
You're talking BS to us right now.
I need to answer one question at a time.
Right here, sir. Alex,
I'm going to continue my answer from a moment ago, and then I'll get it.
You called me a white supremacist in your resolution.
Probably are.
That was not nice to me, was it?
What we wish to do.
This is America still.
He's literally fed smoker.
He's the best, bro.
We are deeply sorry.
I mean, I really don't know which of these Nazis to support. They're both pretty good options.
Responsibility for this crime rests solely upon the perpetrator.
No, rest
True.
on you, sir.
No, we rest on you, sir.
We are back this morning with some new details. Republicans in the Senate Judiciary Committee, led by Senator Lindsey Graham, are asking for answers when it comes to immigration parole.
Good
and
to
the man
see
accused of
Fox,
killing a nursing student on UGA's campus.
Giving some variety
This is
for their
22-year-old
hosts.
Lakin Riley. Her body was found last
This is
Thursday
neat. This is
after a
just a
friend
local
reported her
affiliate,
missing.
too.
She
Mm.
made the call when Riley didn't come home after her morning run on campus. 26-year-old Jose Ibarra is charged with Riley's murder. University of Georgia police say that Ibarra lives in an Athens complex behind where Riley's body was found. But he is not a U.S. citizen. Immigration and Customs Enforcement, otherwise known as ICE, confirmed that Ibarra entered the U.S. illegally in 2022 near El Paso and was previously arrested in New York in 2023. There are reports that his brother also temporarily
Yeah, he's
worked as a
moved around.
dishwasher in a UGA dining hall. This case has Republican lawmakers calling for changes to immigration policies under the Biden.
So I want it like motive.
Now
though.
is not the time for jokes.
You know, like did he just was this just like I feel like killing a girl today?
It
Like
must have been.
like she wasn't like assaulted. Like I
Mm.
don't know what they only say that she was killed. I hope there's
Yeah.
like not more to it. You know.
Yeah, there was one of these in Melbourne a while back, a few years
I'm
ago. There was-
I'm just glad that the libs. Well, then not. You know, then there's the libs. Like you know, they
Yeah.
watch Jimmy Dore and think that they're
Mhm.
liberals. You know,
Yeah.
but they're. Yeah. But anyway, I'm just glad they're not into conspiracies because this would be like this is a right wing conspiracy to crack
Yeah.
down on immigration. She wasn't murdered.
Yeah, yeah.
Can you imagine?
Yeah, but don't worry, it'll happen.
Oh, not for this one.
You know, I reckon.
No. If it was like if it was a mass shooting, then yes, they would instantly start saying it
True,
was a conspiracy.
true.
It's always the right wing that has to like distance
Yeah.
itself.
Hmm.
So the left, if the left fucking like anything, if there actually was data supporting like anti-trans arguments, right? It would be like, you know, how people like Vosh will make the argument where it's like, but what if the Jews did do this? Does that justify
Yeah.
genocide to people? You know,
Yeah.
like his edgelord argument.
Mm-hmm. The one in Australia that this happened where a chick was running and got killed in Melbourne near Melbourne Uni, I believe it was.
Yeah, didn't you show me a picture of where it happened? We did a Google Earth thing and you zoomed in and
Yeah.
said this is where she was killed.
Yeah, I think I might have. But the guy wasn't a migrant. He was autistic,
Crazy.
like very, very autistic, and
I
they
don't-
had no idea how to report it. It was the funniest fucking thing I've ever seen.
That's like there's the one guy who like never mind. We're getting off track.
Yep, we are.
Senator Graham and others asked the Secretary of the
Others.
Department of Homeland Security to release information about how
Fucking talking
Ibarra
like
was
the
able to
Mandarin in
enter
Iron
and
Man
remain
3.
in this country. In a recent Senate letter, committee leaders say, in part, quote, "We demand that you show us your work, no later than March
Oh
8th.
Jesus
Please
Christ!
provide
I want to
us
see
with a
your
copy of the
formulas.
case file for Jose
Show me your
Antonio
quadratic
Ibarra, including
equation.
the record showing what urgent humanitarian reason or significant public benefit justified the decision to grant him parole. And quote, this all comes after
They're
Georgia
going to
Governor
blame New
Brian
York
Kemp
for
called
this.
for change. Kemp, a UGA alum himself, has a
No.
daughter at the school who
The
runs
fact that
the
he was
same
Venezuelan
trails
too,
Riley
it literally
did.
has
The governor's
everything they could ever want.
Yeah.
Stating Riley's death could have been avoided if the Biden administration had secured the southern border.
When did he come through? When did he
22.
come through?
22.
So under the Biden admin.
Mhm.
Okay.
And as lawmakers debate that the University of Georgia will be putting more than $7 million worth of new safety measures
she's
into
back.
place
She's
following
joined
Lincoln's
us.
death.
That's what I'm talking
They
about,
include
bro.
additional
How
security
did they
cameras,
didn't
lighting-
need to do some elaborate campaign to the next host or something. She just came and sat down.
Yep.
What
How hard is
I
it?
would have done though is I would have had this camera that was going to receive. I would have had it punched in on the second host, right?
Yeah, and then
And
zoom
then I
it
would
out
take
when
the
she comes
camera
back.
over their shoulder, and I would get the two shot to establish her once, so it doesn't look like she ran into frame.
Yeah,
and then I
true.
get this two shot to cut there,
Yeah, that's a good way to do it.
and then that would free
I-
up the camera
yeah.
that was close up again.
See, what I said is I would have zoomed in and then zoomed out slowly when she got back.
You can do that too.
And just sort of do that. That's another way you could. But the two camera, because you got the two cameras, you might as well fucking use them, right?
Mm-hmm.
upgrades, perimeter fencing, and license plate readers. Yeah, they're going to be a permanent 20% increase to the
One of the
UGA
things
Police
I did in
Department
college
budget,
was
and around-the-clock police
the
presence. in
TV mass, right? And the guy who directed it, if you were like he'd be like, oh, this one, the guy who sings the prayer, right? It's like get him, get the podium, right? He was always calling the shots. He'd be like, okay, now you get some close up on flowers, and he'd fade to the flowers, and like he was really good at like it was actually a fun thing to work on because it wasn't just it was actually enjoying to go to church because like I like doing my job, I like getting good shots and like stuff like that.
Yeah. But that's just the joys of having a director who knows exactly what he wants to do. The worst thing a director can do is be like, do this and give no other direction.
Yeah.
It's like, do this, okay, and then when you do it, it's wrong because they didn't tell you what they see. They're just like, they expect you to read their mind. Fuck those people. They're like fucking managers. Worst fucking people. But you get a good one.
all library facility. Yeah. Plus, the university also plans to add blue light call box systems across campus after more than 25,000 students signed an online petition. In the meantime, we'll get.
Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Jeanne Francine. Our next story takes us out to New York City as we're being told they are in the midst of a migrant crisis. This as asylum seekers are making their way to the Big Apple in record
And then they're
numbers.
shipping him to
Joining
Georgia
us
to kill our white women.
live to further explain, it's Fox 5 New York's Lisa Evers. Lisa, good morning. Thank you so much for being here.
Good morning, Jeanne. How are you?
I'm doing well. Thank you for asking. So this term
Oh my
migrant
God,
crisis
bro.
is ever developing. We
Telemarketer
know
ass
that there have been
development that this
reports
person
of
has.
crime increasing in
I'm
that
doing
area
well. Thank you
from
for
those
asking.
asylum seekers. Break this down for us, Lisa. How did we get to this
Yeah,
point?
well, I was just
Well, I
saying,
think
I was
one of the-
comparing it to one of those arguments.
I mean, tropes and stereotypes exist for a reason.
I mean, like I try to extend things when I explain things. I try to extend things to as rational as I can, no matter like how far that actually goes into. You'll notice I
Yeah.
won't rationalize what Putin's doing because it's irrational.
True.
Things, Jeanne, is that in the beginning of the migrants coming into New York City, there were a lot of families. There were a lot of mothers and fathers, either individually or together with small children. And now what's been happening in the recent months in particular, according to the authorities, is there's
Oh
been
my
an
God,
influx
fix the
of
mic.
single men. And a lot of these men are young. They're between 18 and in their early 20s. Some
At
of
least
them
they
are
didn't say
teenagers who are
military
coming
age
here with their
males.
mothers.
Yeah. They've been
And what
doing
we've
that
seen, the
lately.
video that you just saw was a migrant crime wave where there were at least 62 separate incidents, which you just saw some of them, where they're using the
Migrant
mopeds to
crime.
try and take people's
And Trump
shoulders,
described it
rob
as
other
a new
people.
type of crime
This
that's even
is-
worse than all other crimes.
He fucking
They
did.
literally told him, no, we're going with migrant crime. Those are the trigger words. And he's like, yeah, it's new. It's never been around before. It's a new type of crime. They invented it.
Crime ring was being run by a migrant from Venezuela who police said was using WhatsApp to these
For real. But this
alleged
is also
suspects in this crime ring, telling them
also
what
a
they
climate
had to
change
steal
issue.
and what kind of
And
shoplifting they had
Venezuela
to do, what kind of
is
things
also
they should be looking for, whether
horribly
it's phones,
displaced.
whether
But
it's
Mexico
purses, and that type of thing.
has
So it
like
was
that's part of the
highly organized.
negotiations that
And then
Mexico
we've
has
seen other
offered is
attacks.
to
We've seen-
help
you wanna talk about the
Venezuela
crime
and
wave
Cuba,
just this
basically,
past month,
is that they'll
we've
go
seen
off of
attacks
these
on
lists to
multiple
be
attacks
fucked with the
on police
Americans, and
officers
Mexico will
when
take
they have
over the
tried to get
management of
involved
those like
to try to break up a fight, when
territories
they have
that
tried
are
to
like
go
hostile
after
to our
some of the shoplifting
values.
suspects in some of the stores, because one of the shelters that's been extremely problematic is located right near Times Square. So there's a lot of stores. You have a lot of tourists walking around carrying cash with valuables, with good watches,
Yeah,
with
that's
expensive
true.
purses.
Well,
expensive
they
sneakers,
stopped crying about
type
that
of
after
thing.
they drowned
And then
them
the
in
other area
the
that's been
fucking
developing with
river
crime is at one
with
of the
their
biggest
border
shelters,
stunt.
which is on Randall's Island in the city. It's a men's shelter, and where they try to officers have been called in to try to break up fights, and then they end
I
up
think I've
turning,
heard him
because there's
say
so many
stuff
of them, they
as
end up
like
turning
he's
on
debated
the police
Nazis, and he
officers and
said like
attacking
stuff like
them.
the Jews
And
were
so the NYPD has
overrepresented in
been
banking in the
extremely
Weimar
busy
Republic. Does that
trying to
justify that?
get them, trying to
And he does it like
arrest
traps.
to arrest
I've
them.
seen him do it to
And
more
actually,
people
some
than
of these
him.
cases, with the case
This
that
lady's
we were
mic
just-
though,
we were just
Jesus
showing
Christ.
with the robberies, the moped robberies, that robbery
The
ring
moped
there,
robberies, oh my God.
62 documented incidents, which means there were probably more where people just didn't even bother to report them. So the police are doing their part. They're arresting them. The district attorney, they're convening grand juries to try to get serious
But it's
charges
Biden who's
against
failing
these
us.
individuals. But it turns out that that's as far as they can go. They cannot remove them from
I
the city
imagine
because New York is
a lot of
considered a
European
sanctuary
countries
city. Anyone who can
have
come
the
here
same
can come
thing,
here.
but they're calling
For a
them
long
gypsies
time,
the
the
whole
police
time.
were not even using the
And
term
talking about the
migrant
moped
because they were
thieves.
told they could not ask for somebody's immigration status,
Oh,
which
fuck
would
off.
be apparent, to some degree, at least a name.
This is
They don't even have
California
valid
legalized
IDs. They
crime.
don't
I
even
know,
who
bro.
a lot of these
But
people
you
are.
understand, we
So
have
that
to
was one of the
to
other factors
understand
too, that there was just, they weren't in a
what
database. There was a
what the
driver's
thought
license,
process
there
is
was a state
behind
ID, there was
these
no
like
way to track them down.
loopy people.
So they
you
made, the
know?
police have been making
Like
arrests
it all starts
in
with
these
this
cases, as
fucking
difficult as they
narrative,
have
and
been.
then they take it
And,
to their
and one of the
QAnon
attacks on the
fucking
police officer, it was a
loopiness
mother,
because
it
they're
was her
so far
15-year-old
outside
son who was
reality
doing
that
the
they just spin
shoplifting
in place.
in order to be part of this gang. So it's
They have their own
extremely
orbit.
organized. So police are doing it, but then it turns out that they cannot do what they would do in a lot of other cities, in most cities in America, which is if you attack an undocumented individual who has no legal standing to be in the United States, they could call ICE and they just basically hand the person over to ICE and then send them back to wherever they came from, whatever.
If you're wondering,
Bro, she just
I
said
can-
in most states you can hunt down illegal immigrants and ICE will come and send them home.
Yeah, which is nuts. In case you were wondering, I could hear you over her, so everything
Cool.
you said was fine.
Well, and also this whole California, right? California. So on job applications, it asks you if you're a legal resident of the United States. That's
Yeah.
what California overturned.
Really?
Yeah, so they don't ask if you're a legal resident of the United States on jobs. They're not saying you can't go. You can't. They're making it seem like in other places you can ask if people are illegal and hunt them, but not in California. That's
absurd.
literally like what the vibe they're giving off.
Like, sure, okay. Are we supposed to oppose this?
Country they came from and return them there, and then that's the responsibility of ICE. But here in New York City, they're not able to do that. And recently, one of the administrators for ICE in the New York office said he finds out about migrants who've been convicted of crimes or accused of crimes from the media. That's his
Well,
only official. He has no
your
official
job better.
channel with the NYPD, which to me is shocking because the NYPD has networks with the FBI, with all these other organizations, with many other police departments, law
What is
enforcement
shocking is the
authorities because
makeup.
of gun trafficking, drug trafficking,
I know, she's
terrorism,
very
all of these
bizarre.
other things.
Oh, look, they're
So the
showing the
fact that they
police,
just
bro.
cannot
They're showing
pick
the
up
police
the
body
phone
cam showing
or
the
have
cop
a
harassed
liaison
these kids.
with ICE and say,
That's
listen,
so funny.
we grabbed this guy in Times Square. He was robbing people. He was allegedly attacking
No.
police officers. He is being charged with robbery. Can you please take him off our hands? They're not able to do that. So what happens?
Bro, come on.
They go
I
back
love that
in.
fall,
They go
the
back
kick and
into the
fall that
general
that one guy
population of
did.
the city,
And then he runs
and
away
then
'cause he
go on
fucking
to
hurt his
commit these
ass.
crimes again, or go to another state since they're already in the United States. So it's very problematic for the officials. And then a lot of pressure, Gina. We talked about these debit cards. I think the salt in the wound, because you have to understand too, there's a lot
my
of
God.
destabilization going on in communities.
This
There
is
are
awful.
these shelters with
Fuck are these people?
The Supreme Court is debating a Texas case that could determine if firearm accessories known as bump stocks violate federal law.
The Trump administration banned bump stocks after the deadly mass shooting in Las Vegas, and there have been legal challenges since then.
Terrorist attack.
Fox 4 Stephen Dial listened to the Supreme Court arguments and also spoke to a North Texas gun store owner. Stephen.
This ruling by the justices will come down to if a majority of them believe that the gun accessory makes a weapon an automatic rifle. Now, those who are in support of bump stocks told me today that
I wonder if the fact that you can bump fire a rifle without the stock just makes it irrelevant.
Well, have you seen the guy who put a bump stock? Well, he did. It's not technically a bump stock, but he just put a bump in there, and it's an M1.
And he bump fired an M1.
Mm-hmm.
That's awesome.
they say there is a manual operation by the shooter, and it is not automatic.
True.
When the recoil sets, it lets the firearm go forward, and you end up pulling the trigger every time the firearm bounces off that receiver. I mean, off the accessory.
David Prince, owner of Eagle Gun Range in Farmers Branch, talked to us about the mechanics of bump stocks. That is at the heart of this debate, how the device actually works. Following the Vegas shooting in 2017, then President Donald Trump got bump stocks removed from store shelves. Prince sold very few of the devices, but he's familiar enough with them to believe that they don't turn a rifle into an automatic weapon.
No, they're
Absolutely
fucking half
not.
useless.
No, there's no way it does. To be a full auto machine gun, you need, by ATF rules before this, you had to change the receiver and make it fully auto.
That word, automatic.
Check it out.
That's fucking awesome. That's sick.
This guy is who I was thinking of. Reed. He's on Twitter. You know this guy.
Or grips or extendable stocks or scopes or anything. It's obviously harmless. It's basically a hunting rifle, so it's a good thing he got rid of all those bump stocks and weapons.
The libertarians who made both of those, of course.
Yeah, of course it was. But also, by definition, fully automatic is one depress of the trigger to more than one shot. This is not one depress of the trigger.
To be fair, the
two
court is
shots.
going to decide if that is what fully automatic means. What they're going to decide is if this turns so the law would be rewritten on what the definition of fully automatic would mean. Whether that's the term that like the military or whatever organization uses doesn't matter to the ATF.
A bump stock manufacturer in Texas. It is not about the Second Amendment. Instead, it's about whether the ATF has the power to ban gun accessories like bump stocks.
It enacted and strengthened these laws because it did not want members of the public or our nation's law enforcement officers to face the danger of weapons that let a shooter spray many bullets by making a single act. That's exactly what bump stocks do, as the Las Vegas shooting vividly
So the
illustrated.
autosphere, I think it actually is automatic because you hold it down.
Yeah, no, that is automatic, yeah.
Rapid firing of bullets, in their eyes, making it a machine gun. On the other side is Jonathan Mitchell, a former Texas solicitor. Mitchell was peppered with questions from both liberal and conservative justices.
Through a bump stock, you can achieve the same kinds of result in terms of the amounts of bullets that are being
That's not the
ejected.
point.
Is
That is
that
true.
correct?
It has a
Okay.
very high rate of fire, but it's not automatic.
A high rate of fire that's achievable through bump stocks.
Yeah, high rate of fire, but it's not
is
automatic. They're
effectively the
right.
equivalent.
Yeah.
And we should take
I mean,
cognizance of
And
we'll
this
see.
is the problem with explaining guns to non-gun people is they don't fucking understand.
I mean, it's the court. We'll see what they say, because if they are going to take their time to understand what the argument is and decide on it, it's not supposed to be about their feelings unless you're Clarence Thomas. And then it's my wife was at January 6th.
It's just not what the statute says. It has nothing to do with the rate of fire.
But the statute doesn't say a lot of things that you've agreed are prohibited under the statute.
Prince thinks if the high court sides with the government, it could
Who's
be a
goblin
slippery
on the
slope
left?
for other gun accessories.
ATF shouldn't be making laws. Just making
True.
a change like that, I'm not sure was completely legal. Anytime you start down their infringement path, you can always have other things.
Yeah,
So
I
it
would have
will
cut him
be
off
some
right there
time,
too.
Multiple months before.
To gun enthusiasts, it's a toy for having fun. To safety advocates, it turns a weapon into a killing machine. The bump stock was banned by
I
the
love
Trump
that.
administration in 2018.
Bro, that
And
was
to play
so
a role
good.
in
That
America-
was such a good intro.
Safety advocates.
Safety advocates, it turns into a killing machine. I think they think all guns are killing machines. Safety advocates.
America's deadliest mass shooting. Now the U.S. Supreme Court will
Terrorist
decide its
attack.
fate. Tonight in our Prime Focus, we hear for the first time exclusively from the creator of the bump stock, who's defending his invention and the legal campaign to get it back on store shelves. Our Devin Dwyer reports from Knoxville,
Oh, you mean
Tennessee.
capital is the reason?
Coy! Yep.
Crazy. Oh, a hawk.
Hey, buddy. Hey,
Look at it
buddy.
come. Aren't they cool?
He's a son of West Texas turned cattle rancher in the mountains of Tennessee. Come on, mamas. To some, Jeremiah Cottle is an American hero.
Oh, no, he's a cop.
I've got my Air Medal, my Aerial Achievement Medal, my
Oh, no,
NATO
he's in the
Medal.
Air Force. Okay. Less bad.
To his critics, the father of four is a promoter of mass death.
That's
How did you conceive of
See, it doesn't always
the bump
fucking
stock?
work.
I wanted to create a way that people could go out and shoot their guns safely and have fun and shoot similar to shoot as fast as you want to be able to shoot. Like a So, machine gun. Similar, yes, but not quite like that. You can take pretty much any semi-automatic firearm and
I
then
think this-
using
Not
a
only is he
technique, you
using the correct like legal term, right?
Mm.
Saying like similar and stuff. He's
Mhm.
not only defending his product, but he's actually advertising it correctly.
Yes.
Because
yeah.
it is true. It is not like they are not like, you know, bro, the fucking Boogaloo boys, when I was infiltrating them
Mm.
and stuff, they sent this one like 10-second audio clip saying that it sounds like an M60 coming. So it's like from one angle, you're saying that, oh, bump stocks aren't that reliable. Okay, he couldn't get a sustained fire rate out of all the shots he was shooting for a few seconds. He couldn't have got lucky with this one isolated
Yeah. Yeah.
isolating for an M60.
Yeah.
Watch the video back to front and tell me if they're fucking M60s, bro.
Yeah. I will say this though: the rate of fire
Believe that it
and
was a
the
government
sound.
conspiracy that the government used M60s from multiple buildings and killed those people.
Yeah. No, I know what the conspiracy theory was. When I watched the video, I watched a few videos of like guns and shit, which is not the actual research you should be doing, but it was more just to get the sounds of the machine guns. And it did have a very similar tempo to something like an M240.
Well,
At
here's the
least
thing.
for a little bit.
It's also acoustically bouncing around in an open
That's
place
the other
with
thing
high
I was gonna
rises coming
say.
from a high rise building.
Yeah.
Like
That was the other thing that I was going to say is that it's also
they couldn't
coming
even
from
figure
a
out
building.
what direction it was coming
Yeah.
from because of how the acoustics were bouncing.
Uh-huh. So because of the fact it was in a city and because it was coming out of the building, the acoustics are obviously off, but it was more the rate of fire So it was pretty impressive that he was able to get similar rates of fire to something to like an M240.
Have you seen?
for
There's
at
I think
least
it's
a short
ABC
period of time.
documentary, and it's like Killer on the 11th Floor or something.
No,
And
I
it's
haven't.
basically just all the fucking perspective of how they they don't really focus on the people being shot. They're focusing on how police put it together of where he was. And
Yeah.
like they go into how the room is designed. Like he had cameras watching the hallway and
Yeah, I
started
know
like
that.
engaging police from the room from his
Mhm.
cameras and shit.
Yeah. That's when the shooting stopped, yeah.
Make that gun shoot extremely
It's
fast.
Oh, he
pretty crazy.
shot
like a
he
poor
shot like a
man's
security
machine gun.
guard.
But yeah, pull
Yeah.
that pin down, and it slides right on.
Cottle is the inventor of the bump stock, the non-mechanical device that harnesses the recoil power of a semi-automatic rifle to fire shots in rapid succession.
It's also not easy to use this. From every video that I've watched, everybody who's bought one has said that they've had to look up videos or get told how to use it properly, or it takes a while to do so. So it's not exactly something.
Well, they probably buy in Chinesium bumps.
Maybe.
This is the original.
This was the original. Yep.
The original prototype hangs in the office of Cottle's Tennessee estate. A simple piece of wood, PVC piping, and duct tape concocted in 2009 while he was recovering from a brain injury after his military service.
But this is the model in February of 2010 that I actually sent to the ATF and that they approved.
For 8 years, the government approved its sale and patents protected its design.
I'm very proud of what I've done.
That despite a 1986 federal
He's got,
ban
like,
on the
full
production
body
of
tattoos,
machine
bro.
guns for
It's
civilian
fucking
use
epic.
and heavy restrictions on those already in circulation.
How many rounds a minute can you fire with a bump stock?
As fast as the gun will go.
So the bump stock helps you shoot faster, more accurately.
Correct.
The National Firearms Act, which sort of severely restricts machine guns. Do you see the bump stock as getting around those limits?
No, because it doesn't meet the definition of a machine gun.
He sold his first
doesn't.
500 bump stocks in just 4 days, more than 20,000 in the first year.
Epic.
Sales that made Cottle, who was on food stamps at the time,
And
almost
honestly, the
instantly
fact that
a millionaire.
he was
The
even
small
able
business
to utilize bump stocks in that type of situation.
Yeah. It's pretty impressive. If that's the word you want to use for it.
employed more than 40, including his grandparents.
You take an individual with an idea, something that they believe others will enjoy.
This is such an American story,
you
bro.
put it out there, and it's unbelievable.
Look at this guy.
So these aren't used for hunting. These are simply used, in your view, for having fun.
Yes.
In the
They are. They're
spraying
just
bullets
fun.
into the
They're
trees
for
or
fun.
targets.
That's exactly what it's for. And it's as simple
Yes,
as
the reporter's
lining
going to
that-
do it.
the bump fire stock up.
I'm a
buffer
firm
tube,
believer that
and
if a
then
reporter
sliding it
goes
all
to do a
together.
report on guns, they must
You pull the
use it.
trigger.
Yes, I completely agree. I completely and 100% agree. Because every single
Now,
time,
if I want to go full semi-automatic,
every single time,
that's
I
what we'll
see
call this.
someone or took someone shooting or went shooting with someone who didn't like guns, they always came out liking them.
Have I-
At least using them.
Have I showed you the video where it's the guy who was in Lone Survivor with the Pashtun who helped him get away from the Taliban, right? They're there shooting guns, and at one point they're both looking down the barrel of an AK. It's so funny. They're like looking at the front sight and adjusting it by hand with a hammer, and then Anderson Cooper starts shooting AKs with them.
Hilarious.
It fires one time, it recoils, and you pull the trigger again to fire the next one. What my product does is just allows you to do that very quickly. All right, going hot. Eyes and ears, range is hot.
Responsible. Oh, the journalist doesn't have it. Come on, put it in the journalist's hands.
If this was a fully automatic weapon, if this was a machine gun,
I'd
and you
say
pulled the
bump
trigger
stocks.
once.
We can call it. We can say it. It's bump stocks make it full semi-automatic.
what would happen?
It would just keep shooting.
It would just, bullets would keep flying until you
Bullets
let
will-
go.
Correct.
What makes the bump stock fire repeatedly? It's your left hand?
The left hand moving the trigger forward into your stationary finger that pulls the trigger each and every round.
Yeah, see, it's a technique.
Oh, come on, bro.
In October 20.
So I think what he's saying is the technique is your left hand. You
Well,
have to.
you hear how loud that shit is?
Yeah,
because of the
yeah.
acoustics bouncing
Uh-huh.
around. It sounds like a fucking helicopter gunship.
Yeah. So I think what he's saying is that because most people would instinctively hold a gun and pull it into you, right? I think what he's saying is you want to pull it out while you're shooting. So it pulls the stock into your finger. So it's more that you're pulling the gun out. So the recoil pulls against you and fires the gun like that, almost like a pump action. Almost like an automated pump action. It's kind of interesting.
2017, the deadly power of a bump stock came into horrifying view. Investigators concluded a gunman in Las Vegas who killed 60 people and injured more than 500 at a music festival had guns equipped with bump stocks. Sisters Marissa Morano and Gina Springman were
clips. They had one that sounded like a big machine gun, but then the other
Mm.
ones you can tell how irregular the firing
Yes.
is.
Yeah.
shot at in the crowd that day.
When the
Oh, Jesus
fireworks
Christ.
stopped and we got up and I said, run, Gina Ann, run. And, you know, we ran over people. I vividly remember the girl, I call her, in her denim skirt and her white top with blood on it. And I ran over her. I couldn't stop. You know, we were running over bodies.
It is still America's deadliest.
It's a wild fucking video.
Yeah,
Like,
there's a lot of videos because everyone was filming
Yeah.
the concert.
Yep. It's probably
Still,
one
the
of
video that
most
bothers me the
filmed mass
most is the
shootings.
fucking ISIS attack in the concert in France.
The concert.
Yeah, it's like at the last second they turn and a truck hits him.
Which one was this? I don't think I
This is a
remember
long
this
time.
one.
So it was the height of ISIS. The guy stole a U-Haul truck
Okay.
and drove it at top speed into a concert, like an
Oh,
outdoor
what-
street concert.
Oh, the one in Nice.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah. Okay. No, I do know that.
the
one.
video is
Okay,
fucked. From
I didn't
that.
realize it was a concert. Yeah, no, the video is fucked.
That's what that video scares the shit out of me, man.
Yeah, it's not cool. It's not fucking cool. But this one, I think, is probably one of the most filmed ones ever as well.
Mhm.
So, like, I've a lot of people have been doing what it sounds like to get shot at videos, where they unload videos and they're behind a berm, or they
Mhm.
unload a gun and they're behind
Yeah,
a
all the
berm.
Leviathan groups.
Oh, yeah, all of those guys. I don't think that's a sound you want to hear in real life. Like that's not a sound you'll ever forget.
This mass shooting so horrific that even the NRA called for greater regulation of bump stocks. And
Yeah, well, look, the NRA is the prime the prime sponsor of most gun laws in America. So what do you
Yeah, I
expect?
saw that he just lost to another fucking plane to a Patriot system. Might have taken out an entire fucking jet, and I think it was one of their stealthy ones. Maybe, I don't know. You'll know more than me.
Is that the red one, Red 22 or whatever it was? That
Well,
plane?
I don't know. You can answer that in the chat too.
then President Trump called on the ATF to issue an outright ban.
Yeah, well,
as a
that's-
survivor
I'm some
to
more.
know that you experienced this life-changing event, that you could have been killed, our mother could have.
Oh my god, they're in every town. Fucking, oh my god.
I mean, it's specifically targeting a concert like that. I don't know very many places where it could be done that effectively.
No,
Right.
no. It would have to be a coordinated terrorist attack. This was just fortunate enough, I guess, unfortunate enough to have enough people in one place, and unfortunate enough vantage point that you could get
Mhm.
access to that many people inside a concert over a fence. It's really only something that could exist or happen in Las Vegas.
Yeah.
Like,
yeah,
it
like
is
even
a-
in Times Square, I wouldn't see it happening. Getting the weapons in there to begin with.
Oh, would be so difficult. Getting into a hotel? Yeah, no.
Also, you'd probably like a lot of times you have to go over bridges or go through subways to get
Mhm.
shit around there.
Yeah.
But the thing is like you watch the video and he's like spent days bringing in luggage.
Yeah. That was a lot. But like it really is something that only can happen in Las Vegas, and it should be, as you've been saying, called a terrorist attack because it was. There was no political there was no political motive behind it, so it's not a memetic shooting. It it
Well,
wasn't a
political would
crime
make it a
against
terrorist
humanity.
attack.
Yeah, but the sort of the memetic ones have
We
a
don't know
particular
what the motive is.
Yeah, but the memetic ones have like a particular vibe to them. The
Mhm.
painted weapons, the rhetoric always connected back to New Zealand or the Norwegian guy. And then the crime against humanity, yeah, it probably classify as a crime against humanity as well, maybe. But definitely more in the terrorist attack era of things. It's definitely not in the category of regular mass shootings, that's for sure. Arguably, it's almost in the same vein as Christchurch.
Oh, I
that
was gonna
level of
say the
terrorist attack.
Oklahoma City bombing.
Well, that too. But it's I think
But that
to
we know, like the clear motive and stuff.
yeah, like to compare apples to apples, it's sort of the flagrant attack upon people is probably about that sort of level.
Yeah, you just don't know his motive, so you can't say
Yeah.
for sure.
Have lost 2 daughters that night. We need it to be regulated. This converts an assault weapon into a machine gun.
No, it
For
doesn't.
years, the ATF had concluded that a bump stock was not an illegal machine gun, allowing the sale of more than 700,000 nationwide.
Give it to
There's
the
nothing
reporter.
automatic about this.
But in 2018, the agency changed course.
And how does that compare to a fully automatic weapon
Fuck
used
yeah.
to fire in combat?
Very close.
Steve Kling, a retired
Oh my
Army
God.
commander of a small arms training unit
I
and gun
fucking hate
safety
these
advocate,
people.
says ATF's reversal was a more accurate analysis of federal law.
And when you see the bump
Bro,
stock,
I
you
can't believe the
see
reporter didn't
what?
shoot the fucking gun.
I know. What the fuck?
Way that can add an incredible level of lethality
These
to
people?
a weapon that has no practical use.
There's a name for these people in the gun community. Do you know what it is?
Bro, give the this dude better end his report he's doing with him shooting the gun.
it? Yeah. Do you know what these guys are called? Do you know what their name is in the gun community?
Doofuses.
No, FUD is what these guys are called. They're just
You
fucking
don't want
casual.
flashlights on your gun.
Yeah, those people.
Use whatsoever. There's no question that they're fun. It's fun to drive a supercar at 180 miles an hour down a highway, but we don't allow that either.
Oh my god.
Yeah, almost like there's specialized racetracks you can do if you have that luxury, right? Just like how you can't just go around firing a fucking bump stock all over the place. You probably need like your own private land. You can
Yep.
drive as fast as you want on your own fucking private land, dude.
Got a fresh report from
Gavin me harder, daddy.
Bump stock violates, if not the technical requirements of the law, certainly the spirit of the law.
The
Spirit of the law.
is
Spirit of
to
the law.
prevent
Spirit of
automatic
the law.
weapons,
Fuck you.
weapons that have a significant cyclical rate of fire to be on our streets and possessed by just anyone.
Oh, come on.
It violates both.
At Central
Gavin me
Texas
harder,
Gun Works
daddy.
outside Austin, bump stocks have been off the shelves since the ATF ordered them surrendered or destroyed.
Grab that slide, push up.
Owner Michael Cargill, an Army veteran and gun safety instructor, is now leading the fight to bring them back.
This is a product that I legally
I
purchased.
love these people.
and had it, in the store, and someone else purchased this product and they had it in their home. And all of a sudden, an agency within the federal government decided they're going to ban this particular product.
Black
I
gun
said,
owners.
this is crazy. This is not the America that I know. We've got to do something about this.
Oh my god, that's
Grip.
epic.
Sights.
Cargill insists a bump stock is a firearm accessory and that the ATF overstepped its authority.
Look at your sight.
He's now asking the Supreme Court to strike down the agency's ban.
There are people who, if they got their hands on the bump stock, can make an already dangerous weapon a lot more dangerous.
We need to follow the laws that we already have right now
Yeah,
and not venture out.
The the shots to kill ratio is already very low in mass
if you want to specifically get into a scenario where you just need to dump bullets into a high cluster of people, sure.
Yeah, but that's the only scenario.
Out past that point. An agency within the federal government can't come out and actually turn millions of people into felons overnight or ban a product. We have to go through Congress to do that.
It doesn't sound like, Jeremiah, you have any weight on your conscience about a potential connection between the bump stock and what happened in Las Vegas.
No, I believe people that are bent on violence will achieve violence regardless of the tools they use.
True.
If one of your kids was shot,
killed less people.
even killed,
huh?
The appeal to emotion. You better shoot this fucking gun.
It's always an appeal to emotion, dude. I don't know. Every time, every single time the conversation is about guns, it's always, oh, but kids. Oh, but emotions. Fuck off. Fuck your emotions. We're not talking about emotions, you fuck. Fuck off.
by someone in a mass shooting event using a bump stock, would you feel differently?
I'm sure I would. I don't know. That's a hard question to answer because I don't want to pretend like I can sit in those people's shoes.
Jeremiah Cottle says he may soon get out of the bump stock business, even though a high court victory could once again help him rake in millions.
Did you find your food?
He says more than anything, the Supreme Court showdown is about vindicating his version.
Looks like we got everybody fed this morning.
Of the American dream.
It gave me the opportunity to do something amazing, to create a business, to get my children off of food stamps, to actually employ people so that they could have good jobs. I'll just stand right here. All right, line's hot.
Team capitalism. Look at him covering up.
Your critics say that that's violating the spirit of
Why
the
don't
law,
you try it?
that
Come
even
on.
though that may not
Take
technically
the
be a
gun.
machine gun, it certainly does look like one.
Well, it sounds like Congress needs to rewrite the definition of a machine gun, doesn't it? Let's not start making stuff up on a whim.
Our thanks to Devin.
Come on.
Hi, everyone. George
Fucking
Stephanopoulos here. Thanks for checking out the News YouTube channel.
ABCS, fucking bitch.
The U.S. Supreme Court is considering whether a ban on bump stocks enacted under former President Donald Trump should stand. Today, justices heard arguments made by a Texas gun
Bullseye
store owner
from fucking
who claims
Daredevil
the
here.
ATF overstepped its authority when it banned the accessories. Remember, the ban came after the 2017 mass shooting in Las Vegas, the
appeal to
deadliest in
emotion.
U.S.
Yep,
history.
here we go.
When a gunman opened fire from the window of a hotel, killing 58 concert goers and hurting hundreds more. He used a semi-automatic rifle that was equipped with a bump stock so that it fired like a machine gun.
Like, I love the reporting is they're not saying full semi-automatic, they're saying like a machine gun.
Yeah. Was very divided over the arguments.
You know, it was. Now, remember, this is a Supreme Court that in recent years has cut back on gun control and has expanded the idea of the Second
they
Amendment
overturned
right to bear arms.
racist
But
policies.
this case is not about the Second Amendment. This case is about government regulatory power to expand the idea of what is a machine gun. And as you just referred to, this terrible
she's not
incident
wrong.
in Las Vegas in 2017, in which 58 people were killed, hundreds injured. And after that, the Trump administration said that this ban on machine guns that dates to the 1930s, the era of Al Capone, could cover bump stocks because of how rapidly they could fire. Now, here's the language at issue. The text of that law refers to a single function of a trigger that allows multiple firing of rounds.
Exactly.
And the challengers say, because the trigger resets itself between shots of a bump stock, it wouldn't fall under that language. The government says that no, the shooter himself or herself would initiate a sequence with a single motion, so it should fall under it. So
it's not a single motion, though.
Whereas
It's
at
a
some
technique.
points, the justices were like going like this with their hands as they were trying to simulate, you know, the kind of trigger firing, because it comes down to a
Why don't you just pull the lawyer in the Kyle Rittenhouse and pull one out and flag the entire fucking crowd?
I think we should go make the Supreme Court shoot the gun and have them decide if it's fully automatic.
I agree.
little function of the trigger. irrespective of how important
Clarence
this
Thomas
law
comes
is.
out and legalizes machine
actually,
guns
some
after.
of the liberal
They need to
justices
be even
tried to
faster.
argue that actually the textualist reading, which is usually what
M60s for every
conservatives imply,
American.
a very textualist reading.
They're not made
actually
All right,
anymore.
we get it.
Go
This
back to
lady's
the
right,
garage.
but she's boring. Let's get back to the cool
close call,
beard
and I'll
man.
just
Oh, we're done
Hunter
with bump stocks.
Biden testified
beard,
before the two House committees
Yay,
leading the
Hunter
impeachment
Biden's cock.
inquiry into President Biden today.
Right in time.
CBS News investigative reporter Erica Brown joins us now. Erica, I know you were following all of this on Capitol Hill today. Tell us what happened today. What did we learn from Hunter Biden in this case?
Well, Hunter Biden appeared behind closed doors for this deposition. This comes months after they negotiated the terms for his appearance. He initially wanted it to be public. But today, he reiterated that President Biden had no direct involvement in his business dealings. He also acknowledged his addiction to drugs and said that he had made some mistakes, but that this impeachment inquiry, in essence, he
Did they talk about his cock?
Political pursuit of President Biden. He said it was based on conspiracies, but nothing new came from this testimony that linked President Biden to his family's business
wow,
dealings. We
what a
also learned
conclusion. Wow,
from the chair of the
we're all
House Oversight
surprised.
Committee that they intend to, despite this deposition, intend to continue to pursue investigative leads that they say will connect the president to egregious activity. And so they plan to have a public hearing.
And you definitely have a really, really large dick. Your peepee is gigundo.
Benghazi.
Yeah.
Public hearing, which is what Hunter Biden initially wanted, a public hearing with Hunter Biden. They also plan to issue subpoenas for more financial records and also plan to continue to.
And now I want to bring in the Democrat from Virginia, Congressman Jerry Connolly, who,
What
as
in
we
the
just mentioned,
Admiral
was
Akbar.
inside that room during the deposition. Congressman,
My
pleasure.
Oh, he's alive.
so take us inside the room. What were the key takeaways from you? Did Republicans get any closer to proving their case, to making the case that there was some link between Hunter Biden and his father?
None at all. And I think that's their frustration. And I was listening to your investigative reporter, and I don't know what she's talking about. I mean, you got to remember that Mr. Biden, Hunter Biden, offered our committee to testify in public. They didn't want that. They were afraid of it. And that's why we had today's deposition. And it's not that Hunter Biden was afraid of a contempt citation. And you definitely It was have the fact a that really, Republicans really were large afraid dick. Your of peepee allowing
is
him
gigundo.
to testify in open session for fear that he
That's
would
our
be
problem.
as effective in the public eye as
What?
he was behind
What did
closed
you
doors
say?
at this point.
It's Admiral
Um,
Akbar. It's our trap. Look. Come on. You tell me it's not the same guy.
I think you might be right.
Certainly, Sarah indicated that there's going to be the shift, and we're going to focus on the value of the FBI human intel program.
Hunter Biden faced heated questions from House Republicans today as part of their impeachment inquiry into President Joe Biden.
The private deposition could mark a decisive point for the GOP's 14-month-long investigation, which has long centered around his son, Hunter. ABC's Em Nguyen has the latest from Capitol Hill.
Today, the president's son pushed past the press to face his accusers on Capitol Hill. Hunter Biden forcefully rejected allegations from House Republicans accusing President Joe Biden of improperly being involved in his business dealings. The president's son testified for hours before the two GOP-led committees leading the impeachment inquiry into his father, saying, quote, "I did not involve my father in my business, domestic or international."
He is emphatically and repeatedly underscored to the Republicans that his father was not involved in any way in his businesses, did not profit from his businesses.
Hunter Biden has been a central target in the GOP's investigation of the president and his family.
Hey, do you know the government's about to shut down?
Crazy, right? And this is what they're doing. Cock.
Personal failings, such as his battle with addiction, saying, "My mistakes and shortcomings are my own and not my father's." Today, marking a rare opportunity for House Republicans to question Hunter Biden directly on their accusations that Joe Biden influenced U.S. foreign policy to benefit his family.
We've had a lot of interviews and depositions over the last 6 weeks. But
do this with
each interview,
like,
learn more.
especially after Trump was in office. Like, come on.
information.
Hunter Biden is being defiant and also dishonest.
Still, Republicans have yet to produce direct evidence of misconduct by the president.
His father, therefore, he's being dishonest.
I think it's important that we dot our I's on can we prove it.
And last week, the Republican star witness, Alexander Smirnov, a former FBI informant, was charged with fabricating his claims that Ukrainian entities paid millions.
Wrecked.
President Biden's son Hunter is testifying before Congress. Hunter facing heated questions from House Republicans as part of their impeachment inquiry into his father. Hunter Biden has been a central target in the GOP's investigation. He admitted today to his past personal failings, such as his battle with addiction. Alexander Smirnov, a former FBI informant, was charged with fabricating his claims that Ukrainian entities paid millions in bribes to then Vice President Biden and his son.
Use them. Under my leadership, the Republican Party will always support the creation of strong, thriving, healthy American families. We're supporting America First, a little thing called America First.
We're back on Trump.
We want to make it easier for mothers and
well,
fathers
this is
to have babies,
all
not
IVF
harder.
stuff.
You know that.
I don't give a shit what
So
Trump says.
Trump is in support of IVF.
The Alabama
Republicans.
Really?
Yeah. Well, it's a fucking stupid policy. That's why.
Yeah, it is a dumb policy. It's going to lose them the election.
Well, Dominionists believe in anti-ATF, so.
All right, let's listen to the first 2 minutes.
Supreme Court decided that personhood, if you would, right? I mean, the reason, let's be clear on why they call these personhood bills personhood. They don't call it life bills. And the reason is because they want to say, and by they, I mean conservatives, Republicans, they want to say that the rights that we have as people, as persons under the Constitution, they also extend to fetuses.
Okay.
And to embryos. And when they write the life begins at conception, personhood bills, they want it to exist when the egg is fertilized.
Yeah.
And so this is perfectly consistent with IVF treatment. Sperm is fertilizing an egg. And there have been millions of these fertilized eggs that have been thrown over the years. You go back at it, nobody knows
exactly. He is struggling.
Exactly the numbers, but you can go back like 2012, they were reporting it was like at least 2 million at that point.
Because especially if you're somebody undergoing IVF, doing that kind of egg extraction process and then the fertilization, you have to take all these drugs beforehand, injection. There's like anesthesia that is involved in the extraction of the egg, and then it gets fertilized. Like it's quite, to do it all at once saves the patient both money and time, and then also
and not all of them catch necessarily.
Exactly right. It's just it's painful. It can be physically burdensome.
This is where.
Who is she on Bob's Burgers?
And I don't even think this is the end.
I have no idea. I've never watched
It's fucking joke, bro.
This is just
Sam
down the
Bob's
route
Burgers, right?
Of where the Republicans have wanted to go.
Are you talking about what characters should be?
No. Sam voice acts on Bob's Burgers.
Does he actually?
Yeah, he plays the short tax guy or whatever.
That's hilarious.
The health inspector who always is coming around being like, Bob!
That's hilarious.
It's like he's like the villain on the show.
It has been obvious to anybody who follows these questions about abortion.
It's like, okay, back.
And anybody like us who reads those people or interviews those people. because this is about controlling far more than whether someone gets an abortion at 16 weeks or 8 weeks or 24 weeks. This is about controlling copulation. And essentially what women are meant to do, period. And here is Brian Donalds on Byron Donalds on with Kristen Welker. Who knew
embryos as people? Just to be very clear, though, if you believe that embryos are children, do you think they should be treated as people with all the same legal rights as people?
Well, I think now you're getting to a personhood argument, and this is where a lot of the details in legislation, not just court rulings, are
using this. Like, prefaced it with all that personhood talk, but still
important. I believe that this is something that the legislatures have to make sure they weigh and walk themselves through. The IVF procedure is very important to a lot of couples in our country. It should be protected. I agree with President Trump on that. But when we get into these conversations, it's important to delineate from what just one judge might say versus what a legislature.
Just come in the bitch harder. Problem solved.
Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. You can't say shit like that.
I couldn't help myself.
And a governor will decide when they go through the legislative process.
And you raised the point that President Trump is calling for lawmakers in Alabama to take action. There is also federal legislation that is being proposed. Will you support that would protect IVF services at the federal level?
Like any type of bill that gets drafted on Capitol Hill, I want to see the devil in the details. But yes, I feel I could broadly support that because, like I said, IVF is something that is so critical to a lot of couples. It helps them breed great families. Our country needs that.
Breed great families?
That's so creepy. When they say couples, too, just know that that's a big part of this IVF decision by the Alabama Supreme Court, which cited the Bible in its decision 8-1.
In value. That is why I support IVF treatment, which.
So this is a statement from the speaker.
Yeah, who's a dominionist. Again,
he's a dog dad.
Child has an estimable dignity and value. That is why I support IVF treatment, which has been a blessing for many moms and dads who have struggled with fertility. I applaud the Alabama legislature for immediately protect life and ensure that IVF treatment is available to families throughout the state. Now, aside from what Emma is saying here, that they are clearly saying we're only going to allow this for what we deem to be a family. We get to define what constitutes a family.
Masturbation is genocide.
No, it starts when they make the embryo. It's not life. Just come is not life.
Well, it should be. It produces it, so why not?
Well, planting a seed in the ground doesn't give you a yield crop.
Why not?
Because that's, you have to water it. You have to nurture that seed.
But let's just make shit up. Because why the fuck not?
Deep in the earth.
Let's just quote the Bible and make shit up. No. But you don't understand. We can just quote the Bible and just make it up. It works.
Yeah,
because it just works.
Yeah. Dominionism.
Right? Everybody just believes. Faith, right?
Because this same guy, Mike Johnson, and there's a reason why he's not saying this on camera at this point.
Charlie Kirk.
Yeah.
That doesn't surprise me.
Well, a CPAC is a dominionist org, right? And he's like associated with that, right?
Mm-hmm. Okay. I don't want to do that. Let's do
and
this.
joining me now to talk more about this is NBC senior investigative reporter Mike Kixenbaugh. So Mike, in his concurring opinion, the Chief Justice Tom Parker makes explicit references to the Bible. Tell us a little bit more about this justice.
Here's a man coming to talk about women's bodies.
Reflected in this ruling.
Well, you see from that clip there, Justice Parker has not been shy about expressing his view that America was founded as a Christian nation whose laws should be rooted in a conservative evangelical interpretation.
That's dominionism, right? That's one of the core tenets of dominionism.
Christian nation.
Literally denying history like that it was founded as a Christian nation. That's like Article 1 of dominionist rhetoric.
That's hilarious.
Of the Bible, and so you see that reflected in his opinion.
And again, the next episode will be all about dominionism.
Scripture for justifying the court's decision that embryos should be given the same rights as living children. And so he writes that Alabama has adopted a theological interpretation of life, a theological description of life. And therefore, we must look to the book of Genesis, which says all men are created in God's image. And so when you put those two together, you must conclude that,
they literally believe in Sharia law.
Destroyed without incurring the wrath of a holy.
They what?
They literally believe in Sharia law. They have the same view as ISIS.
Epic. I love that. We should totally let them control everything.
And you're going to learn all about him in the next LTech.
God, and according to the court, that includes unborn embryos.
Yeah, and I mean, we are definitely seeing a rise in Christian nationalism on a national political stage. Yep. Does
Christian
it look like it's
nationalism
just becoming more
dominionism.
intertwined with Republican politics?
I think it's first really quick important to define that term because we're hearing it a lot. Yeah. Christian nationalism doesn't mean that the idea that Christians should want to see their views reflected in policy. It's the idea. I point to the definition that Congresswoman Lauren Boebert gave, which is the idea that the church is meant to direct the government.
Not the best source.
The separation of church and state is a myth cooked up by progressives.
That's another dominionist talking point.
And so what we're seeing is that idea, the Seven Mountains Mandate, as you mentioned, becoming embraced within
literally
the center
is
of GOP
what dominionism is. That's what it means.
Really?
Yes. And you'll learn all about it. You got told this in the LTech. They explained it to you.
Probably.
Exactly. It's no different than it's straight up that it should be specifically run by the tenets of Christianity. But not only that, why I say that they're more like ISIS is ISIS. There's tons of not countries, but there's these little territories that still have Sharia. There's like a few of them. But the Dominionists believe in a global expansion. They literally it's goes back to this guy Billy Graham. This is all in the next episode, but he would call these things crusades, literally. And he started calling them something else after 9/11 to be like, to make it sound less fashy. But the guy I played earlier talking about Hitler is this guy I'm talking about, who said that Hitler went about exterminating the Jews all wrong. That's these people. They're fucking evil people.
Yeah, they should be kept from power. Same as Trump.
Well, he's just controlled by them because they're the evangelicals.
Yeah. Speed running world news.
Yeah, and most of them are quick anyway.
Yeah. High quality. Thanks, Australia.
Let me show this definition real quick. It's a group of Christian political ideologies that seek to institute a nation governed by Christians based on the understanding of biblical law. That's exactly what, that's straight up like Taliban, all of them. Exactly the same.
So this is just basically them showing footage with no audio.
Yeah, this guy murdered people.
Yeah.
He murdered them. They're charging cops for once.
Yeah. Finally.
On behalf of the New South Wales Police Force, I'd like to pass on my condolences to the...
Exactly. They're literally the same thing. Both are fascists.
their friends.
And these people would throw gay people off of buildings if they could.
Yeah.
In not just New South Wales, but across Australia, where they were based.
What's this about?
An Australian murder investigation has a heartbreaking
They killed
development
Boy.
over a week after.
Yeah. Cop killed 2 gays.
Damn.
TV host Jesse Baird, 26,
Damn,
and his
TV
boyfriend Luke Davies, 29, went missing in New South Wales.
It's the only reason that they're reporting on it is because he was a personality.
Oh, so that's the only reason. The cop chose the wrong people to murder.
Yeah, pretty much.
He chose somebody who people cared about.
Mm-hmm.
Police revealed during a February 27th press conference that they believe the bodies of the 2 men have been found. The update in the case comes after their suspected murderer, 28-year-old police officer Beaumont Lamar Condon, who previously dated Baird, disclosed the location of the bodies.
Gay cop.
We're very confident that we have located Luke and Jesse.
Jealous gay cop kills ex-boyfriend and lover.
With the assistance of the
That's what it sounds like.
For which we're very grateful, and I'm sure the families are very grateful.
Officials note that their bodies were discovered in 2 surf bags covered in debris on a property in the town of Bungonia. Baird and Davies were last seen in Baird's home on February 19th.
They killed
Per
Boy.
CNN, fears for their safety arose after some of their belongings were discovered bloodied in a skip container about 18 miles away. The outlet also reported that Lamar Condon was subsequently arrested and charged with the couple's murder on February 22nd.
Also, this is
a
American.
projectile and a fired cartridge that matched the officer's police-issued firearm were found in Baird's home. According to CBS News, police suspect that Lamar Condon first dumped the bodies on February 20th with the assistance of an unnamed acquaintance who police clarified was not an accomplice and was unaware of what they were transporting. He then allegedly returned the following day to move the bodies a second time, fearing the acquaintance would reveal details about where they'd gone. Per the BBC,
I always try to
Lamar
keep,
Condon...
when I do the world news at the end, I always try to find stuff that's under 3 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
So it's easy to just get through it, because we always run long anyway.
Yeah.
The number of births in Japan fell to a record low in 2023.
Nice.
That's according to preliminary government data on Tuesday. It is the 8th straight year that the number of babies born in the country fell.
Shinzo Abe, you failed.
The country faces in trying to stem population decline.
Got to make them boys more
also
horny.
Fell to below 500,000 for the first time in 90 years, foreboding a further decline in the population, as out-of-wedlock births are rare in Japan. Yoshimasa Hayashi.
Yeah. Get these kids fucking. How you got to do that?
Well, they already they gotta promote cheating culture.
Yeah, they pretty much have to bring in degeneracy. Yeah, they pretty much have to.
Hayashi is the chief cabinet secretary.
The decline of births is a crisis. The next 6 years, up until the 2030s, when the population of young generations is expected to decline rapidly, are the last chance to see the declining birth rate.
It's an Elijah Schaffer bit with Tim Pool, where Tim Pool says, "Yeah, Japan is racist." Because Tim Pool just wants to say that they're racist against whites, but he ends up canceling what Elijah Schaffer is trying to argue, which is, how is that racist that they want to preserve their culture?
That's so funny.
Trend can be reversed, and I believe we are at a time when we have to take urgent measures.
Mindful of the potential social and economic impact.
Yeah, this is the result. They die away. So yeah, Japan needs to make immigration easier. They need to kill their xenophobic culture, and they need to introduce degeneracy.
They should also start making incentives for families.
Yeah, and also maybe not as shitty of a work environment that slaves everyone into a work state where they're
so they want to where they're too focused on their career.
Yeah, that would also help as well. Yeah, I literally lived in the country for half a year, a little over half a year. I've seen it. I lived in Japanese families and shit. Like I don't know. It's a very strange culture. They just, I don't know. It's a shame, but they'll preserve some of it.
Exactly.
And the strains on public finances. Prime Minister Fumio Kishida has called the trend the gravest crisis our country faces. He unveiled a range of steps to support childbearing households late last year.
Good. There you go. This is what it's about right here. He died for our sins.
That's so funny.
You know
what's funny though? It's rare in 100% Japanese people inside Japan. Anybody who's like half anything is, I think, a little more likely to, just because they have a little more exposure to outside cultures. I think that's a little more what it is. I think it's more the insulated culture, if I'm really thinking about it. It's a very interesting situation. Like it legitimately is, because there's like issues in Japan where the guys will be like, it's basically incel culture. It's the OG incel culture, except they don't go out and murder people. They just kill themselves.
No, I mean sometimes they do.
Yeah, sometimes. Yeah, they go and stab people.
All right, next.
It happened when I was in Japan. There was a mass stabbing.
It used to be a cheap staple ingredient, but rice is getting ever more expensive, and that's a problem for many people in Asia. In this suburb of Indonesia's capital city, shoppers face long lines to secure subsidized supplies. One woman says there will be uproar if prices go any higher. Rice is the center of nearly every meal here, but costs for the grain have jumped close to 16-year highs after India, the world's top supplier, restricted exports last year amid tight supplies.
India fucking up the
weather
world.
phenomenon has also reduced rainfall across much of Asia
and climate change
of cereals.
Everything
that
we've
has sparked
covered.
Inflation for many foodstuffs, with rice up 16%.
Almost like world is connected and the US doesn't run everything.
Indonesia's government has stepped in to help shoppers. At this state subsidized market, rice sells for around a quarter less than normal.
Good.
And
quarter less than normal.
That's a response to local demands.
This is the new guy
with
too.
People saying rice is increasingly expensive.
I don't know if he's taken office yet.
Find. The market limits sales
because normally you win and then it's like a few months where they have the
almost
true.
430
was the layover presidency. What do they call lame duck?
With another 300 or so planned by the end of February.
The lame duck. It's when the president has
that's
basically
import around record quantities of rice this year. While that may help with supplies, it could also drive prices yet higher. Asia's hard.
Next.
China's property crisis has taken.
Look at the quality of this shot, bro. Isn't it awesome? Look at how low quality the shot is.
As high as it goes.
Yeah, it looks like a fucking watercolor.
Garden is the latest to face a liquidation petition. The firm
but Hassan told me that Hassan builds they build these cities and then they get completed and the trains already go there. Hassan said that this is clearly not a property crisis; it's central planning.
It said the petition was filed by creditors over non-payment of a loan worth $205 million.
All right, great. We got it. China sucks.
Oh, this is the best story.
A member of Germany's notorious Red Army faction militant group was arrested in Berlin
you know who
on
these
Monday.
people are? Do you know who these people are?
Angela Klette had been on the run from armed robbery.
Who they?
They're on our terrorism tier list.
Are they?
Yeah. So they have a fucking cool ass logo. Other people have used it, but with different guns.
Mm. Oh, I think I know the one you're talking about.
Right? You've seen this
Yeah,
logo.
yeah. Okay, yep.
They're a Marxist-Leninist terrorist organization. So
Fucking commies.
1970 to 1998, they stopped basically with the wall, right?
Yep.
So I think they were in West Germany, right? And they were like backed by, West German far left group. So they were fucking insurgents inside West Germany from East Germany.
Cool.
Attempted murder charges for decades.
They did, yes, they have done hijackings.
Daniela Behrens spoke to reporters on Tuesday.
Es handelt sich für die Polizei Niedersachsen.
This is undoubtedly one of the greatest successes in the past decades for the Lower Saxony police. Daniela Kletter.
I mean, I really don't know which of these Nazis to support. They're both pretty good options.
A large number of unscrupulous and violent robberies allegedly committed, it can be assumed that she still poses a latent threat to public safety and order to this day.
Police stepped up their efforts to detain the fugitives after receiving a tip from the public in November.
Snitch.
Prosecutors said police seized a pistol, 2 magazines, and cartridges in the apartment block in Berlin, where Kletter was found alone. She was later taken by helicopter to a jail in the northern city of Bremen. Zahra lives in the Berlin apartment block. She was surprised Kletter was a criminal. I thought she was nice and very likable, she said.
Yeah, because they fucking have a purpose and it's not hurting people.
Well, I mean, there's like, I think she was connected to a more recent crime.
You sure? It was probably just like petty stuff that they used to raise funds.
The far-left RAF version.
The RAF doesn't exist. They stopped existing when the wall came down.
Yeah. So
this is somebody who was known and wanted by the German government, but they supposedly were connected with other actual crimes.
Okay.
Like they did an armed robbery or something.
Gotcha. Yeah.
Generation emerged from German student protests against the Vietnam War. The group took hostages and murdered at least 33 people, including public officials, police officers, business leaders, and US soldiers during the height of its activity in the 1970s. Kletter is among those suspected of carrying out a string of armed robberies between 1999 and 2016 to support the...
See, that's fairly recent. She's like an old lady still doing armed robberies in 2016.
Okay. The doctors are holding a rally condemning the plan to boost medical school student use. We saw this yesterday or the day before. Next. Speed run. Fastest news coverage you'll see ever.
Oh, but you spend all this time on American news, but when it comes to other people's countries, you just
look. I'm fucking tired, and I want to go to bed.
Well, maybe you should have been faster.
On Tuesday over economic challenges and the.
I said I wanted to leave 40 minutes before I left.
Food and fuel prices
that wasn't my fault.
Soaring in Africa's biggest economy, increasing hardship.
The Senegal,
inflation
Nigeria.
is at its highest point in almost 3 decades.
That's not a Nigerian flag.
By bold but
they're probably a specific political party.
In his first year in office. That includes ending a costly fuel subsidy and devaluing the local naira currency twice.
Well, they get to do this without being beaten to death.
Yeah, isn't it?
NLC President Joe Ajaero.
Over 150 million Nigerians are living below poverty.
I fucking love the Nigerian accent. It's so good.
Fine, poverty. When you say below it, those are the people that can't get something to eat on daily basis.
It's like it's the quintessential African accent, you know what I mean?
Well, because there's also French influence with it.
Yeah. True. It does have that French twang to it. Interesting.
On Friday, some people were killed and others injured when authorities ran out of food at a distribution center in Lagos, the Nigeria Customs Service said. In a statement, it said that a crowd had charged through barricades looking for bags of rice.
Fucking rice again.
Vicky Essien was among the 5,000 people said to have turned up at the distribution center.
we just want to pray for Nigeria because this queue is not what we were.
Nigeria is very religious too.
For us. Look at people dying. 2 men there fainted, pouring water. Women also. It's not what we're supposed to suffer for.
It's a good statement. This is a really good statement.
Defended his economic reforms, saying they were needed to boost growth and investment. This week, the government approved the.
That means appease capitalists.
Yeah. Next, Japan. We're back in Japan. And
well, I figured this isn't really any. This is just a story I threw in there because I figured, hey, there you go. That's a Sony layoff 900 people as industry struggles.
All right, we're done. Speed run.
Yeah. It's crazy.
And
right?
It's broken again. Load screen's longer than the videos.
Benin has offered 2,000 troops to help Haiti's national police force.
Benin, where's Benin?
What are you doing?
What?
Truck. No, the guys, they're just shooting at trees and
yeah.
Tackled gang violence. U.S. Ambassador to the United Nations, Linda Thomas-Greenfield.
I'm glad they're wearing those skull masks. Makes them really intimidating.
Part of a Kenyan-led mission authorized by the UN.
Is this in Haiti?
Mm-hmm.
Close to 5,000 people were killed in gang violence in Haiti last year, and some 300,000 driven from their homes, according to UN estimates. Thomas-Greenfield was speaking in Guyana on Monday, where she had traveled for the Caribbean Community Summit. She said she had learned of Benin's offer just before starting the trip. Some Caribbean countries that had pledged...
My guy. My dude. My man.
What?
You're doing it wrong.
What?
Look at him.
Oh, how he's holding it. Okay, I couldn't exactly see what was going on.
That is a shotgun, and that is going to go flying out of your hands as soon as you fire it.
Benin is such a wild country to be the one that's stepping forward to like send troops because Kenya won't.
Where is it?
It's between Ghana and Nigeria.
No shit.
Yeah,
that is
so
random.
It's Togo, Benin, and then Nigeria. So it's Ghana, Togo, Benin, Nigeria.
Interesting.
It's very, very small. It's a very tiny guy, a little tiny guy over here in West Africa.
Anyway, he's holding the gun like a stooge. Next,
they got these cool, whatever this is. This looks like something they'd be doing over there.
Can't see it.
No, it's covered. What's going on here?
That's a lot of hair.
Got some type of stuff going on.
There you go. Benin was the first country to sell slaves to Portugal. Cool. Good for Benin.
This country is cool as fuck.
Political opponents have often made me see red. Often when subjected to the tortured poets who would rise to attack my reputation.
Birthplace of voodoo.
Really? Crazy.
In response, I always thought it important to be fearless and speak
I hate
out,
this so much.
or forever hold my silence and allow those attacks to become folklore.
I hate this.
Ever since leaving university in 1989,
fucking game end yourself.
This has always been my approach. My great consolation has always been my lover,
Leap from the building.
Jen, who has always been there for me whenever I needed her from dawn
This is plagiarism.
beyond the many midnights.
Oh my god, I fucking
We have
hate
shared
him
together.
so much.
See,
This
I'm
is
actually
plagiarism.
extremely romantic, after all. And I can assure you there is no bad blood, as I've always been someone who's been able to shake it off.
Oh my god.
New Zealand is repealing its law banning tobacco sales for future generations on
Chinese journalist.
Tuesday. The government
Who holds a
said,
cigarette like that?
despite researchers and campaigners warning of the risk that
Okay, chat. Let's hear the best cigarettes.
the anti-tobacco sale rule, which would have been a world
Weed.
first, was passed under
Oh, come
former
on.
Prime Minister Jacinda
How do you get her
administration
smiling
aimed
and
at
showing no
preventing
teeth?
thousands
Yeah,
Gross. What are
pretty
you
good photo.
doing? You're putting your finger in the ashtray to put out the cigarette.
Yeah.
Ugh. discuss
brother. Brother.
That's a good one. We need that shit. So I was reading about this country, right? God, where did I gotta find it again. So, self-described Marxist-Leninist state called the People's Republic of Benin between 1975 and 1990. In 1991, it was replaced by the multi-party Republic of Benin.
Interesting.
They were formed out of a Marxist-Leninist state.
Cool. One that didn't collapse. Interesting.
To smoking a year and meet the country's smoke-free goal. The New Zealand's new coalition government, elected in October, confirmed the repeal will happen on Tuesday as a matter of urgency, enabling it to scrap the law without seeking public comment. In line.
Do you like our Siggy packs? They all have these fucking disgusting pictures on them. They're like, this is what you could become if you keep smoking. Nobody gives a fuck.
Of urgency, enabling it to scrap the law without seeking public comment.
So people smoking are already aware how bad it is.
Yeah.
The proposal was originally.
Imagine if we put fat people on the fucking cakes, you know? You get a cake and there's a fat whale, you know, and they're like, you know,
this could be you.
Yeah, there's fucking, you got Brandon Fraser on looking at you crying and sweating.
Yeah. Hilarious. That's
Have
what
you
they
seen
should
that
do.
movie? I
haven't.
I bet you'll just laugh at it the whole time.
I
you
probably would.
fucking weirdo.
The first time I had an edible, I put on My 600-Pound Life. It was great. The funniest fucking shit I've ever watched. All I could see was the Simpsons episode. The fat Bart
this is
and the
like
rag
one
on
of
the
the
stick.
best countries in the world by comparison to, like, you know, most of the world. It's ranked 18th out of 52 African countries and second best in the categories of safety and rule and law and participation in human rights.
Interesting.
So they literally reformed peacefully out of a communist state into a three-party or three-branch representative democracy, but the president has a lot of power.
Okay.
He's the head of state and head of government, which technically is kind of the Americans too.
Interesting. Anyway, let's get through this. I want to go.
From buying cigarettes for life.
Anyway, we get it.
This one's easy. They're silent.
Great. They have a silent protest. All right, next.
Measles is on the march.
I just love this. The first people they're showing in all these shots is clearly not like your typical British person, and I'm just thinking here, like, haha, woke Britain.
That's hilarious. All right, measles outbreak, people, anti-vaxxers. Great, next.
16 years after being extradited to the United States on cocaine trafficking charges, Colombia's former right-wing paramilitary leader, Salvatore Mancuso, returned to his home country.
Straight to jail. Straight to jail.
The former so-called warlord was greeted by a massive security operation to ensure his safety.
All right, we got it.
Yeah, ensure his safety.
Trying to find his way at the national dialogue is Prime Minister Amadou Ba, the ruling party candidate. He was one of the few presidential hopefuls attending talks organized by President Macky Sall to set a new election date.
Yeah.
He says he's very confident for an outcome. Following weeks of political instability and sometimes violent protests sparked by Sall's decision to cancel last Sunday's presidential election, politicians, civil society, and religious leaders met for 2 days.
I love the guys with backpacks that just yeet shit. They're
did you see the car was like covered? It was it had a sun cover over it.
Yeah.
Days of talks. The result is a suggested date for the rescheduled election, June the 2nd.
Oh my God! Look at those fabrics.
It's much more than an election date. It's a moment of communion for the
community leader. I was about to say this guy is a fucking high status individual.
Your boy's got drip.
Bro, that dude, he looks like a fucking Jedi master. Well, they just wear rags. You know what I'm saying, though.
Yeah.
Like he's like the one.
He looks like how the samurais were drawn.
Yeah. Well, that's it's still that kind of like there's tribal elite and elite status and stuff. Community elite.
These people, to choose a leader for our country, we need to put our egos aside and put the interest of the nation first.
15 of the 18 presidential candidates refused to join the talks. Instead, they appealed to the Constitutional Council to set a new election date.
For many people in this room, a date to the presidential election will not end the crisis, but it will be the beginning of a process to rebuild trust in the democratic.
These youths are all under 18 years old.
Child soldiers rescued from M23 in the Congo.
M23 is important.
I know, but I want to go.
UN calls for support.
Retired Air Vice Marshal. He joins us from London for much more on this. Thank you very much, sir, for being here on
Hold on, where are we?
There's only one more. It's a long one on the Congo conflict for people because people were asking about it.
Where?
It's the one after this. This is about Ukraine, though, that you're already on. There's literally only one more.
Let's just watch the Congo one.
What about this Ukraine one?
Yeah, we do a lot of Ukraine. He's just in talks in Saudi Arabia. Next.
This is just like a podcast segment type thing. I figured we look at the few 5 minutes they explain it. Even though we have alt text that explain this, we at least give people a chance to listen to some stuff about us.
Catherine Soy has been reporting on Eastern DRC for
suffering. People have to keep running. People have to look behind their backs because anytime something can erupt.
Those people have often been displaced multiple times. In just the last 2 years, more than 1.6 million have been forced to move by fighting over control of the region.
I remember when I went
to do this like the style of journalism podcast, the audio. It's like this is like NPR style.
Yeah, no, it's good.
Something that we could eventually do.
Yeah.
A sound. It sounds
get like a soundproof booth. And
you just get people to like get your sound bites for you. You cut up. You get an interview, but you only cut segments from that interview.
Yeah.
Like a gunshot, but it wasn't, and everybody started running, and that is what we are seeing. People are traumatized. They keep running. They have to have their belongings packed so that they can just take off, and that is a terrible, terrible way to live.
Catherine is reporting now out of the city of Goma, the provincial capital, covering an escalation in a conflict.
Goma isn't this the like? I mean, if you follow the reporting,
yeah, I think Goma is the main city.
Well, it's the provincial capital.
Continuing for decades.
There are more than 100 armed groups trying to get control of territories in this part of the country, and the Congolese government and other international forces have really been unable to stop this conflict.
Goma is a city of 2 million people, and it's already hosting thousands who have been displaced by those years of fighting.
Okay, skipping.
To look for food for my children.
Fighting in the area. One woman Catherine spoke to was Deborah Balole. She fled her village in November after M23 fighters took it over. But after reaching Sake, her husband was killed during fighting in the area. And the camps aren't able to provide much for people in situations like Deborah's.
I went to the forest to look for food for my children a few days ago. I met bandits who took my supplies and they raped me.
She was actually raped in the bushes just a week after she arrived at this camp. Like I said, there's nothing for them. So they go to the bushes to look for food for their families, but they're also vulnerable to attacks. So such cases are many, we're being told, and the stories are very heartbreaking.
And compounding that heartbreak is the fact that this is a conflict that goes back decades.
The conflict in the East followed, the Rwandan genocide.
On April 7th in 1994, state-sanctioned Hutu militias turned on the country's Tutsi minority. Tutsis were hunted down in their homes, cars, and on streets.
1 million ethnic Tutsis were killed. Many Hutus then crossed to DRC as refugees, and among them were extremists who were said to have participated in the genocide. Now, Rwanda is a neighboring country. Rwanda says it is still pursuing some of these groups, some of these individuals.
Yeah,
and that
shadow
pursuit
money.
eventually led.
It's an issue.
Yeah, I mean, we've reported on this too as well.
Yeah, there's so much reporting in the news segments, and I don't think we've done a special on the Congo, but we probably should.
I think we have. Well, we did one on M23 with the Modern Insurgent. That's like 5 specials, right? Because an M23's in there.
Mm-hmm.
To 2 Rwandan wars with DRC in 1996 and
the last Congo war is one of the most violent wars of the modern era.
Really?
Yeah, the second Congo Civil War, I think. And that's what this is also a continuation of.
1998, which killed millions and drew in multiple neighboring countries. One of the many groups that emerged from that period was M23, one of the key groups fighting today.
M23 is made up of Tutsis and has always been accused of being a proxy of Rwanda. And over the years, M23 has grown. And at one point, the fighters took control of Goma for a short while. In 2012, I covered that rebel advance in 2012. It was spectacular. These guys came in and they were so sophisticated. They had all this equipment. So that's why people said that, a rebel group like that really cannot be without backing of an external force.
Yeah.
So it puts credence to what everybody has been saying, that it is Rwanda that is behind M23.
Very interesting.
Catherine says that...
skip again or done?
Yeah, I mean, we can, I think we pretty much covered it.
Mm-hmm. This was a flat line, so we'll see what this does.
When it comes to the fighting in eastern DRC, Al Jazeera's Catherine Soy says it's also a scramble for resources, some of which have become staples of modern life.
Yeah.
Yeah, Ace is really interesting. There was actually, he was sick in the most recent one, so he couldn't record, but the last one we would have also done an update because there's been so much happening in the Congo right now, and especially because the UN mission just ended there too.
We'll also have short form content explaining some of this stuff, groups and shit like that, which should be coming soon. And we're also organizing newsletters, which will probably cover this most of the time. I imagine we'll probably have something on the Congo in this, but that's in the pipes. So, yeah.
We need to have a decent enough amount of money where we can afford to not stream 4 times a week.
Yeah.
And still get up in the algorithm.
Mm-hmm.
So we can actually
people keep saying that.
Yeah. We need subs. Sub-ins. Not subscribers.
Well, also we'll see on April 1st. On April 1st, we'll be up for monetization again, and they can tell us we can't.
Yeah.
This battle in Eastern DRC is for minerals like coltan, which is used in all.
That's the thing. Everyone talks about cobalt, right?
Yeah.
It's not cobalt, it's coltan. That is more serious right now.
I think we spoke about it last stream.
We have
coltan
cobalt.
Is really, really bad.
Yeah.
It's worse than
gold, diamonds, and other minerals as well there. And then the location of the fighting right now is very significant because it has most of the minerals and it's very wealthy. So whoever controls that area.
I said we report on this in a lot of this reporting as well.
Has these riches and this wealth.
But the Congolese people haven't seen much of that wealth.
Yeah, it's been
like when Vosh is talking about the cobalt for your mobile phone. It's not cobalt, it's coltan that goes into mobile phones. Right, so this is I'm zooming on the wrong map. Right, so like this is Goma, that's what they were just talking about, right? So like this is the region where these rebels are, is on the borderline here. But you can see like this is all a fucking copper belt, and then these are coltan areas. So this one right outside Goma is coltan. Yeah, copper and cobalt are mixed together. That's how little there is. They're down here.
Benefit at all. We can't really say we are rich as we don't see anything of it.
So DRC is very rich, and it's also a food basket that can supply food across the continent. So it is very rich.
Yeah, imagine if it was stable. How good Africa would have it.
Well, that's also part of the issue is that there's people like these rebel groups wouldn't exist if the government actually was using its investment in people's wealth.
Yeah.
But over the years, and because of the interests, it has lagged behind, and Congolese are suffering. The cost of living is very high. When we talk about just the basic needs that they have to enjoy this very rich country, there's a lot of poverty as well. So many.
This little chart, right? So this is cobalt versus coltan, right? So Vosh's little pedophile argument, right? So you see this rechargeable batteries, magnets, alloys, pigments, jet engine parts, gas turbines found naturally in the crust. Environmental impact is what it's doing. That's the issue, not human rights abuses. Coltan, on the other hand, electronic devices such as cell phones found in conflict zones, including the DRC, human rights abuses, child labor, right?
Yeah.
So this whole thing, I don't know where this whole cobalt thing came from. Like cobalt also has some issues, not compared to coltan. All right.
Congolese say that much more needs to be done to bring the country to the potential that it should have.
It's true, but that's true for all of Africa. There's so much potential that's just been robbed. But yeah, we'll see what happens in the coming years.
If I had a time machine, what would you say, Vosh? Would you be like, Vosh, delete the lolly from that folder. Don't go any further.
Alright, I'm picking a soundbite.
To sign out?
Yeah. Thanks for watching, everybody.
Head to barbarism if the left wins.
Oh my God.
Will live in barbarism, period.
Oh.
It is a fight for civilization.
Whoa.
Minionist.